Good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome. What a wonderful buzz in the room, and so great to have everyone here today. I'm Lynn Beasley, and I'm a fellow of the Academy of Science. How wonderful to be that. I'm so honoured and proud. But I'm also the Secretary for Education and Public Awareness. Welcome every single one of you, and those online, because I know we have a lot online who are watching too. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the unceded land on which we meet today. Mean Jin, which I gather is the name for Brisbane, and the people there, the Turrbal and the Yanaga people. I acknowledge their elders, past, present, and those emerging, those young ones. We want a better Australia for every single Australian. I acknowledge and warmly welcome all Torres Strait Islander and Aboriginal people who are with us today in the room or online. 65,000 years of history, so much. The first scientists in Australia discovering an untouched land and nurturing it for so long. An understanding through 2 ice ages. We're going to talk about climate change. My gosh, the knowledge that we can respect and share, how important is that? So welcome here to the Brisbane Convention Exhibition Centre, and those across Australia and the world. You might be from Haydn, Hyderabad, Helsinki, anywhere, welcome. But particularly, I think we have school students online. Welcome to you. You're going to hear very exciting things today, and you might pick up an idea for a career, because we need more young people doing science, technology, engineering, and maths, and you're going to need it right through your life. I also warmly welcome, in particular, and we're honoured to have her, the Chief Scientist of Queensland, Professor Kerry Wilson. As former Chief Scientist of West Australia myself, I know just how busy you're going to be today. You're dashing off to an event with school kids next, so that's great to see. But we are so thrilled to have you with us today. Also with us, we have farmers. My gosh, you are, I think, the most resilient people on this planet. Lots of students, researchers, industry, government representatives, health professionals, many more. It's a very wide audience, and I think that reflects just how relevant and important today's subject is. We even had marvellous food outside, as you'll have noticed. And the more we work together to get a true national dialogue for us in Australia, but everyone around the world. So, now onto the housekeeping bit when I do my demonstration, a bit like you get on the planes. But the main thing is to say to you that make sure your phones are on silent, please, because I reckon there's a PhD in why you are the last person to realise your phone is ringing when the rest of the room has noticed it already. But also, please use social media with the hashtag Academy Symposium, because the more we get the message out there, the better it's going to be. You'll find the whole programme just by scanning the QR code on your name badge. And talking about the name badges, please keep them afterwards, because the little dotty things in there are actually lettuce seeds. So just plant them out in your garden or on your window box, because in a few weeks you could be eating the Academy. Just have to also tell you that the symposium is being recorded and live streamed. So if anybody's got any little slight discomforts about it, please see me or the people at reception, and we'll make sure that we accommodate your particular needs and desires. I'm also now going to thank our sponsors, because thanks to Charles Perkins Centre in the University of Sydney and the Waite campus in Adelaide, you have been instrumental in putting this whole symposium together, and we thank you so much for that. And also a thank you to the World Science Festival in Brisbane. We're just so proud to be partnering with you. This is the first Academy Symposium. It's one of our big events for the year, and it's the first time, this is our 70th year anniversary, it's the first time it's moved outside Canberra, and we've come here to Brisbane. And the fact we have such a marvellous audience here already, Thank you everybody in Queensland, but thank you everyone across the country who's supported this initiative, because we are a national organisation and I think it speaks volumes that we're all here today. So is that pretty great? I reckon it is. Yay! So today we're going to explore how food on our plate is changing. Our population's changing, our climate's changing, supply chains are being disrupted around the world with pandemics and the like. My gosh and golly, it's so important that we have good food for us and for the world. And do you remember when COVID started and everybody said, we're not going to have enough to eat? And then we could say, our farmers are producing 1/5 of their product for you and 1/4 is going overseas. That was reassuring to everybody, but this is our huge export industry and one that represents Australia around the world. We've got to do it with the right balance of healthy foods, protecting the environment, but by gosh, it's got to be profitable because we can't have our farmers going under. These are all topics that we're going to touch on today. But first of all, I'd like to invite the Queensland's Chief Scientist, Professor Kerry Wilson, to share some thoughts with you. Kerry, we're honoured to have you here today.
Hello and good morning. I'd also like to acknowledge the Turrbal and Yugara as the First Nations owners of the lands where we're standing, and thank you also for your wonderful acknowledgement, Lynn. It is fantastic to be here with you all today. I'd like to give a special congratulations to the symposium conveners, Professor Christine Beveridge, who I park outside the front of every day as I drop my kids off to school, so we've been high-fiving over the past term, Professor Stephen Simpson, and Dr. John Kirkegaard. And thank you for the efforts in pulling this together. It's always more than you imagine when you say yes to take on an event like this, so I truly appreciate it. And I also have to welcome you all here to Brisbane. I'm very pleased that for the first time that you've chosen to hold your National Symposium outside of Canberra, you've chosen Brisbane. Absolutely no surprise to me as a Queenslander why you would do that, and that's just demonstrating my own biases. But it's also fitting that you've chosen to host your symposium to coincide with the World Science Festival here in Brisbane, which is, and I hope you've had a chance to participate in some of the activities, just an incredible science festival, the only place it's held outside of the US. And it really is our opportunity to shine a spotlight for all Australians on all of the research and science that's undertaken here in our country, and celebrate our incredible scientists as well. So thank you. The collaboration between the Australian Academy of Science and the World Science Festival Brisbane is really, really fantastic to see, and I hope that we see other organisations taking up that opportunity too. I also really appreciate and value the opportunity you've taken to connect the research undertaken in Australia with a broader audience as well, and have the opportunity for them to participate in discussions around food, agriculture and nutrition, topics that are important for each and every one of us. And I'd like to formally congratulate the Academy for turning 70 years of supporting and promoting science, which is just a fantastic milestone. In my research on the Academy, you've recognised more than 900 fellows, and you've had the leadership of now 20 presidents. In acknowledging your fellows, it would be an oversight of me not to highlight one of those fellows in particular, and one of those presidents. The first female elected to the Academy was Professor Dorothy Hill. Dorothy was a Queenslander. She was the first female professor at an Australian university and was known for her work on geological reef research, which led to discoveries that led to the establishment of the Heron Island Marine Biological Station. And for those that have been there, you'll know that that is an absolute asset in our research sector also. And I'd like to also shout out to Queensland's most recent fellow, Professor Saar from the Queensland Brain Institute, elected last year for his contribution for neuroscience, spanning over 20 years of effort in that 25 years of effort in that area. So, to the topic of today, you're discussing how we can nourish the nation. As the Queensland Chief Scientist, my role is to provide independent science advice to government. And as Lynn and I shared at the beginning, it truly is the best job in science, and it's a little secret. And one of the reasons why it is because we get the opportunity in this role to really delve deep and unpack all different areas, all different disciplines, and seek to understand the role of science in the economy as well. So agriculture, as I'm sure you're all aware, is super important. 13% of our goods and services exported are agricultural products. Agriculture accounts for 2.7% of our GDP and just over 2% of our employment. And with latest figures indicating that within the agricultural sector, specifically, there are 250,000 people employed currently. But we also know that agriculture accounts for 55% of Australia's land use and almost 3/4 of our water consumption. And as an environmental scientist, that then leads me to remind you all of the importance of interdisciplinarity and bringing disciplines together to solve problems and look for solutions and I guess generate that roadmap for sectors and their research included. We're lucky in Australia. We have a fantastic track record of Australian scientists working in agricultural science, but also climate science and developing new foods. And I'm just going to give you a taste of some of that expertise here in Queensland. So you're probably aware that just a few months ago, QUT was issued with a license to commercially release a genetically modified variety of Cavendish banana, crop important for our state also. And this variety is resilient to Panama disease, TR4. So that disease, that fungus, can stay in the ground for more than 50 years, and you can imagine the impact that that can have on communities that are reliant on that industry, and all of us that like to eat bananas. So we're really pleased that QUT has been able to establish that research over many years with many supporters and get to that milestone. At UQ, researchers led by Professor Lee Hickey are speeding up the life cycle of crop varieties. They're using AI to tap into big data sets from wheat and barley to bring desirable traits to these important crops faster than ever. And then in this intersection with climate science, we've got some fantastic research undertaken in Queensland in relation to livestock methane emissions. And just to call out one example there is from James Cook University, CSIRO, and with the support of Meat and Livestock Australia, working with seaweed as a livestock feed. Incredibly, their discoveries can reduce methane emissions by more than 80%. And I'm not going to go for every uni in Queensland, don't worry, but I do want to call out USQ. This is a problem with being the Queensland Chief Scientist. You get really excited by these examples when you're asked to speak on a particular topic. University's Sunshine Coast is working on seaweed research also, and their research is benefiting marine life and fish stocks, and they've got evidence that the seaweed that they're supplying fish can improve their immune system, which is important in commercial settings. Interest also from the prawn industry. So, an endless array of projects underway here in Queensland and nationally that are improving agricultural systems for us all. And you'll be going through these topics, of course. As a Queensland Chief Scientist, I also want to mention the work undertaken by the Department of Agricultural Fisheries here in our state. My office does an annual whip around of all the agencies and how much they're investing in science and research. And our Department of Agriculture and Fisheries spent last year $113 million, or almost a quarter of Queensland government investment in R&D. And we're really grateful for the work that they're doing in the sector to improve the climate resilience of crops and other systems. So today you're discussing, I'm sure, a lot about new technologies. And I could have riddled off numerous examples that are coming out from our universities in relation to robotics and sensors and Internet of Things and AI and blockchain and gene editing and precision fermentation. Every kind of keyword is available to us. But I guess the ambitions there are all around value-adding our products and value-adding our systems and creating more resilient systems as well. So enough from me. You've got amazing speakers here that will delight and impart knowledge on you. I'm just incredibly grateful, Lynn and others that organised the symposium to be held here in Brisbane, that you've done so. And I really wish you well. I hope it's a great event. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Everything from bananas to burping cows. Don't you absolutely love it? Thank you for setting the scene for us and stressing the importance of interdisciplinarity. And one of our main medals at the Academy is the Dorothy Hill Medal. So it's so wonderful that you acknowledged her at the beginning of your speech. Thank you so much indeed. Gosh, well, as we've already heard from the Chief Scientist, there are so many aspects to this. Today we're going to have three main topics. They'll be represented in the morning and then the afternoon session: food production systems, climate change resilience in agriculture, nutrition, and food facts. Now, we've been very ambitious. We've got a huge program today, and I'm for it if I don't keep to time, so I'm going to do the very best I can. But let me just say that we are looking forward to you all asking questions from the floor. And for those who are online, please use the QR code, come on and ask questions, and we'll put as many of them as we can to people right here up on the podium, but also members of the audience who would have extra input to do on that. So everybody, please fasten your seat belts, because we're going to start very quickly now and move to our speakers and panelists. As I said, when we do have breaks, there's going to be interactive demonstrations and food tasting at lunch, so keep that in mind. Make sure you take advantage of all of those, because we want you to learn and engage as much as possible. But now our first speaker, and I'm delighted to introduce today Professor David Raubenheimer, a leading expert in nutritional ecology, the science of how food environments interacts with animals' biology to influence and determine health and fitness outcomes. I think that's doing the right things by us and by the animals. Well over 37 years experience. You started very young and have written multiple books, and you are joining us. I can't think of a more appropriate opening keynote speaker. Please welcome David to the stage.
Thanks very much for that nice introduction, Lynn, and thank you so much to the Academy for inviting me to do this presentation today. It's a real privilege for me. Now, what I'm going to be speaking about today is rebalancing the Australian food system, and I'm going to do so as a nutritional ecologist. I'm going to do so from an unusual perspective, which is through the lens of the natural world. And as you'll see, appetites will feature prominently within the story that I'm going to tell you today. So I'm going to start out saying a little bit about the natural world and its relationship to our food systems. I'm then going to move on to human appetites, which flows naturally from that story you'll see, embedding human appetites in our food system, and then on to the main topic, which is Australian foods. Surrounding every food and meal that we eat is an immensely complex set of interacting factors known as a food system. Broadly speaking, food systems can be partitioned into those factors that influence what we eat and those factors that are influenced by what we eat. One of the greatest challenges that we face in Australia and globally at the moment is that the factors that influence what we eat are configured in a way such that some of those outcomes are optimized at the expense of other outcomes. And the urgent challenge is how do we rebalance the system, the food system. And to do that, we need to find ways of navigating this immense complexity of the food system surrounding our dietary choices. Now, what I'm going to tell you about today is the past 37 years of research with my colleague Steve Simpson, tell you a story that is partly summarized in our 2 books together, and that is how we took a very unusual approach to this question of how to navigate the complexity of food systems. What we did is we asked the simple question of how it is that other species navigate the complexity of natural food systems or ecosystems, and then addressed the question of whether the information gained from taking that approach can help us to better understand how to deal with similar issues in our own food systems. To do that, we invented a new approach to nutrition called nutritional geometry, which basically creates a nutritional map and enables us to ask the question, how is it that other species navigate this nutritional map? So, for example, in this experiment with cockroaches, what we did is we manipulated their diet to put them into a state of nutritional imbalance by giving them either a high protein or a high carbohydrate diet. And after that phase of the experiment, we gave them access to both of those foods, enabling them to mix whatever diet they wished to mix. And then we measured the response. And amazingly, what these cockroaches did is after being in a state of imbalance, they selected just the right combination of the 2 foods available to rebalance their diet. And then they continued to select that ratio of foods to stay on a diet that was balanced with respect to those 2 nutrients. Now, this was a very surprising result, and as you can see, a very clear result, and we've seen it again and again in all of the 40 or so species that we've studied, including in our closest living cousins, other primate species in their natural food environments in the wild. What this tells us is it tells us the way that these animals navigate the complexity of natural food systems is using a device that is known as nutrient-specific appetites. In other words, animals have not just a single appetite, but they have appetites that make them hungry for specific nutrients depending on what they need at a given time. Now, one of the really valuable aspects of establishing this in other species is it enables us to address an important question. And that is knowing that animals regulate their nutrient intake to a target in this way, for example, that they want to be at that point there, we can then ask the question of how do they respond in circumstances when they're stuck in imbalanced food environments that prevent them from reaching that target. For example, one that has too much carbohydrate relative to protein. You can then model that, and you can do experiments, and the options are that the animal could feed to that point there, in which case what they do is they get the target amount of carbohydrate, but they suffer a shortage of protein, or they could navigate to that point there, where they get the right amount of protein, but at the cost of overeating carbohydrate, or of course they could do anything intermediate between that. Now, when you do research on this, you want to know not just their response to a single imbalanced diet, but how they respond more generally to imbalanced diets that vary in the ratio of the nutrients, shown in this picture here. And in such a situation, you might get this as being the experimental outcome. And what that would tell you is that these animals, in their regulatory decisions, in how they resolve this trade-off between nutrients, they prioritize carbohydrate because they're prepared to undereat protein or overeat protein in order to get the right target level of carbohydrate. And that would be the opposite. By the same reasoning, they prioritize protein if that were the outcome. Now, we've seen animals across the natural world vary widely in their responses to this situation. But what I want to emphasize is that most of our closest, almost all of the closest living relatives of the primates that we've studied in wild systems show this response here, known as protein prioritization. In other words, their appetites regulate their intake of protein more strongly than fat and carbohydrates. And as a result, on low protein diets, they will overeat fat and carbohydrates, and on high protein diets, they will undereat fat and carbohydrates. Now, that's all I'm going to say about the natural world. I'm now going to turn to the key question that this research or the questions that this research led us to ask about our own species. And those are obvious questions. Do we also have nutrient-specific appetites? Do we show protein prioritization like other primate species we've studied? And then most important of all, why it matters to know this information. Do we have nutrient-specific appetites? Our research, experimental research, shows definitely that we do. We are no different to other species in that respect. Do we show protein prioritization? We do. We're no different to other primate species in that respect. So now's the key question. Why does it matter to know these two pieces of information about our own species? The reason it matters is it helps us understand in an entirely different way why it is that we overeat in our modern food systems. And this graph shows very clearly what I mean by this. But what I'm plotting here is on the x-axis is the percentage of energy from protein in the diets of these experimental trials. We have presented the data here. What the blue is the amount of protein that is eaten by subjects on each of those diets, and the red is the amount of fat and carbohydrate that's eaten. What this tells us here is that protein, as we've seen, remains remarkably constant as we vary the balance of protein to energy in the diet. But as we reduce the percentage of protein, fat and carbohydrate intake increase exponentially. So to see what this means, if we ate a diet from these experiments, if we ate a diet of 30% energy from protein, we'd eat that much protein, and we'd eat that much fat and carbohydrate. But if we ate a diet of 12% of energy from protein, we'd eat a very similar amount of protein, but we'd greatly overeat fat and carbohydrates. Now, the key message here is that the reason we overeat is not because there's something wrong with our biology that needs a pharmaceutical or other approach to deal with. Our biology, I've shown you, is fixed. It's the same as other primate species and other species that we've studied across the board. But what has changed to drive the nutritional predicament we're in today is a question around the environment. What has diluted protein in our food system in order to lead to the epidemic of overconsumption that's plaguing the planet and the health of our species at the moment. So, moving now on to food systems, and the key issue here is whether this information about macronutrient balancing in our species can help us understand the imbalances in our food system that I mentioned at the beginning of the talk. And to address that, I'm going to very briefly introduce another kind of nutritional geometry called mixture geometry. And then I'm going to show how incorporating this information about human appetites via mixture geometry in a food system context can help us better address the kind of issues on the right-hand side here, the imbalances within our food system. So, mixture geometry, very briefly, is an approach for comparing the protein, carbohydrate, and fat proportions in different nutritional mixtures. So, for example, in diet 1 or diet 2 in the slide there, or it needn't be a diet, you could use exactly the same approach for meals or for foods for that matter, as I will show you. Now, all I want you to take away from this slide in terms of geometry is that as the percentage of protein in the mixture increases, the point representing that mixture moves up the protein axis. As fat increases, it moves up the fat axis, but as carbohydrate increases, it moves from that diagonal line there, which represents 0 carbohydrate, towards the point 0, 0, the origin of the graph, which represents 100% carbohydrate. So it's just a pictorial representation, not to worry about the geometry at all. What we can then do is we can start incorporating important factors into our model that we're building using mixture geometry. An important one would be the dietary guidelines. What are the recommended proportional intakes of the different macronutrients through the official dietary guidelines? For protein, that's between 15 and 25% of our diet should consist of protein energy. For fat, it's 20 to 35%, so you can draw those boundaries in, those ranges in. And for carbohydrate, it's 45 to 65%. What we can now do is at a glance identify what composition of diet or food or meal is balanced nutritionally with respect to our the nutritional recommendations and which combinations are imbalanced. What I'll do now is show you how we can build a model of overeating using this approach here. And to do that, I'm going to use the experimental data I've already presented to you to show you how we can represent that in this mixture type approach. So there we're plotting the compositions, the three-dimensional compositions of the experimental diets used in that analysis. Then we can ask, well, how does diet composition relate to energy intake? And we can represent that, as I've done there, using a heat map, where red represents high energy intakes and blue represents low energy intakes. So you can see what we've already seen. High protein on the x-axis corresponds with low energy intake, spontaneously regulated by these experimental subjects, and low percentage of protein corresponds with high energy intakes. You can then include energy balance, which is the energy intake that exactly matches our energy expenditure, which I've done there, and this tells us that any diets that have protein concentrations that fall to the left-hand side of that balance line are going to be associated with energy overconsumption, and diets to the right-hand side will be associated with energy underconsumption relative to the recommended requirements. This is all experimental laboratory work. What does this have to do with food systems at all? Why have I replotted this data in this different format? The reason is that what we've been able to do is to show that in natural populations we get exactly that same pattern playing out. This is Australian Health Survey data showing that in free-living humans, we get the same response as what we get in these highly controlled, randomized controlled trials in the laboratory. And this provides the key link between human biology, regulatory biology, and food environments that we're looking for. So now we can start, as I said, linking this bit of biology to a number of very important factors within our food system, related to our food system. So, for example, to public health. The natural question then, we know that our diets are the proteins being diluted, causing energy overconsumption. Which are the foods that are responsible for that? You can plot the compositions of Australian foods, which I've done there, and then you can identify this tight cluster of foods that fall to the left-hand side of recommended macronutrient intake. So the low protein part of the axis, and if you investigate what those are what are known as ultra-processed foods. Ultra-processed foods are foods that originate not from a forest and not from a field, but from a factory. They have their roots in industrial manufacture, not in agriculture or in gathering, harvesting from the wild. Okay, so what we've been able to establish here, really important from a public health perspective, is that we've isolated a category of foods that are implicated in diluting the protein concentration in our diets in the Australian and, for that matter, in the global food system. We can then start using this to reach out to broader issues that are problematic aspects of the imbalance of our food system. So equity, for example. What we've shown is that in terms of affordability, what we've shown is that low-income groups in Australia are associated with low-protein diets, and hence spontaneous excess energy intake. We know the reason for that because we've shown, if you look at the relative cost of different macronutrients in the foods that we eat, protein is the expensive one, and this becomes a socio-economic challenge, forcing people to the left-hand side of the recommended requirements and energy overconsumption. We can also then use this perspective to consider environmental impacts of the diets that we eat. So far I've focused on more individual-based issues in food and diet, and that is nutrition, biology, appetites, food choice, and indirectly health. We've done a lot of that directly as well. Much more challenging to integrate with this approach is system-wide issues. For example, one I'm getting at in this slide, which is the environment, or broader social issues and economic issues. Now, I was privileged to work with a wonderful team of collaborators from physics at the University of Sydney and the business school at the University of Sydney to develop an approach for integrating those broader system-wide impacts with this triangle-based approach in nutritional geometry. And how we did that was to integrate a life cycle, a really powerful technique called life cycle assessment with the geometry triangles. This then enabled us to examine the system-wide effects and have a look at how nutrition and foods relate to those. So as an example, what I've plotted here is something that's already well known, that high-protein foods are associated with high greenhouse gas emissions. Now, we've recreated that here. One implication of this, therefore, is that we need to reduce the density of protein within our diets in order to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. This is a widely accepted assumption regarding these kinds of analyses. Where high protein we can see associated with high greenhouse gas, low with low, therefore diluting protein is a good thing to do. The problem there is that that analysis makes a key assumption. And what it assumes is that as you dilute protein from the right-hand side vertical in that plot, along the red arrow to the left-hand side vertical, energy intake is remaining constant. That is plotted per unit of energy intake, as is common in those analyses. But of course, we know that's not true. Energy intake does not remain constant. Protein intake remains constant as we dilute protein, and energy intake increases. If we reanalyze the data in those terms, taking that into account, replotting per unit of protein eaten rather than per unit of energy eaten, we get a very different picture. And that is that there's a large plateau over which greenhouse gas doesn't change, and then it actually increases with extremely dilute protein diets. And the reason for this is we're looking at the environmental costs that are associated with overeating driven by protein dilution within our diets. So it's a very different view of the relationship between different foods and their contributions to our diets, which is what we're showing there, and global greenhouse gas emissions. The question then, of course, from a practical point of view, having established this relationship, we want to know which foods specifically are responsible for that dilution or for the increase in global greenhouse gas associated with the protein dilution. For that, to this point, we've only looked at a single food. So we need to think more broadly about, we know that there are far more foods than the single category that we've looked at, the ultra-processed food category. As I've already shown you, a lot more foods in the Australian food system. So to understand the relationship between ultra-processed foods and the other foods within our food system, and how they interactively contribute to the outcomes we're interested in, such as in the previous slide, global greenhouse gas emissions, what we need is a food classification system to classify foods into different categories. The classification system that's very popular, and the one that I'm using in this analysis, is known as the NOVA system, in which one of those categories is ultra-processed foods. That's category 4. The third category is processed foods, which, for example, tinned foods, yogurt, and so forth. The second is culinary ingredients, and the first category is whole foods. Now, the value of classifying foods in that way is what we can then do is we can use a similar kind of triangle in which we look at the relative contributions to diets which are the mixtures, the relative contributions of different food categories, rather than the different nutrients, the macronutrients to our diet. So we have now moved, taking this approach, from thinking about nutrients as the driving factor to thinking about mixtures of foods within our diets and how that influences the outcomes we are interested in. So getting back to the environmental issue, here's an example of that, where we've got on the x-axis the ultra-processed foods, the category I've introduced you to, and the y-axis, the other end of the spectrum, whole foods. And the main thing to note, answering our question about which categories of foods are responsible for that protein dilution in the greenhouse gas effect that I showed you, is you can see how greenhouse gas peaks at the right-hand side of the x-axis. In other words, diets that are rich in ultra-processed foods are also associated with high greenhouse gas emissions. And here's one of the reasons for that, because of the energy use in their production. So this provides informing us, it provides a map of our food system, informing us how different types of food combinations are associated with the outcomes of the foods that we eat, as I introduced at the beginning. So that we've recovered something we've already touched on, global greenhouse gas emissions. You can do the same for health. And here we can see the energy density of our diets is maximal with maximal increases with the proportion of ultra-processed foods in our diets, as I've already implied in the previous analyses. But the flip side of that is nutrient density is at an absolute rock bottom minimum with high ultra-processed food consumption in our diet, and it's whole food diets that peak in nutrient density. So this gives rise to the million-dollar question, and that is, why then do we tolerate diets that are unhealthy and are unsustainable? That is the key issue. Nobody really wants the planet to be poisoned. Nobody wants our bodies to be poisoned. So why are they so persistent within our food system? To answer that, we've got to do other analyses. The reason is because they are deeply bedded within the economic system that governs all of this, such that there are market benefits to the economy of having these things consumed at the high levels that they are. I've given you two examples of that, analyzed in the same way, and that is national income, and the other is employment. So, to conclude, what I've tried to show you is how, taking a different perspective to this massively huge global problem through looking at the natural world, has led us to the realization that appetites are the key interface between biology and the food systems, whether they be natural or whether they be human food systems. And if you take that perspective, the landing point is that we can identify important trade-offs within our food system that are driving the imbalances that I spoke about at the beginning. So the economic benefits peak with high ultra-processed food consumption at the cost of health and environment. The key challenge we face then is to manage those causal factors that I introduced you to in such a way that we can produce diets and a food system where the benefits of what we eat in economic, health, and environmental terms are aligned. This is what's known as broad scope sustainability. Not only environmentally sustainable, not only socially sustainable as in health, but also economically sustainable. And then, of course, make sure that those diets are accessible to all Australians. So that's the story I wanted to tell you today. It's a very high-level overview, a 30,000-mile overview of our food system. But I hope I've shown you how, if you take different ways of looking at the problem, you can find novel routes for navigating the complexities and identifying specific areas that need to be focused on. And then I think that that is the critical route. For the future of food in Australia and globally is for us to consider as a community, as a society, how can we better manage those causal factors in a way that leads to a future of foods that is better balanced. And I'm going to end by thanking the Australian Academy again for inviting me to tell you about this research, and also my many collaborators in the different projects that I've mentioned today. Thank you very much.
You stay on here, we've got questions. I'm sure you'll all agree that was fantastic and on time. I reckon what makes a perfect talk is great content, clear presentation, high relevance, and you've just hit the bullseye. Can we have another round of applause? It was so good. So now it's time for questions. If you put your hand up if you're in the audience, we'll bring a microphone to you. Those online, please submit and we will read out your questions. So we're open to any questions from the audience, please. The lady there, if you could identify who you are and where you're from, that would be really helpful too. We'd appreciate it.
Okay. Hello, I'm Barbara Williams from QAAFI.
Now, QAAFI, because for those of us who aren't Queenslanders...
Queensland Agriculture and Alliance of oh my God, too many acronyms. Alliance for Agriculture and Food Innovation.
Wonderful. So if you're quaffing coffee, you're a QAAFI.
Something like that. I thought that talk was absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. I just have one... I realise, of course, you have to keep it broad. But I'm very interested in the gut microbiota and how that relates to health. And by keeping with carbohydrates, fat, protein, that's very broad. But I'm sure, coming from Charles Perkins, that at some point you have discussed the whole gut microbiota and how that's going to relate to health, etc. And I'm just wondering how those conversations might have gone.
Okay, not conversations, research programs. So in half an hour, going from cockroaches to global food systems is a big stretch, so the depth was not that much. But so I've just looked at macronutrients, and of course we take into account the nutritional geometry. That's a starting point, not an end point. Different categories of macronutrients, which influence, as you all know, the gut microbiota differently. You include other components, like indigestible fiber, which plays an important role as well. And we've done extensive research around that area, which is headed by Andy Holmes, who's one of our panelists today, later on today. And if you have more, I'm sure Andy will be speaking about the details of that research. But you're right, it makes a really important it is a really important consideration in understanding these relationships. And for your question, the key point here is that ultra-processed foods are not only dilute in protein, but they're also dilute in fiber, which is a key component. And what dilutes the protein and the fiber is not complex resistant carbohydrates that are good for the gut microbiota, but simple, cheap, purified carbohydrates that are the opposite.
Happy with that answer? Yes.
Yeah. Now, of course, the whole foods is the answer for just that reason. They're not pulled apart and resynthesized.
Over there, the gentleman towards the back row.
Yes, thank you. Great presentation. My name is Eugene Roda from QAAFI as well, so I'm not going to spell it because it's been already spelled. Thank you, Barbara. I think I'm going to continue a bit with the answer that you just gave, and that relates to micronutrients. Obviously, you've been focusing in macronutrients. And I was wondering whether we have specific appetites for micronutrients, and if we do, then how much more complex that complexity will bring to that table and to that diet that we need to be balanced. Thank you.
We're getting great questions.
Great question. Yeah, absolutely. Micronutrients, do we have specific appetites for them? The answer to that, like most things in nutrition, is yes and no. Yes, we have specific appetites for some micronutrients. Ones that come to mind is sodium and calcium are the two that are well known to be associated with nutrient-specific appetites, but there's a wide range that we don't have specific appetites for. And then we can ask, well, if that's the case, where did biology go wrong? Why do we regulate some nutrients but the others are left to chance? And the answer is that they're not left to chance. Those things come along for the ride if we select the appropriate food environments. We don't have to regulate everything precisely. In fact, it's probably beyond the capability of biology to do those hyperdimensional calculations that would be necessary for regulating 40 different nutrients. So biology prioritizes the ones that are really important for direct and active regulation, and then ensures that animals inhabit food environments where if they follow those appetites, all of the other micronutrients come along for the ride. Back to ultra-processed foods. What they have done is they've broken that relationship in our food system. We are following our appetites in a food system where those other micronutrients no longer come along for the ride, and that is causing additional problems. We get this combination of undernutrition of some things and overnutrition of other things. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, good to hear. Thank you. Yes, a question.
Not good to hear. It's just depressing.
Please, a question. Gentleman there, you can roll the microphone.
I might just read a question from online and then we'll come to this one next. So sorry, just want to include our online audience as well. We've just got Nicole from Parramatta. She has a question about the NOVA classification, as it's being criticised for not factoring in as much nutritional value rather than the processing, and it can be a vague term. When it comes to something like a frozen meat, vegetable and noodle bowl, considered a UPF or an ultra-processed food, but so is a soft drink, and how do you pull this apart in your analysis?
So the criticism is that of NOVA is that it's not nutrient-based, but its food is processing-based. And what I've tried to show you is how you can link that processing to the underlying nutritional drivers. And it's complex, and I agree, no food classification is perfect, and there's a lot of criticism and discussion around the impact of the NOVA system. But what I can say is, what I do like about it, it might not be 100% accurate, but as I've shown you, is it does really quite strongly predict the categories of foods that are the problem foods within our food system. Those ultra-processed foods is the concept of the NOVA system, whereas nutrient-based systems would have the downside, for example, that low-protein foods such as whole plant-based foods might be categorized as being unhealthy because they have low protein, but actually plant-based foods, it's a very different category of nutrients in plant-based foods. So to isolate protein, what we're showing is not only identifying a category of foods, but also showing what are the specific nutritional relationships underlying the impacts of those foods on our society. And this is important because it provides a discrete and simple target for policy, for example. You can't do policy around high carbohydrates or high fat or high protein, but you can do policy against a discrete category of foods that are related to that. And some countries have already done that really effectively. Brazil is an example, and Chile is another example.
Wow, thank you for that answer. And we have a question here.
Yeah, Michael Advardi, University of Queensland. You mentioned that low-income consumers gravitate towards highly processed foods. Yet you also said highly processed foods are there because of the economic drivers, so the cost. So that seems like a bit of a conundrum that low-income consumers are eating processed foods that tend to be more expensive, actually, low in protein. So I work on legumes, and I guess legume seeds sit nicely in a perfect centre between protein, carbohydrate, and fats, and yet they're quite cheap. So they're not being consumed by low-income groups. And as you said that earlier during your talk, I thought, well, perhaps that's a culture and convenience thing rather than an economic thing. So I wonder what your thoughts are there.
Well, the price is, so there are two things here. There's the per unit profitability associated with the food, and there's the amount of the volume of that food that is eaten. We know that the per unit profit for processed foods is very high relative to the costs because it's value add. That's the way that the processed food industry works. So it's not true to say that processed foods are necessarily have to be expensive in order to drive the economy. It's also a function of how much of those things are eaten and what is the cost of producing them relative to the profit margin. And that's where the difference can. I totally agree with you. I think the wonder food is legumes because it has all the things that we need and it's not expensive. And you can, sustainable, healthily sustainable diets, environmentally sustainable diets can be eaten on a low budget if we choose our foods. But there's a headwind of the processed food industry which ensures that that doesn't happen. Just look at the marketing strategies in our supermarkets. Things are tilted towards the component food category that is most profitable in the broad term. But that's a key target for, I think, transformation, is exactly what you're saying.
Thank you.
I see you nodding, so I think you must agree. The gentleman here in the fourth row, just next to here we go, next to the aisle.
Thank you so much. It was a really good presentation, first of all, a journey from cockroach to broad spectrum. My question was about availability and accessibility of the food. Talking about like the body urge or the craving for certain food, even in primates and humans, it's just about when is the food available and also how accessible it is. Just in case if we have an example of the highly processed food. If I have a diet and after 2 hours my body is craving and building up that protein takes a lot of time. And that's also one of the factors that if the food is available and what kind of food is available, along with the policies that we were just talking about legumes, if it is accessible to the nation or not. I guess that's the final step for nourishing a nation about the availability, which is available what. So was that a parameter that was discussed in this research, or is there something that is going to be a topic to be revolving around your research on this topic?
Yes, availability is a key issue, and I think that it's one of the key targets of that transformation that I'm speaking about, and that is it won't transform a food system to develop foods that are environmentally, socially, and economically sustainable if they're not available to the population. And again, at the moment, there's overwhelming evidence that disadvantaged populations are disproportionately impacted by lack of availability of fresh alternatives. And there are many examples you can read in the scientific literature and also in the media where it's not only a lack of availability, but it's specifically designed to be that through one way or the other. So it's a massive issue which I agree has to be redressed.
I can see you nodding in agreement. Thank you. We've got one more online question and then...
So John, watching from Canberra, has asked, do specific nutrient appetites vary with our genetics?
You're getting some excellent questions here.
Well, the answer is the one-part answer is everything varies with our genetics. But the details of that, I'm not going to address.
Could I chip in and ask whether it varies with age? Do kids want to eat different things from adults?
Oh, there's definitely with age, absolutely. I mean, you look at the one diet that is absolutely known to be balanced for humans at an appropriate life stage, and that is human breast milk. It has 7% of protein. 7% of protein in the adult human would lead to massive obesity or undernutrition because it's so incredibly low. But at that stage of our development, it's designed to feed growing bodies in that way. Reasons for that I'm not going to go into. But then you look later in life, and what we select in that selection experiment is about 15% energy from protein throughout the sort of adult stage. And then later in life, our requirements for protein increase again because our efficiency of using ingested protein decreases. So certainly these requirements and appetites change throughout our life.
Thank you. We could squeeze in one quick question. I think a gentleman here on the aisle.
Anthony Van Hunt.
Quickly, rush a microphone, please. Here it comes. One of our angels.
Anthony Van Hunt from CSIRO. You've raised an interesting philosophical quandary in my mind that from the data you've presented today that our choices at the supermarket are not conscious decisions but driven by some desire to tend toward that balance between protein, fat and carbohydrate. You partly addressed that in your previous response, but I'm just wondering what other factors push us away from that relationship, if you like, or that sweet spot between the balance.
So a massive one, of course, is marketing. That's why so much is spent on marketing, because it is it's money very well invested. And what that says is so much is spent on strategies for changing, for hacking our psychology in a way that competes with those nutrient-specific appetites. That's the one. The other thing is access, and affordability. There are a wide range of this culture, a wide range of societal issues that feed into this. But the point that I've tried to make is if we can establish a solid backbone, as we've done with nutrient-specific appetites, we can then start adding on, as I showed you, with equity and affordability, adding on other factors and ask how those things interact with the biology that's driving the outcomes that we're interested in. So you can build a systems approach, you can build complexity stepwise rather than throw ourselves directly into that intractable mess of complex relationships, which is a food system.
I think that
Good point.
answer resonated, yes? Yeah. Look, we have to move on, but hasn't this been the most brilliant start? Another round of applause. David, you've absolutely nailed it.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you.
Wow. And David's going to be around all day, and he's very happy to talk to people, so take advantage of it, all his expertise and his friendship. Now, we have another great speaker for us today, and this is Dr. John Kirkegaard from Australia's science agency CSIRO. He's an Academy Fellow and a member of the Academy's Council. He really is, I think, the perfect definition of a citizen scientist who really cares about doing science and sharing science. A chief research scientist, as I said, at CSIRO, based in Canberra, but an adjunct professor at the Uni of Western Australia and Charles Sturt University. Over 30 years, John's research teams and collaborators in Australia and around the world have investigated numerous strategies to improve the productivity and sustainability of dry land mixed farming systems, so important for Australia. But I must tell you, the thing he's done recently is to bring 2 young ladies, agricultural scientists from Ukraine, to learn more about how we can work together and support them through this really tough time they're doing. And you took them across the length and breadth of Australia. Wasn't that a special thing to do? John, we welcome you to the podium today.
Thanks everybody. It's great to be back in Queensland. I grew up on the Darling Downs and did my study at UQ many years ago on pigeon pea, another legume. And it's great to be back in Queensland and to be helping the Academy celebrate 70 years. If we look at the achievements of the Australian agricultural industry, the sector, in the context of the fact that we live on a very old and infertile continent agriculturally, with an extremely variable climate, one of the most variable and driest in the world, and a very volatile sector, the agricultural sector, then I think we can be proud of these achievements. But we've already heard this morning that there are a lot of headwinds. There's a lot of legitimate concerns about how we balance that wonderful record of production and productivity with some of these issues that are coming our way. And David's been talking about transformations of our food system, and lots of organisations are are getting onto this. And one that I know of is this recent work that's been done by, I think, 54 different organisations in policy and science and agriculture have gotten together to look at where we want to be in 2050 in agriculture, and they've come up with this report. It comes up with different scenarios of where we want to be and how we might get there. And I think you can see these, the term transformation is there in those sentences, but also achievable stepping stones. And I think one of my mantras has always been incremental transformation. Transformation is a useful word, but we've got to get there in a way that brings the industry with us, brings the public with us, and in agriculture that's very important. It's a very diverse sector. You can see there in terms of value, the range of things that Australia produces. And in my talk, I'm going to narrow it down to something I know a bit about, partly for that reason, partly because I know our following panel has experts in sectors that I don't work in. So I will focus on that dry land mixed farming sector. And I'm going to focus in on wheat, one of our biggest export crops and one of our biggest crops generally nationally, and also obviously an important food. If you look at the trend in wheat yields in Australia since we started growing wheat, when not long after we was first colonised by Europeans, it's quite instructive. The red line there is the annual wheat yield, and you can see that variability generated mostly by climate and rainfall. But you can also see some patterns, periods of increase, periods of plateau. And it's interesting to think about what's behind that, the science behind it, the circumstances behind it. So this phase, which I'm calling the mining phase, at this stage, plant science didn't really know that plants took up nutrients from the soil. At that stage, we still thought they got plants from the air. We didn't know a lot about nutrition, and we brought largely European farming systems to Australia. We ploughed light and fragile soils repeatedly to grow those crops. And you can see what happened. The productivity dropped away, the fertility of the soil declined, and that was the result. We then got a rebound with a couple of different things. Firstly, breeding, plant breeding. William Farrer, as you may know, realised we were growing the wrong kind of wheat in Australia, far too long season, susceptible to diseases, not the quality we needed, and he was famous for breeding varieties much more adapted to the Australian environment. So we started this period of this pathway of adaptation to Australian environments. We also learned about fertility, soil fertility, the fertiliser superphosphate was developed, and you see we get a jump, but again a plateauing. And then following the Second World War, we have this introduction of pasture lays, so this mixed farming system where wheat is grown not by itself with fallowing and continuous cropping, but in combination, in rotation with legume-based pastures. And the legumes build the fertility of the soil, which can then be utilised by the cereals. The sheep provide another enterprise on the farm to give economic resilience. And this mixed farming system underpinned and still underpins largely the sort of unique, really globally, Australian farming system. The other thing towards the end of that period that happened, of course, was the Green Revolution wheats, the shorter wheats that were much more responsive to fertiliser, much higher yield potential because they weren't putting so much energy into growing long straw but into the grain. But as you can see, they were introduced into Australia in the 70s, but we didn't really see a benefit from them till much later, and that's partly because we had other constraints in the system. But during this period, we were largely still growing crops using tillage to control weeds. It was the only tool we had. So soils were repeatedly tilled. We burnt residues to get them out of the way so that our seeders could get through and plant crops. And of course that led to soil degradation, massive erosion, and I think government started to step in and something really needed to change, and the political will came to really tackle this issue of land degradation, which had happened in other countries in the world as well. And that heralded this period that in a sense we're still in of conservation agriculture. And here we replaced those systems of repeated cultivation and burning with no-till farming systems that essentially only pass the soil once for the seeding, leave residue on the soil to protect it from wind and water erosion. And this was partly driven by that political will to do something about land degradation. The fact that the fuel crisis of the 1970s really increased the cost of fuel for farmers, and they really had to reduce how much they passed over the land with their tractors. And a whole lot of different enabling technologies that appeared, herbicides for controlling weeds rather than repeated cultivation, better equipment, new rotation crops so that we could, like canola, lupins, the diversity of the wheat system really increased. And of course, underpinning all that was ongoing breeding for disease resistance, better quality for yield. That sort of was sitting behind that trend as well. But you can see, you know, there was, you can see the millennium drought there, the dip in that line, and that flattening. The other thing that happened during this period is cropping became very intense. Sheep numbers halved, crop area doubled in this period, and so that benefit from the legumes in the pasture diminished, and nitrogen fertiliser became an important need in the system. And this in this year, nitrogen fertiliser became a part of the equation to underpin that fertility. But by the end of that period, you can see the adoption rates there of no-till farming. By the end of that period, and now this is quite common, we will have satellite-guided seeders passing across enormous paddocks, being able to position seed with 2 centimetre accuracy right between the rows of the last year's stubble. And this farming system now is really, we're the largest adopters of this kind of farming on the globe. So what does the future bring? Well, my colleague Zvi Hoffman, we still estimate that we're sitting about 20 to 40% away from what the water-limited potential of wheat yield is in Australia. So there appears to be room to still move, even with technologies we have currently. But Zvi also showed that flattening was partly because the change in the climate already for wheat production had put a 27 to 30% limit on what we were able to produce. So the fact that farmers were even staying constant meant they were adopting technologies, but they really weren't moving very far. So that was a concern. But recently, I've just put the last 4 years of the graph there. Very good seasons, very high rainfall. But what you can see, we are capable of continuing to close that gap. But as I said, we have these issues that we've already mentioned this morning of input costs and supply chains, the fact we now have to deal with greenhouse gas emissions and the policies and how they'll affect our production system, and obviously the environment and biodiversity. People are much more concerned about these things. And there are also many new voices in agriculture. Once upon a time it was the realm of farmers and agricultural scientists, but now lots of people are interested in agriculture, and there's many new voices that we have to consider. And what that's generated, it tends to have generated this framing of farming as either being sort of traditional, intensive, large scale. This is loaded language. That conservation agriculture farming system that I showed you, we are big adopters of. You know, that could be considered conventional now. So, and that's sort of juxtaposed against sort of organic, ecological, biodynamic. And my point here is that these are false dichotomies. There are good points. There are different aspects of all of these systems. We have to take a science and evidence-based approach to which of these are going to lead us on that pathway to more sustainability. And the other dichotomy, I think, is this land sparing or land sharing. Do we intensify our agriculture on land that's already agriculture and try and really increase yields there and protect the natural habitat, or do we start trying to bring them together in some kind of mosaic? And again, different things work in different places for different reasons. So we've got to keep an open mind and use science and evidence to select the systems that really work. And so if I take one of the more recent movements, the regenerative agriculture movement, it, as you can see on the left-hand side there, is sort of trying to move things from the left-hand side of my diagram to the right. The difficulty is it's become difficult to define what regenerative agriculture is. It's gotten better, I think, more recently at looking at the principles that underpin it, and you can see many of them are the principles that conservation agriculture already contains. But I think it goes further in that it's saying we want to do more than just look after things, we want to improve things. And regenerative agriculture puts a lot of emphasis on the soil health and soil biology. And so you can see there in some of the language, restorative capacity, soil fertility. So a lot of emphasis is placed on the soil organic matter, and using more biological products rather than fertilisers. And you can see there's an enormous array of different sort of natural agrobiological based products that are now available. And we just have to make sure that we apply the same rigour in our science and in our evidence base to test these products and to see where they work and where they don't work. And a recent CSIRO report looked into this, and quite often there's very good principles within regenerative agriculture, and it's often the same sort of advice that current well-known best practices are utilising anyway. But my point is we've got to keep an open mind, we've got to look for what works, where and why, and keep an open mind on how we get there. In some ways, food corporations and NGOs have already adopted regenerative agriculture. You can see there Guinness, PepsiCo, Walmart. They see value in labelling their products as regenerative, and they've already made the move. So in a sense, the broader food system is adopting these types of approaches. Governments too, the EU farm to fork policy, which was announced in 2020, it included 27 actions by 2030, which include, you can see there, reductions in pesticide use, fertiliser use, increases in organically farmed land and reductions in farmland. But the importance of bringing the agricultural sector along with you, bringing people with you so that these changes can be real and sustained is important. And you can see, you know, some of the things are being rolled back, farmers are, you know, upset. So it's just critical that the policies that we build around these new farming systems actually align with what farmers can keep up with. And, sorry, whoop, going backwards. Right. So, what's the future? What kind of science can we do that might find this balance between maintaining our production, protecting our environment, and moving towards these healthier foods that David has been talking about? So one of the things which I mentioned, the nitrogen fertiliser that now has to underpin our farming system, that's one of the major causes of greenhouse gas emissions in the cropping sector that I'm talking about, both its production, the production of nitrogen fertiliser, and also the release of nitrous oxide and other gases when it's applied to soil. So we've already heard legumes mentioned. That's a great way. Legumes fix nitrogen naturally from the atmosphere. We now grow in Australia quite a wide range of legumes, lentils, chickpeas, lupins, which not only help in our farming system to reduce that nitrogen, to maintain nitrogen fertility, but they also provide quite a healthy grain, both for Australian consumers and also for export. We're now using variable rate technologies where farmers can use optical sensors to look at the crop, see how green it is on the go, and apply fertiliser to that paddock where it's needed, rather than applying a set rate across the whole paddock. And new and smarter fertilisers which are coated and released slowly into the soil so that we don't get a big pulse of nitrate in the soil that's susceptible to losses of leaching, nitrous oxide losses and so forth, as well as other compounds which can slow down the conversion of ammonium in the soil. But what will be a real game changer, this urea, which I was talking about, it's formed using the Haber-Bosch process, and that process itself is responsible for 2% of global carbon dioxide emissions, which is the same as the whole of the aviation industry. And there are new, the goal here is to, rather than import 100% of the urea, which we currently do in Australia, all of our fertiliser is imported, so that's a supply issue. If we could produce this locally and using a new renewable system, which can use basically solar energy and water to produce hydrogen and create green ammonia much more sustainably, it's going to influence that supply chain issue. It may even allow farmers to have on-farm production on their own farm with small units that can produce this urea for use on their own farm. And there are several groups at the moment working on this technology, and it's moving ahead quite quickly. That would be game-changing in the sense of maintaining fertility. When it comes to agrochemicals, we've got groups that are continuing to breed crops that are resistant, so they don't need protection with agrochemicals. They have inbuilt resistance. You'll hear, I think, in the panel, wonderful examples of this kind of breeding so that the crop itself is protected without the need for agrochemicals. IPM, we have in the cropping industry what we call the big six. Only 2 of the big 6 involve herbicide. The other 4 approaches to weed control, are other things like competitive crops and managing weed seeds at harvest, destroying them during the harvesting process. And of course, we are getting a lot more accurate and a lot more efficient with the use of herbicides. So now we have sensors on sprayers which can go across a large paddock like that, and you see they detect, with light, they detect the green and only spray the plant where it is. So rather than spraying that whole field, it's just, the herbicide is just placed where it's needed, which reduces costs, reduces the use of the chemical, and is far more efficient. There's also modern non-chemical controls under research. This one from the US uses intense blue and mid-wave infrared light. The blue light upsets the photosynthetic system in the leaf. The red light penetrates the soil to damage the roots. This technology is already available in handheld form in the US, and it's now in University of Western Australia, I think, being investigated, being fitted to harvesters where it destroys weed seeds as the grain and the trash goes out the back of the harvester and kills the seeds along the way. And we've heard the mention of AI. We're also using AI for pest control. So now you can have these sensors which are sitting out in, on farms. When either fungal spores or insects move through these sensors, they're detected, they're photographed, and then image analysis is used to identify them and then return that information to either the grower or whoever's in charge of this, and giving much more rapid and efficient information about the presence of the pest, and therefore putting something into action. So all of this is speeding up the timeliness of decisions that farmers can make, and potentially reducing their inputs. And of course, there's a whole world of ag tech, digital sensors and autonomy. There are satellites now orbiting the Earth that can basically see down to sort of 30 square metres and tell you things about the soil temperature, the plant condition. There are sensors in fields that can tell you the condition of the crop, the water content, and even on animals, telling where the animals are moving. We can control their movement with virtual fencing so that we can manage overgrazing. And we also know whether they're gestating, whether they're healthy, and all this can go back to the manager's mobile phone for sort of quick and rapid action. And great sort of homegrown Queensland technology in autonomy. So Swarm Farm, located in Emerald in Queensland, already have many units around Australia. This is on-farm technology. Those small units can just go day and night autonomously at the moment, mostly controlling weeds or mowing. But in future, and there's many companies around the world doing this sort of thing, these things, smaller units going constantly day and night, sowing crops, spraying weeds, taking a lot of the labour costs and introducing a lot of efficiencies into the farming system. The other thing is that we can also look at new crops and value adding. This has already been mentioned, and a wonderful example of that is the breeding work in canola, which has been able to produce canola plants that produce omega-3 oils, the oils that are in fish. 2 hectares of that kind of canola has the same amount of fish oil as 10,000 fish. And that allows us to have a renewable source of fish oil so that wild stocks can be protected, and also produces a very a new high value crop for Australia. And it's rolling out in products called Nutriterra, and there's a fish feed based on the meal from this canola called Aquaterra, which is also, minimising the amount of wild stocks that are used for aquaculture. Matthew, who's chairing the next panel, was involved in this. We can develop plants which have health benefits. In this case, it's cereals with more resistant starch, which help with gut health, as we've already heard. This can, these sorts of breeding changes to plants are possible. And an interesting one, the whole of the aviation industry is pledged to move towards sustainable fuels. And there are certain brassica and related crops whose oils can be used almost directly with very little processing as an aviation fuel. And some of these crops are adapted to the Australian environment. I know Europe and the USA is looking into the growth of these crops to provide a sustainable aviation fuel. They're adapted to Australian conditions, and so here's a new product producing a sustainable fuel and providing economic benefit for the country at the same time. I wanted to finish off with a couple of examples away from the grains industry. I've been sort of focusing mostly on the grains industry, but here's an Australian homegrown company, Hewitt. They are globally the largest single organic farming enterprise in the world, 2.2 million hectares. They've used really interesting and novel ways of raising capital in order to purchase properties that are suitable for organic beef production. They've got a whole of chain approach to sustainability, reducing the plastics in their packaging by 70%, and exporting to places like the US and all around the world. So here is an organic farming system that's adopting all of these approaches right through their supply chain to sustainability and productivity. And you can see their motto there. And almost at the opposite end of that in terms of a production system, this one couldn't get any less organic, but nevertheless it's got really important features. So this is Sundrop, a protected horticultural enterprise in South Australia, Port Augusta. This company is using solar power to desalinate seawater, which is then used to grow tomatoes, you can see hydroponically. The glasshouses are all self-controlled, temperature controlled, and the whole thing is sort of mostly solar powered. And I'll just finish off by saying all of this great science that underpins all of this work, we're going to need a next generation of scientists and farmers to move this forward. And so we're going to need to have the policies and the education systems all in place to empower this generation to keep that good work going forward. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Gosh, aren't we lucky to have such brilliant speakers? Thank you so much, John. John will be back later, so you can ask him questions then, and I'm sure you'll have lots already. But now it's time for our first panel discussion, and I'd like to introduce our moderator, and that's Professor Matthew Morell. He is Director of the QAAFI, we've heard already, is the Queensland Alliance for Agriculture and Food Innovation, guides research collaboration, we've heard a lot about interdisciplinarity already, that addresses major global challenges such as enhancing profitability and sustainability in agricultural production, improving nutrition and mitigating against climate change while safeguarding the farmers' livelihoods. How important. Joining Matthew on stage. Matthew, please join us immediately. And joining Matthew will be Dr. Greg Rubetsky, who is the Chief Research Geneticist at CSIRO, agricultural scientist, again, part of a multidisciplinary team looking at novel genetics to improve crop resilience with changing climates. Greg, please join us. Professor Wendy Erber is Chief Executive Officer at the Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research, has played influential roles in sustainable agriculture for over 20 years. Please come on stage immediately, Wendy. And Professor Nina Mitter from the Director of the Centre for Horticultural Science, again at QAAFI at the University of Queensland, Director of the Australian Research Council Industrial Transformation Research Hub for Sustainable Crop Protection. Over to you, Matthew.
So, welcome everybody to this session, and before I start I'll just mention that QAAFI is an alliance between the University of Queensland and the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries in the Queensland Government. So I think a living example of important collaboration. I'd like to thank John from around the pulpit here for giving us a very clear framing of some of the issues in agriculture and the future of agricultural systems.
Just checking, can everybody hear at the back okay? Yeah.
All good, righto. Over the last 3 decades, it's been my privilege to work in 3 different mission-directed organisations, CSIRO, at the International Rice Research Institute in the Philippines, in international development, and now back at the University of Queensland. And perhaps for our students who might be with us or online, one element that has remained constant across all these experiences for me is that the most satisfying place for a scientist to be is at the sweet spot where you're conducting science that stands on its own in the scientific excellence terms and at the same time is targeted to delivering a solution to a compelling problem that will change people's lives through your research. And I think we've seen many examples through both presentations this morning. I think also in the Australian context, we can be very proud of our contribution to agriculture and food science. There's clearly still a lot to do. We do punch above our reputation in scientific terms, but our agricultural system punches above its weight as well. We produce just 1% of the world's food, but we represent 3% of global trade in the food system. And that food is incredibly important in our region, and it plays into our regional standing and impact. Our farmers have had to be very innovative, and they've had to be rapid adopters. You've seen that through John's talk. They face highly variable and changing environments, hostile soils, and they succeed, not making a political point, with low rates of subsidy. And our production environments share much more in common with environments in South Asia, in South America, and in Africa, rather than where traditionally, in the past, most of our science came from in North America, Western Europe, or North Asia. So we have to translate that research and our own research into the specific needs of our quite different and quite remarkable environments. And in Northern Australia, we are very much engaged in tropical and subtropical agriculture, and so we have a lot more in common with many of the equatorial regions of the world where science specific to their needs is continuing to evolve. I think it's also been a point that has been made that we have really been remiss in our cultural history over the last 200 years or so in not effectively engaging with Australia's Indigenous custodians of the land, who have such vast knowledge of how to produce high quality, high nutrition food sustainably. So before I hand over to our panellists, I want to talk to these slides. Sorry, panellists, you probably have to bend your necks there. But in the first, I want to remind us on the top left-hand corner that humanity still faces a massive challenge to feed more than 2 billion extra mouths in the next 50 years. And we need to do that with improved nutrition, as David has pointed out, but also with environmental and social sustainability. So we don't have the answer to that now. On the right-hand side is forecast growth of Australia's agricultural sector. And this is from the Australian Farm Institute. And we have a real prospect and an ambition to become a $100 billion sector from about $70 billion at the present time by 2030. So, I think that's a fantastic ambition to have. But I am going to point out at the bottom that Australia as a nation, over the last decade, our investment in research and development has declined from 2.2% of GDP to 1.8%. So I just leave the thought that I think something is not quite lined up here, right? And I think through the university Accord process, there's a discussion going on at the moment about lifting GDP to 3% and in providing greater support for research and development. So that's a discussion, not a policy, and I look forward to that translating into policy outcome. All right, so last slide, if I could have the next one, just to, oh, you've got the clicker, gosh. All right, a point again for our students and early in career scientists, and this is focused on the agricultural end. After lunch we'll talk about food a lot more. Fantastic opportunities, and really contradicting this narrative that agriculture is a low technology area. And when we look at the opportunities coming through in AI, we've seen some in robotics. I think Nina will talk a lot more about RNA technologies, genome editing and improving genomes, which Greg will talk about, data analytics. We've already heard a bit about remote sensing, in situ sensing, and underpinning it all with connectivity. So my last point is that there's never been a better time to be an agricultural scientist, right? So get on board, the future's ours, all right. So on that note, I'm going to give each of our panellists their 5 minutes, and then we'll come to some questions that are preset, and then we will haul John up here for his accountability, and we'll have questions from the floor. So, Greg.
Thanks, Matthew. Thanks, everybody. Thanks to the organisers. I'm a physiological plant breeder. I work in the public sector, but I both train and deliver germplasm genetics to commercial breeding companies for use in improving adaptation to the harsh realities of the Australian environment. And I'm proud to say Australians do deliver world-leading science for the breeding of new crop varieties. We are avid uptakers and adopters of enabling technologies, some of these disruptive technologies, and we use these in such a coordinated way to reduce the cost but improve the effectiveness of the improvement of new crop varieties, challenged by disease, challenged by heat, drought, but also with the capacity for improved nutritional value. And the evidence for this from a colleague, Dr. Dion Bennett with AGT Breeding, just summarises quite nicely from a multi-year, multi-site experiment in Western Australia that over the last 50 years we've enjoyed around 0.6% genetic yield increase per year. And there's no evidence from the work that Dion and others are presenting, at least in wheat, that we're anywhere near a plateau. So the information and the context and the future is looking very positive in terms of the genetic opportunities. But we do have a challenge. Our challenge is our changing climate. This slide here summarises quite nicely the change in rainfall from over the last 20 to 22 years relative to the first 100 years of which rainfall was recorded. And what we can see for April, October cropping rainfall, this is critical rainfall for crops, is that we are facing even reducing rainfall necessary for improving productivity. So colleagues around Australia, including here, colleagues from the Warwick-based sorghum improvement program are highlighting the opportunity genetically for new traits to improve genotypic adaptation to climate change. And this one here is some work which highlights one particular trait that the sorghum team has moved into commercial breeding companies, focusing on a stay green trait. It maintains green leaf area to increase photosynthesis and increase grain yield. So wonderful work coming out of Queensland. My own work really, the work of my team focuses on the other end of the season. Part of the season where moisture is limiting for sowing, and we need to ensure that our crops can be sown into moisture, germinate and then grow. Unfortunately, we're seeing less and less planting rainfall. And what that means is that crops are sown early into dry soils. Sometimes they touch moisture, sometimes they don't. And so you see this variability in terms of germination and emergence, and with that you see a problem with weeds because of lack of competitiveness. And to a grower that's significant in terms of the cost to grain yield, chemical and fertiliser use. What limits that ability for a crop to germinate when sown into deep moisture is the coleoptile. The coleoptile is a shoot that goes from the seed to the soil surface. The length of that coleoptile limits how deep we can sow. And the Green Revolution basically developed new dwarfing genes that restricted the coleoptile length. The shorter the plant is, the smaller the cells are, the shorter the coleoptile is. Me and my team have been looking at alternative genetics which allow us to make use of that deep moisture, allow us to sow at depths greater than 10 centimetres, whereas current traditional varieties cannot be sown deeper than 5 centimetres. We've been very successful in that. This slide here just summarises a deep sown crop in West Australia, Beacon, West Australia, showing at 12 centimetre sowing depth a current short coleoptile wheat, typical of our Australian wheats, and then some of our new long coleoptile wheat sown at the same depth. You can see quite a stark contrast there. So significant opportunity in new genetics being made available to address that limitation with reduced soil moisture in the topsoil, allowing us to sow deeper where there is subsoil moisture. We've been very successful. We've released commercial varieties with the breeding companies. We've established the value. This is from a grower in Southern Cross on the eastern edge of the West Australian wheat belt. The crop on the left was sown at 12 centimetres. The crop on the right was sown at 5 centimetres. It didn't emerge for 6 weeks. It took that long for the rain to come. Based on this work, and working with breeding companies, we estimate nationally a yield benefit with this trait of between 18 and 20% now and into future climates. So significant benefit with deploying new genetics and, I guess, highlighting that capacity to engage with the breeding companies in the development and delivery of this new genetics. So,
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Greg. So, Wendy. Wendy is an agricultural economist by background and has taken on a very important role as the CEO of ACR. So, Wendy.
Great, thanks. Good morning, everyone. I'd also like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land. My only connection to Queensland is that I'm married to a Queenslander from Brisbane, actually. Prior to becoming the CEO of ACR, which it's a very privileged role to have, I was at the University of Adelaide for 17 years as an agricultural economist, and then for about the last 10 years I was there, I was running a multidisciplinary research center that did a lot of work in developing countries in the region. So I want to talk today, build on some of what my colleagues Matt have said, and I think this is really relevant for some of the work that David said too. As we think about our food system, we actually still have it in that slide that Matthew had on his, at the beginning of his introduction, is really important. In our region, so we have about 30%, that's the circle on your left, 30% of our global population actually has some level of food insecurity. If you go to the one right next to that, the next biggest circle, that's the Asian population. So right out our back door in our region. And while a smaller percentage of that population is food insecure, that population right outside our back door, I just came back yesterday from PNG, been in the Philippines and Laos in the last few weeks, and right out our back door, we have this huge population of which a large share, roughly 25%, is food insecure. In terms of proportion, the largest share is definitely in Africa. Now this slide, if you look at the colors here, I put it in, yep, Australia is very green. That means our food insecurities improving over time, but there's many islands there around our region. That's ones that also get forgotten. And in those islands and in places like Africa, South America, and in Asia countries, particularly where there's been conflict, we're seeing food insecurity despite all this effort to address this through having sustainable development goals, despite all the research and innovation happening. We're still seeing massive increases in some regions due to food insecurity. So my colleagues have talked a lot about drought issues, but actually, if you look at trends of some of the global weather-related issues affecting food systems, the thing on the biggest rise, and I have a slide, but I didn't put it in this presentation, is actually flooding. So flooding is a huge issue. And if you look at those little islands in the Pacific where ACR, where I work, does quite a bit of research as well, is in higher income countries, those places are really dealing with a lot of climate-related issues as well, but flooding, not necessarily droughts. So I want us to not forget about all of this variability. That little child there is not such a little child. He's a boy who was about 16 years old, and he'd come up to about here on me. My daughter is 12. She's quite short for her age, and she comes up to about here on me. He was pretty much fully grown is what the health care workers that we were working with. Northern Vietnam, up by China. So our food systems, yes, we're doing a great job, but they're also, as our first speaker, David, spoke about, also leading to externalities, many externalities. So not just massive increasing issues with obesity and diet-related diseases such as diabetes and heart disease, they're also causing all of environmental damage, food waste, pandemics like COVID are related to food systems, and social inequalities. We're reaching planetary boundaries. And if you look at the costs of that, there's actually an agency that puts together the global costs based on environmental, health, and social costs of our food system, 12 trillion a year when I checked about a month ago. So what do we need? We don't just need agricultural scientists working on food. We need scientists working on food systems, scientists from every discipline. We need more innovations. Outside of just the farm gate, outside of the traditional food-related things that we think about, outside of agriculture. We need to think of innovative sources of protein. Massive research needs to be done on markets. I'm a behavioral economist, so my entire career in research has been focused on understanding drivers of behavior, how we can change behavior, whether it be a producer, whether it be an agribusiness, whether it be a consumer. I personally love working with people and understanding why people make decisions. So we need innovation, and that requires more than just biological or technical or traditional research that we think about it. It requires experiments in terms of how markets work, in terms of how policy works, in terms of looking at innovative business models and partnerships, looking at resources, how we can change those and get resources to people. The other thing I really want to remind people is this is a village in India where an ACR project was had. These are women all from households within 1 kilometer. You might look at those and say they all have the same needs. No, there's 3 women in there that are from the same household. Their needs, their behaviors, their driver of behaviors would be motivated by very different things. Every one of us is what we say heterogeneous, very different in terms of our endowments, our education, our personalities. All of that is something that drives adoption of behavior. How we eat, what we eat, whether or not if I'm a farmer, I'm going to take up a technology that someone's telling me is good. It's an access issue, not just financial. So what we need very much is business beyond usual. We say this a lot. We need to work more multidisciplinary. I'm obviously originally not from Australia. I grew up in the US on a farm in South Dakota. I've worked in multidisciplinary settings with almost every discipline as an economist. You get brought in health scientists, psychologists, environmentalists. We've worked on energy issues. But I'm a proud Australian. This is my home probably for the rest of my life. But I actually think as scientists, we need to do a better job of really bridging interdisciplinary, bringing our disciplines together across all of those social scientists in every aspect of science. So we really need to think about how we invest. Thanks.
Thanks, Wendy. Lots of thoughts for the question session, I'd suggest. I'm going to hand over to Professor Nina Mitter, who is the Director of the Centre for Horticultural Science at QAAFI.
Thank you. And what an interesting conversation here, both from Greg and Wendy. So I'm in a very nice high-level overview, and I'm trying to now bring a little bit focus onto crop protection side of things. So I came to Australia actually in the year 2000 after having worked in India for almost over 10 years as a scientist. And I'm absolutely grateful for the opportunities that have been provided in this country, not only to deliver research excellence, but with a lens of making a meaningful difference on the ground. And thank you here to John Manners, who is in the audience, who provided me with this opportunity. So thank you very much. My Indian heritage also has ingrained in me, and Wendy was talking about Indian agriculture, the power of agriculture socially, politically, environmentally, economically, and we can add multiple other dimensions to it about sustaining communities, about nourishing nations, and as Matthew's slides pointed out, we can't be complacent about that population growth as well. So these are all the conundrums that we are trying to solve. But as a trained plant pathologist, today I'll be talking more about the challenges that we face with the use of managing, how to manage pests and diseases. So even with the use of pesticides, we lose about 20 to 40% in produce right across the supply chain from planting the seed to the post-harvest losses. Plant diseases alone cost the global economy $220 billion, with invasive insects alone causing $70 billion every year. In Australia, we have 8,000 pesticides registered for use at present in the Australian market system. But then we do have concerns. We do need pesticides. We need to manage pests and pathogens. And as John pointed out, there's lots of other technological developments happening in that space as well. With the pesticides, the concerns are, of course, the environmental toxicity, the human health. Residues are becoming a really critical concern, especially for our trade and export as we look into that. Most of the countries are now either having limits of very low maximum residue limits to even zero maximum residue limits on produce. So that has a huge impact when we think about our trade and export. Runoff to our precious waterways, no brainstorm is here. I think pesticides have been detected within 60 kilometers of Great Barrier Reef as well. Then there is the issue of lack of specificity. While we want to protect our crops, we do not want to harm our beneficials, our wonderful bees and butterflies. And the issue of resistance development is not a new thing at all. Pests and pathogens are very clever. So we need almost everything in our arsenal to combat these issues. And I think that's where the power of innovation and disruptive technologies, as being mentioned, comes in, especially when we look at targets. And I know that there has been that pesticide, John also pointed out, the 50% reduction in pesticide use by 2030. But again, the questions are, Europe needs to embrace innovation as well and disruptive power of technologies as well if we want to set such targets or the target of zero net emissions here at our place. So there are many things in the arsenal here. I'm going to focus on some of the work that we have been doing, especially on RNA for agriculture in this space. RNA has almost become, thanks or no thanks to COVID, a household name now. But we started working with RNA way earlier than that. The idea in terms of crop protection when we started it was, can we just spray RNA, a pest targeting or a pathogen targeting RNA on a crop without the need to integrate into the genome of the plant or genetically modify it. And it worked, and it works. But the challenge was that if the protection window was lasting maybe only 3 days, 5 days, or 7 days at maximum. So it's not a viable system for the growers. And that's where the power of cross-disciplinary technologies or interdisciplinarity comes in. There it was that we partnered with Australian Institute of Bioengineering and Nanotechnology at UQ, and the concept of bioclay as one of the examples was born, where RNA is the biological active that provides that specificity, that addresses also the issues of, minimizes the issues of resistance. But these clay particles are like the fancy postman. These are just the carriers which actually provide it with stability under field conditions. It does not get washed off. We can get an extended protection window. And the clay is just magnesium and iron. So we are addressing the issue of residues as well. It is almost like we are providing nutrition to the plant as well. So that's the kind of remit that we started working on, and it has been really successful. We have worked with viruses, so there's no virucide at present in the markets, on insect pests, on fungi. But what I wanted to say here is the possibilities, when we look into the world of RNA, the possibilities are really endless. It's not just about crop protection. Of course, we can extend into biosecurity risks, pack houses, protected cropping. We are now delving into animal health as well with these technologies, looking at sheep blowfly or lice or even aquaculture indications. But this is just one tool. We just need to make sure that we keep that perspective in mind, that such tools need to augment each other. Biologicals present another very attractive option as well. So we just need to see that how do we make what we call, or I think about, is responsible agriculture, being responsible parents to our children. We need to be responsible, for some of the things that do through this planet as well. And in the end, just would like to resonate what Wendy was saying. Any such development or technologies, for it to reach the end goal, there is that regulation, there is the policy, there is the public opinion, there is the consumer sentiment, there's the market analysis, there's the economics and the cost effectiveness of it. which is really important. So I'm looking forward to delivering more into this space, of course, as a multidisciplinary team. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Nina. So to a few questions. So I've got the privilege of asking a few questions. So Greg, I really love that you work as a plant physiologist, but working with the breeding companies, and you've been very passionate about bringing new traits into commercial production, and they are used there. So we get a lot of criticism that in Australia we do a lot of great science, but it doesn't end up in industry. So in your experience, what have been the best single or couple of models of how you've actually bridged that gap between the lab and the end use?
Thanks, Matthew. Breeding companies are businesses, and as businesses they're accountable to their shareholders. What drives success for them is outcompeting their competitors. Sitting underneath that is what drives their capacity to deliver something which sits apart in the marketplace. As indicated, they are rapid adopters of new technology. They've enabled technologies from right around the world. In our own country, they're very receptive to new technologies. In the case of complex genetics, where I engage, this often means a significant requirement and resourcing of time and effort to take the characteristic, assess it, and then make it available to market. We talk about orphan traits, orphan technologies. In the case of a breeding program, we're talking 10 to 12 years from the time a trait or a technology is delivered to a breeding program before it's made available. So anything we can do to reduce that time frame or reduce the risk in that technology being unsuccessful will assist the breeding companies. It will also give greater confidence in our capacity to engage. So for me, I was trained in a commercial breeding program. I worked in the US with Corteva and the USDA, and working in that commercial breeding program, I had a very strong sense about what it was that made breeding programs tick. And it was clear that we had to have a clear value proposition. So what was the value of the trait? We had to have a selection method that was repeatable and cost effective. And finally, we had to ensure that the genetics that we delivered to the breeding program was very closely related or correlated genetically to the material in their breeding program. It had to be one cross away from a commercial release, if not already available as a commercial release. So the model we developed at CSIRO was around a gateway model, where we would engage annually with breeding companies to understand what were the gene pools they were working in, and then adopting those materials as part of our pre-breeding activity, so that when that trait or that technology was delivered to the breeding company, it was ready to go. It could be tested in the field, it could be tested against the very best new genetics coming out of the breeding program, and the value proposition established. It was also very close to being released, if not as a line in its own right, one cross away, and with the right tools for selection, adoption and uptake facilitated so that that genetics was available very, very quickly. By doing this, we de-risked, we enhanced, and then we engaged. And so we were always with them, talking with them, and we were also obtaining feedback as to how we could improve our capacity to transfer and translate that technology.
Fantastic. Great experience there. So, Wendy, we've had a couple of goes back at agricultural technology focus. So I wanted to just come back to now your role and your vision in a more global context. So I made the proposition that Australia punches above our weight in terms of global agriculture. So over the next decade or so, what do you see as being the way we could have the greatest positive impact on the world?
Yeah, so something that is pretty impressive is is Australia's footprint in that global agriculture and food system innovation system. So in what's called the CGIAR, so the Consultative Group for International Ag Research. Matthew used to work at IRRI, one of those centers around the world. We have Australians all over. But part of that is because our government has, through the setting up of things like ACIAR, where I work, the Crawford Fund, different scholarships, we have invested in our countries in the region. We've invested in agriculture research for development, but our budget's only about $110 million. I actually think we do amazing work by partnering with our innovation system. So I think we need to continue to keep, we're lucky the foreign minister who I report directly to, and the last several foreign ministers have been very supportive of ACR and the work that we do. So we need to make sure that when we are working in the region, that we continue to really punch above our weight and deliver good science, and that we continue to keep connected with all of the universities in that global innovation system. That does require oftentimes volunteering our time, inviting people here, keeping internationally connected. So I think all of those things keep our innovation system known by our global partners and really respected. But I used to, before I became CEO, I had the huge opportunity of being what's called the president of Australia's Policy Advisory Council for International Agriculture Research. And in that role, it's chairing a group of eminent leaders in agriculture who, for example, one of the members reports directly to the Prime Minister of India and provides advice on India's ag policies. So when India puts an import ban on Australian chickpeas, for example, or he's the one actually giving the Prime Minister that advice to do that. But he sits on this Policy Advisory Council, and he comes here once, sometimes twice a year. He came to TropAg and just thought of all these amazing ideas that that basically require extending our innovation system into India and the services and the technology. So it's win-win by investing in that international agricultural development. And I don't say that just because I'm the CEO of ACR. I've worked with ACR for 17 years before that. So I really have seen it firsthand. It benefits Australia far more than it benefits our partner countries.
Thank you. Nina, I want to come back to really about the next generation of scientists. So in your role and your experience in your Centre for Horticultural Science, I know you've been tracking where people have gone and what they're doing. So how do you think we could really help and better prepare our next generation of agricultural scientists for some of those big challenges ahead?
Thank you. Thank you. Really very close to my heart and very passionate about this space, and absolutely devoted to the question of recognizing different pathways to success. That's really important when we want to nurture our students and the young next generation scientists, and it is absolutely vital to make them ready for saying hello tomorrow to the really changing face of agriculture. And in Centre for Horticultural Science, as Matthew was mentioning, and QAAFI on the whole, we really do emphasize on that industry engagement, that vision to deliver, but not just industry, but keeping in mind also the vision to deliver towards society, towards communities as well. And that sort of resonates at every level of our system. And Matthew was mentioning some stats, and I actually did some stats recently on student employability, where the students who have graduated from the center have gone now in different diverse pathways. And it was quite interesting to see only 30% of them have gone to academia, nationally and internationally. 30% of those have gone to industry, and 40% are now employed with the government sector. So this was a really healthy mix of those diverse career pathways that you could notice, and partly it is because of that really nurturing them towards that vision that there could be diverse careers in agriculture and diverse pathways to follow depending on your passion, but skilling them in that space as well. If I can think of few things how we can really, to me, which stand out when we are developing that next generation of student and scientists, is one thing is interdisciplinary training, and we can't say more enough than that for that. We just can't train people who are then can deliver only in silos. They need to, in order to tackle those big agricultural challenges, interdisciplinary training is a must. Industry engagement, once again, a very key factor for the next generation scientist as we move towards more and more towards deliverables as well. And in that area, it's not just industry internships, and we do put a lot of emphasis there. It would be nice to have some industry mentoring programs, industry-funded joint PhD scholarships. Those are the space that which can, again, enhance that sector. Third point would like to say is embracing new technologies. And we have heard, ag tech space is changing at my age. I can't keep pace with it, and I'm not maybe skilled enough to understand everything, those AI and robotics and computational things. But these are the skill sets which the next generation of ag tech people really need to have. And the industry is crying for that kind of skills as well. They need those trained people. Last but not the least, we in this area, we need to do more homework as well to be role models for those young leaders and the right kind of role models for those students and next generation scientists. It's really important that we set that bar quite high for ourselves in order to develop that. So my message, of course, always has been to the students who are listening here and to the staff, and I know a lot of staff from QAAFI is present as well, that exposure, I should mention, not just attending academic conferences, but grower forums, industry forums, and brilliant events such as these, which open up that horizon of visions. So please dream more, don't forget to dream, do more, deliver more, collaborate more, and inspire more, and we'll be fine.
So we're getting near to time, but I'm going to ask you to suspend belief for a second. So I'm on the phone. It's Penny Wong here, Wendy. I've just been talking to Murray Watt, and he tells me that we should be using soft diplomacy in agriculture a lot more. I want you to triple Australia's impact in the region. Can you give me a brief by tomorrow? What would you do?
So yeah. So it wouldn't be Minister Wong because she's too busy. It would be her staff, and that actually happens, right? And we have to brief other ministers, for example, Murray Watt, but also the Trade Minister. And so how to improve our impact? It's actually very much getting all of those different portfolios in government to understand the importance of research in our food system to the overall economies, not just in Australia and in our region. Matthew talked about the fact that agriculture R&D is pretty flat. Agriculture R&D is about $2.3 billion. Half of that, though, half of the agriculture R&D is private sector funding. And private sector started to overtake public sector, I think, in 2008, 2009. I want to throw out a fact. In China, public R&D investment is $12 billion, $12 billion. And guess what? That $12 billion is US's public investment, India's public investment, and Brazil's public investment in agriculture R&D. So we want to be a global competitor in agriculture. We also want a healthy food system. We also want healthy people. So we need to up the investment in our food system R&D. So that means investing more and stopping that flat decline in agriculture R&D. It means getting those other sectors of the economy, our health minister, our education minister, our trade minister, climate and environment minister, to also understand the importance of agriculture and that food system, and the need to invest more, and the need to pull those sectors together. So earlier this week, I was in PNG. We are doing these things, partnership meetings, to understand the priorities of the countries we work in. And on the first day, on Monday, there was a big meeting. There was a big International Food Policy Research Institute, of which we funded study of households, rural households, to understand the issues. The health minister for PNG was there launching that, and the agriculture minister. We then had a follow-up meeting, and With our government, with DFAT, and this isn't meant to be a criticism, but they don't understand in DFAT, for example, the importance of having the climate sector involved, the gender sector, the education sector involved in discussions about what we're going to do. So it's not just multidisciplinary, but it's getting that understanding across our different ministries and increasing that funding overall. Because we wouldn't need as much humanitarian aid, as much defense investment if we had more secure food systems. And with climate change, it's only going to get worse and lead to more instability.
All right, and with the right preventative food system, we'd need less investment in the health system, I suspect, as well. So we are bringing John back because you have to now, this is a memory test, you have to cast your mind back to the issues Greg raised, but you can ask a question of anyone up here or a general question. So we have roving microphones. We have a first hand. Thank you, sir. And then we'll take a number of questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much. John Muir. I'm a Manly Beach boy, headed west and never returned. I live at Mullaney. I work for AgriFutures. I'm teaching farmers how to grow cannabis, industrial hemp. It's a superfood, and as we've been talking about grain this morning, it's up there, and my house is made out of it. So it's a biomass crop as well. It grows 7 metres in 7 months. So with that, you've sort of my history, John, of what, as an agronomist, you've experienced exactly what I've done, working in Cambodia and the Philippines, land care in Mullaney and in the Riverina. So my question to the panel, and particularly you, is we saw the graph of yield going up. We all know that. What about the other graph going down? Nutrient-dense food, or lack of. So the nutrition of the food. There's a lot of graphs out there saying organic's better than non-organics, and we can go into that for years, but can you make a comment about, is the quality of the food decreasing, even though the yields is increasing? That's a it's a hot potato, that one. And while we're at it, I've heard orphan mentioned 3 times today, orphan crops, orphan traits, and orphan islands. I'll leave that with someone else to take. Thanks.
I might let you take the quality one, Anne. Matthew, that's your area. Well, let me say first, I don't think there's no scientific reason to suspect that because yield goes up, quality goes down. Yeah. So I can't comment because I'm not sure in the Australian context with wheat, but I think the breeding targets for wheat in Australia are very much focused on quality because we export wheat based on protein content, bread making and so forth. So it's an important, we have to meet important quality metrics as well as yield metrics. So there's no necessary link there, I don't think. And I know Matthew is, and Greg and others just probably know more about me about any link between high yield and quality. But to my mind, the breeders are targeting both all the time, but in canola, in wheat, in terms of the crops like cannabis and hemp and other things, great. I think the more diversity, the better. If we can get those industries up, if we can, there's a new high lake safflower that's been brought. The more diversity we can bring in, the better. The issue we have is that there's got to be a big enough market to sustain it. Then we've got to get people who are sort of aggregated. If it's an export crop, we need shipping containers full. In the case of the legumes, if it's a local market where there's a ready market, there's a consumer base that'll absorb a high price to allow growers to farm it in an organic way or some way that's more expensive for them. Then that's great. I think, as I said, we need to have all options open, and we need to. But in the end, farmers are businesses. Businesses are satisfying markets, and so that we have to keep that sort of economic element in mind. But there's no scientific reason why we can't achieve high yield and high quality.
I will just comment, and maybe to circle back to David's talk, that starch has 1.6 times the density of protein, and therefore it is in a farmer's interest to produce starch. And I think that feeds back to the comments and the questions around the drivers in the food industry, but I will distract. I think we had some...
Just one more quick comment. That relationship you talked about, we often see is that trade-off between grain protein and grain yield. Nitrogen's critical for photosynthesis, and so as you dilute starch with increasing yield, protein goes down. Protein yield is going up. So it's about managing the nitrogen with the genetics to sustain high yields, but also maintain a minimum level. As John said, we're sold globally based on the quality of our wheat. Thank you.
We got a question at the back there. Thanks.
Thanks. Aisha Talok, Queensland University of Technology. I just wrote this down so I didn't get it wrong. So I was just wondering where nature and biodiversity fits into the conversation about sustainability. So technological innovations are one of the solutions to sustainability, obviously, but there's growing evidence that nature-positive interventions in farming landscapes can improve, social sustainability as well as environmental sustainability. We've got really good evidence that ecosystem services like pollination and pest control can be improved by nature-positive interventions. So I was just interested that really hasn't come up in the conversation yet this morning, and love for your thoughts on this. Thanks.
Well, I might just say that totally agree with you, and we probably just didn't get enough time to talk about it, but that's actually, nature-based solutions are actually priorities of governments in developing countries even. The more nature-based solutions we can have in terms of those governments, the better, and they have private sector looking to invest in those solutions in terms of corporate social responsibility dollars. So really good point. I just want to say, and ACR does invest in that because that's what our partner countries are asking us to do and looking at that. So bringing in people who work in that space and definitely connecting that environment, climate, and agriculture and all the social aspects around it is really important.
I might add to that answer, good question. And once again, it was sort of a little bit defined on what we were going to say in terms of our own research export portfolios, but really great question. And once again, that importance of biodiversity conservation, which needs to be. So there are ways that we need to explore and do much more in terms of that nature positive equation or responsible agriculture or whatever be the terms we use in terms of framing agriculture, as John was telling us. And definitely there are areas, not just in order to protect plants from pests and diseases, as you were saying about how to produce those healthy plants as well in a nature positive manner, how to use the land in a nature positive manner. So there are many spokes to that wheel that we need to explore, definitely.
Yeah, Michael Avadi, University of Queensland. I'm passionate about nitrogen, and as you know, nitrogen is crucial for protein. We heard about the importance of protein. I want to challenge the notion that maybe we aren't producing enough food, or especially protein, in the world today to feed 2 billion more people. A lot of the protein we produce in crops is fed to animals, and so part of the solution is just redirecting that protein to humans rather than animals. In fact, feeding it to animals is causing point source pollution in parts of the world that's leading to policy that limits the amount of animals to avoid nitrogen pollution. So I think, I guess that question goes to Matthew about can we feed 2 billion more people with the resources we already have? And I guess the issue about nitrogen, we heard about pushing planetary boundaries. In fact, our use of nitrogen is already well past the planetary boundary of a sustainable resource, if you like.
So I think it comes back to sort of the complexity to me of moving a food system that has tremendous sunk investment and inertia around established ways of doing things, right? So I think David made some great points about shifting, if we just could change the dials, right? But we're actually talking about changing economic settings that have taken years to build up and will take years to shift in a new direction. So people are not going to stop feeding animals overnight just because we think that's the best scientific answer. And they won't there will be a need to continue to use nitrogen fertiliser to some extent, I think. And I'm personally of the view that we also need to continue to use selective chemicals in agriculture, but to greatly reduce the use, and we've seen some great examples. So it's not perhaps about dramatic change, it's about continuous incremental improvement as a way to try and address the questions on that sort of timescale that we've got. So that's my solution, Michael, is that we continue to take advantage of the great science, the great insights that are coming in, but to work with the reality of the system. And I think after lunch we're going to talk about shifting food systems a lot more, but I'm happy to throw that one open. It's a curly one.
Nitrogen's interesting. Inadequate nitrogen on Australian crops is the major reason we're not hitting our water limited yield. So we're not growing as much as we could based on the rainfall we get because we're not applying enough nitrogen. That's because Australian farmers are not subsidised in their use of those sorts of inputs, whereas European, Chinese, North American farmers are. So they put lots of fertiliser on. Australian farmers are very, very worried about not getting a return on that investment. So they're very tight with it, sensibly tight with it. But unfortunately, they're not putting enough on, and we're mining our soil organic matter still. So we're still falling short. And that's a conundrum. And I guess that's why I sort of highlighted this area of nitrogen as being one we need to focus on, be that with more efficient use of current fertilisers, new fertilisers that don't have that footprint you're talking about. The animal side of it's interesting. I think grass-fed, wild range grass-fed animal systems where pasture, like legume pastures, underpin those. Well, they're the fertility building phase of our agricultural system. Feedlot animals where we're sort of shoving a lot of grain down, as you say, create these issues of intensity and intense waste. Again, I'm not an expert in animal science, but I think we have some coming up in the next session. There's obviously ways we've got to focus on that as well. But yeah, nitrogen is really a focal point, I think, of where we really need to make some improvements.
So you have the mic.
Yep. Hello, hi. My name's Kia Smith. I'm from the Centre for Policy Futures at UQ. Hello, thanks very much for those talks. My question is about equity and social equity. So picking up on one of the points from the earlier talk around how to kind of rebalance our food system requires rebalancing the place of social equity alongside environment and social and economic concerns. So my question, and hearing the talks now, really talking about transformation pathways that are very dependent on agri-tech to solve the problems of changing climate and other food security challenges. So my question is, where do you see the place of thinking about social equity in considering those types of, how benefits are distributed in those types of transformation pathways? But also, where do you see in Australia at the moment the most kind of promise for having this kind of dialogue that's bringing social equity into conversation with kind of these agri-tech solutions?
So I think social equity is actually something that we're talking about all the time in development. It's one of the most important, I guess, when we're looking at impact pathways and developing new projects, we're looking at, okay, what are the social dimensions of it? Are we bringing women into it? Are we bringing in anybody who might be, faced with inequities or different issues or disadvantage is the word I'm looking for. So I think in agriculture in Australia, it's also being talked about more. There's many more programs to now empower women and improve women's leadership in agriculture, but beyond just women, bring in, again, anybody who's faced with any sort of diversity and bring it in. But so it is definitely a question that we're, I think, thinking about in agriculture more and more, but probably really in the last 10 years, I think. I don't know, in Australia at least, but agriculture is a huge part in outside of Australia about empowering and, addressing disadvantage as well. Huge issue in development agriculture and the work that we do.
I might add to that, when you raised this question of social, I think what we are facing now is two questions. Earlier, we used to talk always about food security for the world, feeding the world. Now the question has also emerged due to pandemics and wars and whatnot factors, two sides of equations, feeding ourselves and then feeding the world. So there are two different set of ideas involved there. In terms of social equity in agriculture, absolutely important that we look at that lens of feeding the world more when we are thinking of smallholding farmers, when we are talking about, developing countries. Take the example of India, the land size for 100 more than 2 hectares is a big land size for them. So how do you then equate ag tech in that sector? Those equations have to be kept in mind. Different systems and solutions can be developed. It's not that it is not possible, but we need to have that conversation. I will give you the example of Amul Dairy from India, which is a dairy, which is a cooperative that was built, joining all the farmers with the idea that yes, they cannot do it individually, and it's a really great success story from India. So we can have those examples happening.
Wow. Well, thank you everyone on this panel. Thank you, Matthew, for convening it, for Wendy, Vina, Greg, John, and to our previous speakers, David and John. This has just been an amazing session. Round of applause, and then I'm going to do a little round-up. And I just want to thank all the people who put the excellent questions, both here and those online, and for being such an attentive audience. I was a bit naughty and I snuck a message to the president of the Academy and to the CEO, and I just said, this symposium is terrific, and I reckon we've got it right, haven't we? But it's now, we've earned our lunch, everybody. While we're having lunch, the Waite campus, the University of Adelaide, and the ARC Centre in Uniquely Australian Foods at the Uni of Queensland are both going to be there. Take the advantage of talking to them, sample what they have. Don't forget to post your photos and thoughts on social media, please. Hashtag again is Academy Symposium. Enjoy each other's company. Back here promptly at 1:15, please. Let's go, everybody. Welcome back, everyone. I'm sure we've had a terrific lunch, and the conversation is buzzing in the room as it was when we were enjoying both the veranda here and all the facilities. I think the staff here have done a great job. They're looking after us, so thank you to them. And now we're in our second session. It's going to focus on climate change resilience in agriculture. We know that ag systems work together. The science and technology identifies these challenges, then the farmers tell us what they need. You put it all together, but you do need the right policies to make it work. If we're going to mitigate and adapt to climate change, and boy, we know it's happening right now, don't we? It's very clear to all of us. Agriculture has impacted every part of our lives. We really have to look at how we put it together. And I was just saying to our next speaker, as Chief Scientist of WA, I always said, like a table with 4 legs, government, industry, academe, community. And when you put those all on the same page, then that's when things really start to work. So that's why I'm particularly delighted to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Adam Fennessy. In 2018, you were awarded the Public Service Medal, which you're proudly wearing. Congratulations from all of us. You're the Secretary of the Federal Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, here today representing Senator Murray Watt. So please thank the Senator that you could be here today, because he's the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries, and importantly, Forests. So thank you so much for being here, Secretary Fennessy, and we so look forward to your presentation.
Thank you very much, Queen. Thank you very much, Professor Lynn Beasley, for that very warm welcome, and thank you for your many, many years of leadership, both in the West and nationally. So it's my honour to be here today. In terms of science, technology and policy, I'll very much be bringing that policy focus as the Secretary of the Commonwealth Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. I'll start by acknowledging the traditional owners and custodians of the lands of the people we are on here, the Turrbal and the Yagara people in Meanjin, Brisbane. I want to pay my respects to their elders past and present, to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are here with us today, and also to reflect on 65,000 years of land management, food practice and Indigenous science that we learn from in a wonderful and rich two-way exchange. So I will bring a policy focus, as well as working at the Commonwealth level. A number of years ago, I was a secretary in the Victorian equivalent department. So I've worked at state level and Commonwealth level. And it goes to that, Lynn, what you were reflecting on the criticality of partnerships. So I remember many years ago when I was in Victoria, PIC was first established. And it's very exciting, Professor Richard Eckard, that you are here today to continue that leadership and legacy through Prime Minister's Climate Challenges Centre at the University of Melbourne, and indeed the evolution of how these critical investments can then work into other broader science and research-based institutions. And we're very excited that we have the new CRC now in place. So it is good for me, having worked in and out of this space over many years, to see how these really important long-term investments in institutions are evolving positively. So I wanted to give a shout out to your continued leadership, if I may indulge, Richard. So today, I'll start by focusing on that macro policy setting for both Australia and indeed globally. So in terms of food systems around the world, the three major challenges that we are seeing are food security and nutrition for growing global populations, supporting livelihoods along the food supply chain system and contributing to environmental sustainability goals. And with that particular and very strong focus on resource use and climate change. Australia is presently one of the most food secure countries in the world, and we've had successive years of record production, but challenges are mounting, and food security has a fragility as well. We cannot take it for granted. We must continue to invest in it, not just through the direct investment in, say, agricultural productivity, but in that science, research, development and investment. The pressures that agriculture faces are profound in terms of emissions reduction. Across Australia, the agriculture sector is the third highest emitting sector behind fixed energy and transport. But the more we electrify and push renewable energy through energy and transport, the harder it is for agriculture, or because of the challenges for agriculture to abate, agriculture will become the highest emitting sector in Australia if we are not doing what we need to be doing right now, which is investing in not just the adaptation, but the emissions reduction, the science, the practice change, the research and development. So climate change is a continued and ever growing challenge for us in the agriculture sector, and it is already adversely impacting food production and profitability, rising costs and supply issues, particularly caused by more frequent and more severe natural disasters. And being here today in Queensland, even in the last few months, with the cyclone season being as intense as ever, it's also the impacts on the food supply, the supply chain systems in a very important productive part of Australia in terms of our agricultural systems. So we don't need those reminders, but they are there and ever present in terms of those rising adverse impacts. I am encouraged at the same time to say that Australian producers and land managers are responding very well with innovation and investing to lower emissions. Examples of those innovations over many years and over the last decade or two are improved water use efficiency in irrigated cropping and pasture systems, using climate prediction and risk management tools, and changing land management practices in agriculture, such as conservation tillage, soil amelioration, and that maximising of soil moisture. So a lot of these are great productivity benefits, but they're also very good sustainable practices around adaptation and increasingly mitigation for climate change risks. So building that resilience into our food systems very much requires that integrated approach, so that we're looking at not just adaptation, which we have done well historically in Australia. We can always do better, but we have done well, but bringing that focus to mitigation. And the choices we make in the next few years will be critical. So in terms of those broader macro policy settings, people will be aware that the Australian government has committed to a specific approach to net zero by 2050. That's not just part of our international obligations to meet IPCC science and our Paris obligations. That also allows us to prepare and put ourselves ahead of these risks and impacts rather than having them impacting upon us. So it is a federal government policy to reach net zero by 2050, and as part of that, we've put together the Agriculture, Land and Sectoral Plan. I'll talk in some detail about some of the different aspects and examples on this slide, but Australia has an overall net zero plan for the entire economy, and that covers energy, it covers transport, it covers all critical parts of our economy, and in particular, agriculture and land sector is one of those plans. So we've been working very closely with our colleagues in the Environment and Climate Change Department. We have now put out our discussion paper, and in fact, we're proud that we're the first part of Australian government out with a sector plan, the Agriculture and Land Sector Plan, and that allows us to define what we'll be doing to map out a decarbonisation pathway for agriculture and land sector. That will provide industry, governments and investors with certainty to support the considerable investment required for a low emissions future. And importantly, it's going to require that partnership with and focus on science, on innovation, on research and development, not just for a healthy, productive agriculture sector, but to support that food system, the health of our food system innovation and investment. So that's been a particular focus for our department in the Commonwealth Government, and of course that involves working closely with states, territories, industry, science, research, universities and beyond. So in terms of a couple of other things I'll make comment on, adaptation, even with progress on mitigation, some climate impacts are already locked in, so adaptation efforts need to continue. That goes to things like the National Climate Risk Assessment that you can see referred to on the slides, including the challenges for primary industries and food systems, decreased productivity, quality and profitability, biosecurity pressures, particularly or across Australia, but we see a lot of those in Northern Australia with our proximity to biosecurity risks in our region, risks to ecosystem services. I've already talked about water and water availability, risks to on-farm and supply chain infrastructure, and also, and very importantly, the risks to the physical and mental health of primary producers and their communities. So these are the broad ranges of risks that have emerged through that National Climate Risk Assessment that go to the focus that we need to have on adaptation. So the question then is, what are we doing about that? This is where research and development is critical, and some examples that I will mention, and as the Academy has highlighted, making science and technology critical at this time of risk and opportunity. It's well known that at a time of crisis you can always turn that into an opportunity and remind our national policymakers of the critical importance of long-term investment in science, in research, in development. In agriculture, fisheries and forestry, we do have a long, proud history of investing in science, innovation and technology. Some of you will be familiar with the rural research and development corporations we have in Australia. It's quite a unique research and development system that we have, where we collect levies and reinvest that through specific research and development for those different commodities. Some of you will be aware, or indeed will have worked with the Grains Research and Development Corporation, Meat and Livestock Australia, the Fisheries Research Development Corporation, Wine Australia, Hort Innovation Limited. We have a very broad range of research and development corporations that allow us to reinvest specifically that money collected from those industries, and that has been a major strength of Australian agriculture, and indeed has helped us over many years. That then is alongside investments from CSIRO, with universities, with cooperative research centres, and I've already mentioned the new Net Zero Emissions Agriculture CRC. We're very excited about that as a new investment from our industry and innovation part of the Australian government, and I know Richard Heath, who has just been confirmed in his appointment as leading, and that's another exciting development because he brings a lot of that continuity and strength of relationship as well as experience from the Australian Farm Institute. So this is an example of the range of work that we're doing. And going back to our research development investments, more than half of Australian agricultural productivity growth has been attributed to those RD&E investments, with $1 of public investment in agricultural RD&E providing $8 of benefit to farmers in the long term. So it's a very effective way of investing in the sector, as well as in the future of RD&E and science in agriculture. In particular, and the focus now is moving to leveraging digital technologies, adopting innovations and other investments. That's helping agriculture adapt to a changing climate, and it's allowing us to make the case within the federal context to innovate for climate smart, drought resilient and sustainable sector. So that's very much the focus of what we're doing in the department. Another example I'll draw upon to give you a tangible demonstration of what we're doing, the Future Drought Fund is preparing farmers and communities for the impact of drought. $29 million was provided through the Future Drought Fund to support projects that help farmers and communities to adopt different ways to improve resilience. One of the grant projects is looking into the production of drought-resilient native crops, and we've seen some excellent examples out on that wonderful balcony overlooking the Brisbane River of emerging native foods and crops in Australia. That grant project has been researching, promoting and demonstrating how wattles, native perennial grasses and yams can be grown under minimal irrigation in the Sunraysia horticulture area in northwest Victoria for use as gluten-free flour and foods. So it's both emerging innovation in new foods, very much Indigenous opportunities to create whole new markets, but new varieties that are inherently climate resistant, being Indigenous to the Australian conditions. So they're examples of what we have been doing, and the importance is that we bring that together in a broader frame that continues to harness that investment and that partnership that Lynn Beasley mentioned before. So my final comment is in terms of the risks and opportunities. Sorry, that goes to the point about the value of that $1 of public investment for $8 of benefit. But my final comment is around that collaboration. And Lynn, this really finishes on the point that you opened with. How do we keep working together? Because our stakeholders, and you in this room, know that coordinated longer-term investment in innovation and R&D is still needed, and we really do need to work together to optimise that. The agricultural sector, in my discussions with them every week, the focus is on accelerating research and turning outputs into action, particularly through on-farm adoption and practice change, and collaboration between scientists, policymakers, farmers and other communities and stakeholders is vital. This creates an enabling environment for the adoption of technologies and evidence-based strategies to strengthen resilience of our food systems. And there is a long and very storied and rich history of practice change, and to me, my learnings are that constant focus on bringing the best research, development and innovation into practice change on farm within our farming systems to continue to support food and fibre across Australia and food security. So in conclusion, our ability to harmonise sustainable carbon reduction and land management and to bring that into orthodox common practice very much relies on these collaborative approaches that Lynn talked about. How do we continue to work together to leverage the power of science, innovation and technology to help our food and fibre sector is the focus of the federal department, and making sure that we always have policymakers and producers at the same table to implement these solutions for our sustainable food systems worldwide. So, Lynn, thank you for that opportunity to speak today. And I'm not going away because I'm going to be here for some questions and answers.
Please stay here. You're going to be centre stage. That's just fantastic to hear that we're all working together, all on the same page. Great to hear that you're up to speed on the new CRC and pushing forward initiatives. It's very important for us that you are here, but to hear your words is really important for us. We've got about 5 minutes for questions, so please, I'm sure there's going to be some hands going up. There's a lady here in the third row who's about to ask a question. If we can pop straight down to her. She's looking very expectant for the microphone. Here it comes. Please.
Hello, my name's Ressi. I work in PR. I've gone across a few different industries, but back during COVID I was working with the forestry industry, and there was a lot of issues with distribution because there's a lot of flowers that were grown in Bundaberg that then go down to Melbourne for processing and then come back up to Queensland to be distributed to the general population, all of that kind of stuff. And I was just wondering if anything like that happened within the food industry and if that's changed how we kind of manage distribution now, or what we're looking for in the future of that kind of distribution and supply chain.
Well, one thing I'll reflect on through COVID, which was like a huge natural experiment that nobody asked for, it gave us a much better understanding of the vulnerability of our supply chains. And because many things literally got stopped or locked down, that's where we saw where we might produce something in this part of the nation, a value add to it there, maybe offshore it, re-onshore it, and it showed the vulnerability of supply chain and logistics. So one of the points I made earlier is that is, as important a part of our food systems thinking. And then there's phrases that you would have heard of like nearshoring and re-onshoring, etc. For food security, I think in the earlier parts of my career, the view was I will never really be food insecure in Australia, and we can always import it if we need to. But that has, particularly with COVID and the increased severe impacts of climate change, we've realised how important it is to have a close eye to our supply chains. So we've got a much better line of sight to that now, where I think we weren't as focused on it, or I should say we learnt a lot more during times like COVID. And we're also, I know, doing more work into regional food systems and security, for example, into the Pacific. So that's been a very helpful learning and reflection.
Excellent. Thank you for that question. Are you reassured by the answer, ma'am? Good to hear. Another question, please. Who's the next one? See some hands going up, please. Just going back a row and across.
Hi, I'm Jane Quinn from Charles State University in New South Wales. I talk to a lot of producers. We work with them, every day. And one of the questions I always get is, who's paying for the green? So at the moment we have large and increasing on-farm costs. We've seen increasing on-farm productivity, but that's also with significant increase in costs in inputs. And now there's an overlay of requiring to be green and sustainable and be offsetting for other industries as well. How is that going to translate all the way through the value chain, and how do you see policy feeding into that?
You've got 2 minutes to answer that.
Well, firstly, a shout out to Charles Sturt University, because the strength of a lot of our academic institutions that are very connected, in your case across regional New South Wales, really helps the policy that we do. This is a really challenging conundrum for us, because on one hand there's a narrative that consumers will drive changes in behaviour all the way through the value chain, whether it's about the climate cost of food or the water cost of food and so on, and the idea that premium markets will pay more. But we know as well, at a time of cost of living, that often supermarkets want to get cheap products in and get them off the shelf. So we've been doing a lot of work with producers and processors to, at the very least, bring more transparency, so we see along the value chain who's clipping the ticket. At the moment, the narrative is that maybe it's the supermarkets, And we're using processes with the ACCC and others to find that out so that we can at least be clear the role of the primary producer and how their value is being appreciated and acknowledged. To go to your other, as a more general comment, we are seeing different consumer expectations around, might be dairy or eggs and so on, changing the whole value chain. It's not an easy answer, but to me, at the very least, the more transparency and recognition of that, the better, including the impact on primary producers who can otherwise be lost in the noise. So that, while that might not answer your question specifically, we're putting a lot more transparency into those very matters as we speak.
Does that answer resonate with you, please?
Yeah, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much. We're going to have to move on, but without you being here, our meeting would have been totally incomplete. So thank you so much for being part of it. And I know there'll be lots more questions at morning tea, so they now know who you are. It's
and I'm
wonderful.
coming back to the panel, so...
Coming back to the panel, so
more
we
questions.
can think up more questions. Round of applause, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Put it there. Gosh, now we're moving on to our next speaker, Professor Richard Eckard, Director of Primary Industries Climate Challenges Centre at the Uni of Melbourne, research focusing on carbon farming, accounting, carbon neutral agriculture, managing extreme climate events. Boy, we've had some doozies for a while, haven't we, here in Australia and around the world, and options for agriculture respond to changing climate. Who better to speak than Richard? Welcome to the podium.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Beasley, and thank you to the organisers for the opportunity to speak to you today. I too would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land that we're on and pay my respects to their elders past, present and future. But to build on what Adam was saying earlier, I think there's a lot we can learn from the traditional owners of the land in terms of climate change adaptation. And there's so much that, if you think of Australia being 22% more rainfall variable than any other agricultural economy in the world, there's historic systems that have evolved here. If you think about Themida, it always amazes me. You can grow Themida kangaroo grass in Hobart, it grows native, and it grows in the Kimberley, native. What genetic plasticity is in that plant that we can learn from when we bring in very temperate European species that can't move half a degree either side? So nothing to do with what I was going to talk to you about today, but I thought I'd just build on that because there's so much we can learn. We're talking more about mitigation policy here today, and if mitigation policy, if it can... Oh, okay. So what I usually start off by asking is, who's asking us to be low carbon? Where's the drive coming from? And you can push it back to a number of events, but the Paris climate event was probably the first time the world was put on a course towards countries signing up to a net zero commitment. In other words, the balance of anthropogenic greenhouse gases and sequestration being a net zero result by 2050. And all that we saw at COP26, the Glasgow Agreement, was an interim target. In other words, not just 2050, tell us what you're going to do in 2030 as well. But while we've seen governments come and go around the world in these policies, I think this is where the action lies. You've got to remember 70% of Australian produce is exported down these multinational supply chain companies. So it is quite material for our farmers to understand what those targets are, and all these companies have set targets using the Science-Based Targets Initiative as their basis. So understanding those targets, and if you look at those targets, they generally centre around 30% less emissions from all agricultural sectors by 2030. That's about where it all lands a median value. And so we're on notice by 2030, but don't believe that when you look at that list, these companies have got it sorted out. I meet with these companies regularly. And you go to a meeting with one of these major multinationals and they say, we've set a target, we have no idea how we're going to get there, help. And you think, well, wouldn't you have thought about how you're going to get there first before you... But no, we're all doing it. And I think the bottom line is, I read this in an Oxfam report, of the 100 largest economies in the world, 69 are companies, not countries. We live in a different world to the one a lot of us were born into. Amazon, Google, Microsoft are bigger than half the countries in Africa as economies. And so, Adam, no reflection, but government policy might not be driving the agenda. It's actually the supply chain that could be driving the agenda here. And so we've seen responses to this, the red meat industry strategy driving for carbon neutrality by 2050. Very ambitious target. I probably wouldn't have recommended it because we might not get there. What we forget all too quickly now that we're approaching the target is there were some really big caveats to the target. Subject to leveraging the right amount of funding and a suitable policy environment were two caveats in that original target, neither of which actually materialized. But why did they do that? Because competitors around the world are doing the same thing. We're seeing states in Brazil set targets. We're seeing the New Zealand Climate Change Response Act setting a separate price on methane. Farmers in New Zealand are having to keep carbon audits. Fonterra's been keeping carbon audits on all farms in New Zealand for the last 5 years already. We've seen California set limits on methane. And it all lines up with what we call the Global Methane Pledge, which Australia is a signatory to, that requires 30% less methane. So any question around, is methane short-lived, long-lived, are we accounting for methane correctly, completely obviated by the fact we're not multiplying that by anything, it's just methane. We want 30% less methane across the world. So let's not get distracted. But you've got to be careful how you do this. And I've just got a short list going here of where actually political change could be driven by getting the policy setting wrong. So we as a government have to get the policy quite right, because you could say New Zealand, well, they have too many cows in catchments and it's given them a serious nitrogen problem. I sit on that committee. And then I sit on another committee over there, greenhouse gas research, and they've got a serious problem there too. But you could argue that the change in government we saw to a more conservative government was driven by some of the methane tax policy. Same as the Netherlands. We've seen a more conservative government come in the Netherlands. You could track that in the media to the destocking policy. Ireland's going through the same discussion at the moment. So if we get this wrong, the California legislation, some of the big feedlots in California are just moving across the border to Arizona because the policy doesn't exist there. So it's a warning for us to get the policy right and to engage the agricultural sector while we're doing this. Now, fortunately, if you look around the world, the attitude of farmers in New Zealand is quite hostile because they've always been under a penalty environment. The attitude of Australian farmers tends to be more optimistic and positive because they've been under an incentive environment, the Carbon Farming Initiative. Lesson learned in there. We do have some insight into how this might actually work, and this is a Coles example, but it applies to JBS, to Woodside, to Cargill, all the multinationals. How do supply chains buy? Well, they can only buy on a unitary basis. They can only buy on the basis of emissions per unit of live weight or per tonne of milk solids. And so you can see exactly how it works. If you Coles, you get audits done on a bunch of properties that supply you, and you start buying from the left. Why would you buy from the right? You wouldn't buy at 25 tonnes of emissions per tonne of live weight because that costs you 3 times the carbon credits to get a neutral product. If you Cargill buying on the global stage, same deal. You buy from Western Australia because it's half the emissions of the European Union wheat. So we've got to play to our strengths here. But that re-empowers farmers because it says farmers can actually aim for best practice now. It matters. How do you get to the left-hand side of that diagram? It's the implementation of best practice today. Weaning rates, fertiliser efficiency, things that we know how to do. Then we wait for the CRC to come along and help us drop that number right at the end further. But it doesn't disempower farmers in the meantime. Now, one thing I wanted to knock on the head, I think is the term we use, is this idea that there's all these carbon surpluses, these carbon credits in agriculture to allow the big end of town to buy their way out of trouble. You've got to remember the original intent of carbon credits. It was with great reluctance that UNFCCC agreed to carbon credits because they knew what would happen. They were meant to be the last course of action, not the first course of action. What are we seeing in Australia? The big end of town wanting to buy land, to plant trees to get their carbon credits. Now, I was part of the Net Zero Australia plan that we developed, and I was the one who reconciled the agricultural pathway to its own net zero. And what we learned out of that is if agriculture kept all its own offsets, all its own tree and soil carbon within the agriculture sector, they still struggle to get to net zero in their own right with known technology. So this notion that there's all this surplus carbon in agriculture for the big mining giants of the world to buy their way out of trouble is actually wrong. It's not true. And simple calculation, if you take all the mining industry of Western Australia, 167 million tonnes of CO2 equivalent, if they had to buy up all 4.5 million hectares of wheat in Western Australia and plant it all down to trees, they buy half of the offset they need and on decreasing term for 25 years, after which no more carbon, and no more wheat industry. So let's not be fooled that you can just buy your way out of trouble. We have to actually reduce emissions. So to put a point on it, we are seeing some of the policies affect agriculture and agricultural land value, and we've got to actually pull that up fairly soon. The Carbon Farming Initiative Act only had bipartisan support in Australia because there's a caveat in there that it was never meant to affect agricultural productivity in any way. But what it didn't cover is me destocking my farm and selling it, and then some other entity buying it and planting it to trees. It never covered that land use change. And that's unfortunately what we're starting to see happen. And I said at the Evoke conference the other day that I suspect we will regret putting a price on soil and tree carbon because of the land use change implications that are starting to happen already. And we're starting to see big pastoral companies sold not on their livestock potential, but on their carbon potential. That was never the intention of the scheme. Emissions avoidance, I see, is very different. It's actually helping the planet reduce greenhouse gases, and that's a valid carbon credit. So don't get me wrong that all of them are wrong. There's also a Carbon Market Institute and Agri-Futures report out actually saying we're starting to see an effect on land values. These encumbrances, carbon maintenance obligations that are now attached to the title of properties. If you've taken the cash and monetized it, sold your carbon credits, the new owner is now inheriting a liability on the land rather than an asset on the land. And so it will affect property prices in the future. And as I said, we're starting to see large mining companies buying up agricultural land in Western Australia. I was up in Gundawindi the other day giving a talk, and they're talking about massive land use change going on in southeast Queensland as a result of carbon projects. That was never the intention. We see the big fossil fuel companies. Shell has recently bought out one of our large carbon aggregator companies. Why? Well, they want control over how they buy their way out of trouble. That was never the intention. So we've got to set the record straight. And I'll end with this diagram, which I was involved in the Australian Agricultural Sustainability Framework. And what we did there was reconcile about 200 frameworks from around the world into a cohesive framework relevant to Australian agriculture. And this is ESG, environmental, social, and governance. And you can see the greenhouse gas components. That's pretty clear. But look what's coming straight after. If you look at the arrows pointing, they're pointing to biodiversity. We already know, and agriculture's already on notice, that get myopic on carbon and lose sight of biodiversity, you've lost the plot. So we've got to actually make sure that what we do in terms of policy integrates carbon into a future of biodiversity. Why do I say that? Carbon policy in New Zealand is currently leading to pine trees being planted in sheep pastures. That's great for today for carbon. That's the best return on revenue, but it's a disaster when you get to biodiversity. There's nothing under pine trees. So let's get this right. Let's get the policy environment right. And I'm sure the panel will take this up as well. Thank you.
Don't you love straight talking? Net zero discussion, net 100% great talk. Thank you so much. Time for one quick question, but you will be back on the panel. Lady down here yeah. Quick question, quick answer.
You mentioned the importance of providing incentives versus penalty in the policy environment. If we're to move to insets instead of offsets, how do we still maintain an incentive? In the cases where that incentive is providing a positive benefit and encouraging practice that are widely recognised as positive. So maybe not the land use change negative impacts of carbon that we're seeing, but the positive ones. How do we continue to incentivise them if we move to insets?
Yeah, I'm partly to blame for the term insets because we, from a communication point of view, we wanted to get the exact opposite of offset into the minds of farmers. And that's why we came up with the term. Insetting, I call it socialising your carbon up the supply chain. That's effectively what you're doing, which then goes to the financial model because that socialising means that it becomes a three-way split on who's actually paying. The consumer, the supply chain and the farmer. So it becomes a shared model straight away when you're insetting. And I think that's how we've got to look at the future of agriculture because all the major economists, agricultural economists tell us in history, these types of changes are a split financial model. No one entity is going to pay the full cost. The consumer wears some, the supply chain wears some, and the farmer wears some. Hopefully that is quick enough.
Happy with that? Yeah. Thank you so much. We'll see you back. We'll see you back for the panel. Thank you. Join me in saying. My gosh, we're having a real treat today, aren't we? And our next speaker is Dr. Rohan Nelson. Rohan is Director of the Food Systems Horizons, a joint initiative between the University of Queensland and CSIRO, on secondment from the Australian Bureau of Agriculture and Resources Economics and Sciences. Significant experience and expertise in science policy engagement. That's a great guru to have an expertise in public sector innovation and forecasting systems, deep knowledge of competition, climate and natural resource management policy. My gosh, the podium is yours, Rohan. We're so looking forward to hearing you speak.
Well, thanks very much. And just to point out that ABARES is the short version, and it's a research division of Adam's department. I'd like to reinforce the acknowledgements we've had of the traditional owners, and I would like to go further than that and say we very much welcome and look forward to their contribution to future food systems, and point out that there's lots of people in this room that are working with Indigenous communities to help make that a reality, and to bring together those industrial thoughts that we have and we've been talking about today with more Indigenous and natural systems. I've been asked today to talk about interactions between agricultural and climate policy. That would take about 4 weeks if I was to do that, in a way. So I'm going to look at my notes today just to try and keep us to 10 minutes. My main thesis today is that we do tend to be conditioned by the success that we've had in agricultural policy. And I want to say it's success. So we've had some great things that we've done in agricultural policy. I'd like to argue that that has set us up well for dealing with certain dimensions of climate and other sustainability challenges, but that it's clearly lacking in other dimensions. And we've had some of that discussion today, and I want to try and draw out some of that as we discuss. And I want to do it from the point of view of opportunity. If we can have a look at how our thinking has been conditioned, we may be able to break through some of that legacy and actually expand the options we have for thinking about and managing climate and other sustainability challenges, because I feel like this is partly about changing goals in a dimension. So let me just rapidly draw on some of my experience as an industry economist to do a really quick skate here through how we normally look at agricultural policy. And think about how that might be conditioning our thinking. So for at least 3 decades here, and I actually think it's more like 180 years, we've been completely obsessed with and intently focused on our competitiveness in international markets. It's no more complicated than we tend to produce a lot more than we consume, and that has always made export markets a key pathway for industry vitality, growth, etc. Now, we've pursued, hit the right button wrong. We've pursued competitiveness relentlessly across our whole economy through economic specialisation. It's not just a feature of agriculture, but in agriculture, we've built an absolutely world-class innovation system with 15 research and development corporations that pumps out commodity-specific, productivity-enhancing technology and helps farmers adopt that technology. It really is a world-class model, and it is the envy of many other countries around the world. And within this, we've tended to use production targets. We've tended to use single economic, either physical production metrics or economic production metrics. This morning we had wheat from John, and we had Matthew had gross value of production, which that is, and population. We tend to think about things in particular ways that are useful. And we tend to use these targets as ways of rallying industries to squeeze more and more productivity out of increasingly optimised farming systems. We really do have highly optimised farming systems in Australia, and I think we've heard lots about that science and technology today. And from a policy perspective, to facilitate the flow of resources to their highest value uses in the economy, we've deregulated agricultural marketing. Australia used to be subject to an absolutely diabolical regime of agricultural marketing, and I'm glad Adam's nodding his head because I wasn't sure if I'd get away with the word diabolical. But we've basically deregulated all of those things. Those things never applied to our most efficient industries, and by the way, we have 2 of them left. I won't be talking about that today. But what that's done has basically led to a steady and continuous flow of resources from medium-sized farms to small farms. One of the myths in Australian agriculture is that small farms have disappeared. They're actually pretty constant, and it's more medium to large farms. Now, the point is, as Adam said, we've tended to meet our economic goals or greatly exceed them. The return on our farm level return on agricultural investment, and that's a piece of ABARES research, by the way, is 800%, the $8 that Adam talked about. What I can do to add to what Adam talked about was to say that that is actually internationally benchmarked. That is actually pretty good performance globally for economies with similar industrial agricultural systems. And we know some other stuff, right, from an economic perspective. We know that market reform has led to a doubling of agricultural output since 1990 in real terms. And that's despite all the challenges we've heard about, climate, severe droughts in the 2000s, etc. And the econometricians that get in and study this through total factor productivity, they tell us that this reallocation of resources from deregulation accounted for over 1/3 of productivity growth in the 1990s and 2/3 during the 2000s. Right, so that's the thing that we've done. That's our success in the economic dimensions of agricultural policy. And I'd like to suggest that quite fabulous heritage that we're all building on here has left us really well equipped to address some aspects of climate and other sustainability challenges, but much less well equipped to address some of the other ones, particularly the social and environmental dimensions. And I want to tease a little bit about that part. And what I want to do here is talk about the fact that each one of those legacies listed up on the board there is actually an opportunity to think more broadly and to think more creatively about how we manage sustainability and climate challenges. So one of the things that we've repeated here today, and which is just convenient, and I do it all the time, and I'm one of the high priests of this kind of analysis of things, is that we use single focus economic metrics to talk about agriculture often. The one we classically use is constructed by ABARES. It's the gross value of production. We use that, it's convenient, all that sort of stuff. But it's a very, very, very partial indicator of what's going on. Even switching in very simple economic terms from gross measures of production to net measures would give us a whole bunch of different insights into the challenges of farming, and particularly the relative change in input costs versus output prices as things like climate change our relative position in world markets. And there are lots of other metrics we could use. So there are even much more direct measures of comparative advantage. My colleague Pradeep has been working on this with me, and that right-hand image up there is a very specific measure of Australia's comparative advantage in specific markets. And it tells a story that's a little bit challenging compared to the single sort of upward metrics. Now, as we've already heard, our focus on this narrow set of production indicators has left us without the same level of institutional capability in data and analysis to inform the multiple goals that agriculture has always had. So Richard and colleagues, Katie McRobert, and others who put together this fabulous sustainability framework are really just the latest generation of people that have pointed out that agriculture has this much broader set of goals, social, economic, environmental, crudely put, ESG, however you want to put it. And the sustainability issues that we're facing now, like climate change, are simply the latest thing that's drawing our attention here. And if you want a really short-term analogy, very clear thing that you'll probably take away long before my graphs have disappeared from your retina, is that think about a pilot flying an aeroplane, right? You're flying an aeroplane. You want the pilot to look at the compass, the altimeter, and also the airspeed, right? Imagine if the guy's flying the plane only looking at the compass or only looking at one of those instruments, right? What's going to happen? That's how we're flying, that's how we've been flying the agri-food system in Australia, is how I feel about it. So we also have a large number of opportunities to leverage innovation beyond the agriculture system into the whole food system and more broadly into the economy more generally. So as I've been saying, and it's work by David Pannell, was one of the first prophets of this, to say, look, we know that it's increasingly difficult to wring more and more productivity gains out of systems that are already highly optimised. I know we heard this morning that there are all sorts of genetic gains to still be met. We have to remember those genetic gains sit in a human, social and economic system, and there are lots of constraints to actually achieving those in the field. Does that mean we can stop pursuing on-farm productivity? No, I didn't say that. We absolutely have to keep doing that. But it does add to the incentives we have to find other means of increasing productivity right through the whole system. Now, let's talk about climate momentarily. There are really two key reasons I see why it's important to consider the whole food system when we think about climate policy. The first is that the cost of abating emissions across the economy is not the same. And we know that the cost of abating agricultural emissions is not necessarily the cheapest place to do that. And so an economy-wide perspective is very much needed if we're going to achieve the lowest cost mix of abatement across the economy. And so we need the institutional mechanisms to do that. Myself and some colleagues a few years ago suggested a thing called emissions trading, which meant that we weren't invited to barbecues for the next decade or so. So we might just put that one on the shelf. But there are other ways of doing that. There are other ways of bringing back this public leadership to do that coordination. But remember, in a context where we've had a very bad past experience with regulation of agricultural marketing, so we need to think differently about what that public involvement looks like. And secondly, and this is something I almost never see discussed in the public discourse, and that is that emissions, we don't generate, Richard, correct me if I'm wrong, mate, but we don't just generate greenhouse gas emissions for the fun of it, right? They're the unintended product of something else. We generate them because they have social and economic benefit in some other part of the economy. And that changes quite dramatically. So, for example, we wouldn't necessarily place the same social value, or just run this experiment in your head, to emissions associated with agricultural production, that's to feed growing populations, compared to how much we value the same level of emissions from stationary energy or transport systems. And it really doesn't take that much imagination, as several speakers have talked about today, to imagine a future, and I'd have to say in which broader economy-wide climate goals are being met, where it's seen as both acceptable and necessary for agricultural emissions to go up, if not in absolute terms, certainly in relative terms. And I think Richard and Adam mentioned something like that. And look, another reason for leveraging across the whole economy here is that we can design emissions out before they even happen. And you can get a sense of that by looking at what our material scientists are doing, the circular economy type people. A principle emerging from this reinforces the technology perspective we've had today, which basically says that it's easier and lower cost to design emissions and waste out of the food system before they occur. I'm on the home straight, Lynn, don't worry. And look, we can also expand the options we have for managing climate change by actually thinking more creatively about the future. One of the problems with looking at our single dimension trends and things is we tend to think about the future as the extension of those trends. So Matthew, I think, put up an extension of gross value of production. It's a kind of a convenient way of thinking about the future of agriculture. But it really does limit, that thinking really does limit the social, environmental, the holistic elements of what those futures might be like. And we tend to reinforce that with the kinds of models that we use to do that. So we tend to use economic models which present futures in these sort of abstract and aggregated ways that are about supply and demand balances, total production measures, etc. And then those models tend to be so difficult to interpret and so abstract that their use tends to be to reinforce expert opinion in polarised debate rather than helping people in participatory settings to actually work towards preferred futures. I just want to say that there are models and approaches to modelling that are emerging that really help people do that. So to imaginatively craft futures, we've had, very little discussion today, and I'm not suggesting we don't need to analyse the problems of the current system, but we really do need to, as a community, as a society, think about the futures that we want and how to get there, because it's that imagination, that crafting of better futures for us, our children, future generations, which really makes a big difference. We need to help communities navigate the very local communities, industries, navigate the residual uncertainties in local contexts, and that is something that's entirely different. It's, if you like, it's the arrows between the boxes that we usually put on our flowcharts. It's embedding that in social process, using and thinking about models in special ways, in new ways. And my last point, Lynn, I know I'm getting the shoulder here, which is very intimidating for a very small person. Just a comment on public leadership. So in agriculture, when I start to talk about new forms of public leadership I've got some mentors who are ex-productivity commissioners and people like that, and they start to shake and twitch, and they've just spent their whole career extracting government from agriculture, right? And they just can't see that as a possible future. But the reality is that climate change and a lot of sustainability challenges, they're what economists call externalities. They're the adverse consequences, they're byproducts of market activity. And Australia, more than perhaps any other nation, has run the experiment for the last 3 decades. There are very muted incentives for industries and for commercial entities to manage those things, right? They're public goods, that they're external to the market, and there's a growing sense that we need novel forms of public leadership here to actually initiate those actions, to make sure we have the metrics to inform those things and to lead action on those. And one of the more popular, many of you know that Mariana Mazzucato was in the country last week, so that whole sort of innovation missions world is one example of that, and CSIRO has restructured a lot of its research portfolio around something similar. So Lynn, I'm done. I'm really hoping that you didn't see that as critical of agricultural policy. This is a personal journey for me where I believe my world's been conditioned, and this is how I tend to see things. I'm now working with a bunch of other people who see things more broadly than that. And fundamentally, our goals have changed. Our goals have changed from single economic kind of objectives to much more holistic sustainability challenges. And we just need to think more broadly and use much broader metrics to make sure that our plane doesn't crash, to go back to my earlier metaphor. Yeah, but thank you. Thanks very much.
I don't think you need to worry about it just getting to your retina. In my memory banks are some of those terrific graphs. Comparative advantage, looking at that sobering, the marginal cost abatement. These are really special messages. Thank you for sharing, and I know that people will be asking you questions when you come back on the panel, so be ready for that. But now we are going to have our panel back, and it's going to be under the expert guidance of Professor Richard Eckard, who was here before. Welcome back to the stage, Richard. And let me introduce your co-panelist, Alison Kelly, a farm emissions specialist from Agriculture Victoria, over 20 years experience in national leadership positions working on climate change. And really looking at the environmental issues. So I know that's close to your heart. We're looking forward to hearing more about that. Professor Manfred Lenzen, please join us too, a leading researcher in the Integrated Sustainability Analysis team at the School of Physics at the University of Sydney. Currently leads the development of cloud-based collaborative research platforms. Farmers used to look at the clouds up there for rain. Now they look to you for the clouds up there in wherever they're stored. For for building large-scale global economic environmental models that enable environmental impact analysis across the global food chains. We've been hearing about that today. And our final but equally welcome panel member is Dr. Diane Maybury, a principal research scientist in the Sustainability Program at CSIRO, works across global, regional and farm scales to future-proof livestock production systems against a range of challenges threatening their long-term viability and, most importantly, the social license to operate. Please welcome all the panel. We're looking forward to a vibrant discussion.
Great, thank you very much, Professor Beasley. We're going to start the panel session, and we invite you to think of questions to ask the panel. So I'll start off by asking each panelist to have a short introduction in turn, and then maybe throw a question at one of them, but very quickly want to go to the audience and ask your participation in this panel. So hold your fire, we'll get there. Alison, a short introduction from you.
Thanks. Thank you. I'll go through a couple of slides actually that I've got to support my introduction here. And I guess first of all, it's really great to be able to talk about the topic of climate change. I'm going to try and not be too negative about some of the conversations I have with farmers about this, but really touching on a project which I'm involved with as part of Agriculture Victoria, which is the On-Farm Emissions Action Plan pilot. And my role as the farm emissions specialist on that project is getting to go out and talk one-on-one with farmers about this topic. So Richard, you mentioned you came up with the term insetting. My role get to be explaining what that means, why it's important, why that should be valued by those farmers. So day to day, I'm out there talking with individual farmers, and the infographic that you can see up on the slide there is just an overview of the 176 farms that we've got engaged in our project so far. And you'll see all the different commodities represented there. So from livestock producers, which we've heard about in terms of all of their activities from beef, sheep and dairy industries, all the way through horticultural commodities and crops. And the intent behind the project here is about trying to make sense of emissions and carbon at the farm scale. So the knowing and understanding of your number and being able to act about it. So we work with participants one-on-one to develop their emissions action plan. We don't ask individual farmers to complete a carbon footprint themselves. We do that on their behalf. So we use the existing greenhouse gas accounting frameworks and tools that are available and industry agreed. We use them and take them out on farm to talk to them then and to prioritise actions that they can do now. As part of the project, we're also working with other staff and colleagues to be able to train up others in being able to provide this advice. So that's both staff within Agriculture Victoria itself as well as external providers, because we know that people are wanting one-on-one conversations. They wanted to talk to people that they trust, that they already know about this topic and what they can do about it. We have a community of practice as part of that project as well, and the idea is about sharing as much as what we're doing while we're working our way through the project, not at the end. So we do have an outcome logic model about how we actually want to talk about this with farmers and the theory of change that we're trying to enable, because 250 farms, while that is still significant for the project itself and what we're trying to deliver, that's not going to make it through to the approximately 20,000 Victorian farmers that we have. And what we are seeing, what we are hearing as we're going through this project is that farmers are at different starting points and confidence levels in talking about this. So the infographic which I've got here on the slide is one of our outputs that we've developed as part of the project to be able to simplify what does scope 1, 2, 3, what does that look like on a farm, what are the greenhouse gases that we're not coming out necessarily to measure for them individually, but we need to be able to estimate for them. And then also to talk to them about carbon. We've heard a little bit about trees, but also about what's happening under the ground in terms of soil carbon and what might be changing in terms of the flux of that over time. And we talk about that as their net farm number, and we talk about that as opportunity. What are the opportunities to be able to reduce that from each of those sources of greenhouse gases? But we are finding that there's really challenging conversations for some of those that might not be as across some of these topics, but also their starting point matters. And their farming system matters as well. So what's available to them is different, and we are seeing that in our tailored, quite bespoke action plans that we're having to develop as part of that. We're finding that, you know, in terms of being able to sit at the kitchen table, we're still finding that this topic, even though we're there talking to them, is quite confronting for most farmers. It feels like a judgment to them. It is a number that's quite overwhelming, and in some instances in the thousands of tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent number per year. And so we need to work with them in understanding that. What does that actually mean for them? What are the trends and drivers? What is the market saying that they might need to look at? And it is a conversation. It's two-way. It's letting them ask us about the challenges they might be seeing, or maybe they've heard about solutions and thinking about things like asparaginopsis and seaweed that they might see in the marketplace. So I guess we get to have those conversations, and it helps them with that expectation they feel, that net zero is something they have to do. It's happening to them, not with them, and so it can feel overwhelming. And I guess a quote that I'll put up on the slide here is from one of our participants. So this is after we've come along, spoken to them one-on-one and delivered them an emissions action plan. This is actually what we got as their feedback. So we've got a long way to go. We thought we were right up there as environmentally sustainable and one of the top 20% of farmers, but we have no hope of becoming carbon neutral at this rate. You know, that's after we've given them all of the solutions that we could possibly provide to them, and that's the feedback we're getting. So as part of our project, as I said, we've got touch points with participant farmers as we're going through, both before we meet with them and afterwards. We do independent surveys, and I've just put up here just one of the examples of a question that we ask as part of those. So the question here is about how much do you believe you can reduce on-farm emissions without compromising your farm's profitability? And in blue, it's the pre-visit, so pre an action plan being provided to that participant, and in green is actually the post responses. It is a small sample size. We're partway through the project. I guess what I really wanted to show here is that we're seeing a constriction of what they're actually seeing as feasible for their business. So it's great. We're seeing people moving from unsure to actually being able to put a number on what's possible, but those that might have been quite optimistic are coming back and saying actually probably looking likely that 10 to 20% is actually possible for them to do now. I talk about this, not intending to be the fun police coming out and saying what's not possible, but this is the reality of what we're hearing from those farmers. And look, it is early days. We've still got some more participants to work through, but this is something that we are seeing as part of our one-on-one visits, and we hear from them every single time where we're talking about that. So when we're thinking about all of those market trends and everything that we're seeing from prior speakers, I'd like to say like this project and what we're trying to do is trying to guide it. I think it was guided transitions Rohan used as part of it. That's what we're trying to do with these individual farmers, but the idea is also to be able to pay it forward as much as possible too. So what we're learning, we're trying to share, and hopefully we can bring back a little bit more optimism as we go along too. So, thank you.
Thank you. Diane Mabry, you involved in the livestock industries, you're involved in the C&30 assessment for the red meat industry. I won't lay that on you, but I'll give you a few minutes to introduce your topic. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Rich. So I'm a livestock system scientist, and I'm passionate about ensuring that we still have livestock systems in Australia into the future. And so what I want to cover today, I guess, is just highlight some of the complexities of our livestock systems and the challenges that they face to remain productive and sustainable in a future climate. So to start off with, this is a quick slide. It's a figure that's similar to one that Rohan showed. So we have greenhouse gas emissions from different sectors in Australia in 2005 and 2021. So I guess to highlight one of the points that Rohan alluded to, Australian emissions are dominated by the energy sector. We can't reach net zero 2050 or any of those big terrifying targets without substantial decreases in emissions from that sector. But today we're talking about agriculture. So if we look at 2005, which is the dark blue on this slide, emissions from agriculture were pretty similar to energy. They were right up there, but looking to 2021, there has been a substantial decrease in emissions from agriculture. That decrease is primarily due to a reduction in land clearing, but we've also had a contraction in our national sheep herd. So that's where most of those emissions are from. Those remaining emissions, though, a lot of them are from our livestock industries. And a lot of that is enteric methane. A lot of those emissions are from beef cattle. So we've come a long way since 2005, but that doesn't mean that we can't or that we shouldn't try to further reduce these emissions. Livestock farms in Australia are really diverse. So we have, in some systems, intensive systems like feedlots, and you have lots of cattle in the same place. We've got really tight control over what they do and what they eat. They're fed really good quality diets, and they're really efficient. They have low greenhouse gas emissions. But that's not where we keep most of our sheep and our cattle in Australia. They're out grazing in paddocks, in natural systems. And that's where most of our greenhouse gas emissions from livestock come from. So grazing of native vegetation and pastures is our biggest land use in Australia. And farming of ruminant livestock, those sheep and cattle, it's often the only economic option in areas where production of broadacre crops or horticulture is no longer possible or profitable. So the 3 photos that I've got here, these are 3 different cattle production systems in northern Queensland. North Queensland, it's a tough place to farm. It's really hot in summer, it's humid, it's icky. Rainfall is hugely variable and it can be tough to predict. And then you've got tropical cyclones and all of these other things that are being thrown at you. So the nice luscious green pasture on the left, that's up in the Atherton tablelands. So you can grow lots of good quality grass for cattle up there. It's a pretty good system. But as you go further inland, the combination of soils and climate make it more challenging to produce anything. So the final picture on the right there, that's out near Julia Creek in the Mitchell Grass Downs. That's a natural grassland. Annual rainfall in that region ranges from nothing, 0 mils in a year, to over 1 metre. In southern Australia, we talk about numbers of cattle per hectare. Up in Julia Creek, you need 8 hectares of grassland to produce enough feed for 1 cow in a year. That's how extensive these production systems are. And these systems are under threat from climate change. And the future projections say that it's going to get hotter. That's bad for the cows, it's bad for the people that have to care for them and get out there in the paddock and manage them. Cyclones are going to be more severe and rainfall is going to continue to be variable and unpredictable. Even in the last summer that we've just had, we've had several cyclones in northern Australia. And these challenges impact animal well-being and productivity, and they impact the resilience and the profitability of our livestock enterprises. So Alison talked a little bit about the scale of emissions reduction that's possible in the Victorian agricultural sector, and the challenges that producers that she's talked to are facing. And these same challenges exist in northern Australia, but I think there's an even greater lack of practical and locally appropriate options that producers can draw on to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So if we look at the example of feed additives, which is what we read a lot about in the media, it sounds wonderful, doesn't it? You just chuck something in their feed and enteric methane goes down. But you have to feed that to the cows every single day. Every time they eat a meal, they've got to have a little bit of it. If you've got 8 hectares per cow, it's just not feasible. So we need to get creative about how we can get these compounds and these additives out to cattle. We need to get creative about what other solutions there might be. So at the moment, for these northern systems, the best option we've got is to try and improve the productivity of livestock systems. And that might be through management or genetics or improving pastures, those sorts of tools. But producers have to do this while they're facing all those climate challenges, and they need to do it in a way that's acceptable to consumers so that they're producing a product that people will purchase. So just to finish off, as other people highlighted this morning, there's no single solution that is perfect for everyone. Systems are different solutions for different systems for different reasons. And there's trade-offs between productivity and profitability and sustainability. We need to balance the adaptation and mitigation with societal expectations around how people want their food produced. Thanks.
Thank you, Dana. Thanks, Di. You've given us a whole lot of questions to ask there, so we'll be back. Manfred, your perspective. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Richard. My name is Manfred Lensener from the University of Sydney. I have to admit, I feel a little bit out of territory here because I'm not an agricultural scientist. I work in the School of Physics, and we run large-scale computer models of the global climate futures. That's what we do. And so, the next 5 minutes, I'd like to look at a sort of more systemic view of food systems globally and in Australia. So in my field, there's more and more evidence and consensus that technology-driven approaches to getting us to 2 degrees or keeping us below 2 degrees or let alone below 1.5 degrees, they won't save us. And that's simply because we've waited too long. So wind time back to the year 2000, if we'd stopped growing the global economy at that point and let technology do its job at feasible rates, at demonstrated rates, we would have gone to net zero, no problem, and stayed below 1.5 degrees. But we haven't stopped growing. And you see this cliff that's come from minus 2.5 degrees per year, which technology can do and has done, to now about 8 or 9% per year. We've never done this in history. So if we just bank on technology, this will not happen, minus 9% per year. So in my field, there's more and more people who look at what's called degrowth. Degrowth actually breaks with mainstream knowledge and said, we've got to look at economies that are stagnant or are even shrinking. Not with the aim of shrinking them, but with the aim of bringing emissions down, but at the same time, maintaining or even improving subjective well-being. That's what degrowth is. So it's not martyrdom or some dystopian future. It actually has benefits. So there's this paper in Nature Food that's come out, and interestingly, in food systems, degrowth does not have such a large potential, simply because food is an essential commodity, and obviously, simplistically speaking, you can't degrow it. What comes out of these papers is that there's more structural changes needed, dietary change, for example. And that is because if you look at the diets at in low-income countries, they're already unsustainable. So that means if any degrowth that will go towards situations in low-income countries, it won't change much because already there, diets are unsustainable. So dietary shifts, they already happen. But for example, in these fast-growing low-income countries in the global south, they happen in the wrong direction because they're including, for example, more emissions-intensive food items in the diets, for example, beef. And you see this, for example, in this diagram that's corroborated by FAO data, and that's why in the global agriculture system, emissions are going up. Generally speaking, there's a trend here, and that's not just in the food system, but it's energy, mobility everywhere, where we see about 2/3 of the world population growing, because at the moment, they're actually at or below average per capita emissions, and they have developing needs. They want to electrify villages, increase mobility, and so on, and affluent societies like ours, or in Europe or in North America, they're role models for them. For degrowth, and I would say for climate negotiations in general, you need consensus. You need buy-in from the global south, otherwise you have no chance. And that's in equity. Equity, in terms of per capita emissions, would mean that whilst these 2/3 of the world keeps growing their emissions for development purposes, affluent economies have to come even more down than that equal, say 50% by 2030. Now that's a substantial challenge here. And the systemic
issues that can come back to us and to the food system are because if these changes happen, whether they happen in a forced way, because we do grow emissions and we do get more natural calamities, adverse climate events, or if they happen in a facilitated way, that we do facilitate degrowth and we abandon the growth paradigm, it would mean the structural changes are such that it is likely that we face, for example, we could face migration, we're already facing this, we could face unemployment, because working hours would shrink. Conflict is already arising. There's a chapter in the assessment reports from the IPCC that there's climate-driven conflict and shortages. So this systemic view, what I would say with this is that once we have heat waves and droughts and floods affecting the Australian food system, there'll likely be things coming from outside the Australian economy, unexpected things that we need to be prepared for and that need for enhanced resilience. Thank you.
I'll just pose some questions to the panel, trying to sort of tie these together. So you know, Manfred, you gave us a sense of real urgency here, which we should have. But Alison, before you answer, I'll sort of go through everybody, but do farmers get the sense of urgency, or do they just find themselves confused in this scenario? Di, you mentioned the challenge of northern versus southern Australia. What's the future of the livestock industry look like in 2070? You know, are we still going to have cattle in northern Australia? And Manfred, you mentioned equity. How do we get the rich people to take a cut in living standard to favour the poor? We live in a capitalist society that's very selfish. So let's open up for discussion. Go, Alison.
Yeah, well, I guess the first point about the sense of urgency, I think yes and no. There's that feeling of understanding that there's trends that are happening and it's happening to them. That general feeling of I can either hear or see somebody that's claiming they're carbon neutral. I'm not quite sure how they got there, and now I've got a bit of FOMO. I'm not quite sure what to do with that, and maybe I need to find out a bit more. Or someone who you know, has participated in our project was told to put their hand up because they were seen as a leading farmer and thought, actually, well, maybe that's what I should do just to demonstrate what I'm able to do. And I guess that's coming through in everyone having a different starting point and not quite fully understanding where they fit in that yet. And so I guess what we're trying to do is make sense of it, where their farm fits in, and we talk about it from, you know, looking at their total number, looking at how that actually plays out in terms of their system. But what we try and get at is actually how does it fit within where they want to go? What's their sustainability and their enterprise goals? What transition plans have they already got in place? Maybe they've got succession plans and it's actually about the next generation coming through that really wants to take this on. So everything we have to describe needs to make sense to their business and needs to make sense of where that business is going. And I think that's what makes more sense to them, rather than just this arbitrary something else is happening to me and it's important I do.
But they're generally not connecting the change in climate to what they're doing on farm, making a contribution, are they? It's somebody else's problem.
Yeah, look, I guess it's hard because greenhouse gases are invisible. It's really difficult to say, actually, I did this one practice and I can see absolutely it did this thing in the atmosphere. And quite often when we're out there, we actually do talk about, you know, when I use a greenhouse gas accounting tool and I give you that number, you know, that's a number, it needs to make sense to you, but actually I could go around and come up with some accounting loopholes. I could tell you about how you might be able to reduce that by this amount, but we try and bring them back to, well, what will the atmosphere feel? Because that's the end game, right? That's actually what we're trying to drive as part of these changes. And I can explain to you that, you know, some of the technologies that we've heard about already today give you those solutions that might be able to address it through nitrous oxide reductions, through some new technologies which are precision agriculture related. So we try and put it through that lens, which is that these practices have an emissions benefit. They also probably have a productivity or even a cost saving somewhere. So they've got some of these win-wins in some of these solutions. We're just trying to put that emissions lens to make sense, yeah.
So, coming to northern versus southern Australia, I mean, there's a whole bunch of things in here. Northern Australia getting hotter, drier. You mentioned that. Northern Australia being less emissions intensity, higher emissions intensity than southern Australia. But southern Australia, you'd argue maybe there's an alternative land use that is more equitable in the future. What does the 2070 livestock industry look like? Without, you know, not a CSIRO opinion, all right? Just a personal opinion.
I guess there's, you know, you talk about southern and northern, and there's a bit of a continuum there. I don't want people to think that everything in the south is easy. John talked about mixed crop livestock systems this morning, and they're still pretty extensive compared to a dairy system or a feedlot or a piggery where you've got lots of animals together. So it is still pretty challenging in those southern systems to, you know, I guess like Alison's been talking about, you know, farmers are struggling to work out what they can feasibly do. It's just that gets exacerbated in the north. And so I think, you know, thinking about what a sustainable livestock system looks like in 2050 or 2070, I don't want it to look like lots of animals in confined systems. I don't think most people that consume livestock products want our farms to look like that. We want our animals raised in outdoor systems where they can, you know, animal well-being is a priority for a lot of people. We've got to find ways that we can enhance animal well-being while it's getting hotter. So maybe we need artificial or natural shade being brought into these systems. It's probably easier to do that in the south, where you've got good soil and maybe slightly more reliable rainfall.
Very tall solar farms in the north. They can hide under the panels.
Yeah, I mean that might be a solution. In the so the drier photo that I had up, that's a natural grassland. It's a natural grassland because trees don't naturally grow there because of the soil type and because of the rainfall patterns. You know, you can't, you probably shouldn't go out and put lots of trees out there, but putting solar panels, which provide shelter for livestock, might be a really good win-win situation. I'm getting off track here.
No, just to continue the thinking a little, I mean, you mentioned we wouldn't like all our animals on concrete. There'd probably be an ethical consideration by 2070 when we're running out of food, or there's a challenge to food, growing grain to feed to livestock, to feed to humans, as opposed to your view? Do you think it'll be a natural constraint to the intensive industry?
I guess, like at the moment, thinking of beef cattle, Australian cattle that do end up in feedlots, they don't spend their whole life there. We finish them in feedlots, so they're there for a month or three. So the amount of grain that we're talking in Australia for beef cattle is not enormous. There could be lots of grain that's not suitable for human consumption or for doesn't meet the standards for beer, whatever else you do, important things you do with grain. We're going to have to compete with the pig and poultry industries and the dairy industries for that grain. There was a lot of conversation this morning about energy versus protein. And there has been research looking at Australian beef cattle systems and their net protein contributors. So if we focus on protein rather than energy, cows create protein where there wasn't any before. And I think that was, you know, maybe it's not helpful to only focus on energy. I think those intensive systems do have a role, but they're a small part of that system.
So Manfred, we're going to step it up now to sort of a global scale, if you wouldn't mind. You mentioned degrowth, you mentioned equity and food distribution. Inherently, degrowth in a capitalist world means the poor continue to lose out. How do we solve this? You talk about a different metric that might be applicable. How do we change the metric we use to value systems?
Yeah. It's a good question. Now, first of all, internationally, I think there's no way to address climate change without considering the global south. And if we don't want their development to be so emissions intensive and to bring up emissions that force affluent nations to reduce quite a bit, then we need to send climate finance their way so that they leapfrog technology development, right? That's one way. That was supposed to work through the 100 billion a year climate fund that was supposed to go them from agreed under the Paris Accord, but that never happened. Yeah, they never reached 100 billion a year, actually. Whilst they could muster like 200 billion, just like that, to assist Ukraine, but for that, apparently there wasn't the urgency. We talked about the urgency before. Right, it wasn't there. So, looking at this, the question is, if you recognize the need for development, how can you communicate degrowth in affluent societies? Well, first of all, also in affluent societies, there's different segments of society, and degrowth would address those segments that are affluent, and not the ones, for example, who are low income even within Australia. So there, the selling point of degrowth proponents is that less is more. You know, that is simply you lead a happier life if you degrow, if you downscale. There's lots of studies about it, environmental psychology, or that show actually that if you own less, if you have to maintain less, if you don't have a weekend, or if you don't have a boat on the harbour or whatever, you just simply don't have so many things to look after. You know, you just spend more time, you just spend less money, you have to work less and all this. There's stuff about this. There's also measurements about this. For example, the Genuine Progress Indicator. I don't know how many of you know this one. It's on a national level. So imagine GDP. You know, mainstream economists say you grow and you measure and you grow GDP. Well, a lot of people say it's nonsense because under GDP you have, for example, smash repairs. If you smash your car, bring it to smash repair, it gets up GDP. Yeah, if you eat unhealthy diets and you get sick and you get to hospital to the doctor, that increases GDP. Yeah, if you spill oil or whatever and you need to clean that up through a complicated and costly process, that increases GDP. So there's people that say, well, how about we only add those things, those dollars that are actually good for us, and we subtract the dollars that are bad for us. What does the curve look like then? Does it grow? No, it doesn't. It doesn't grow because it grows a little bit, and like about 10 to 20 years ago, it started actually shrinking. So for the last 10 to 20 years, we've actually made things worse in genuine progress, happiness, subjective well-being way. That also in support of the degrowth narrative. So, yeah.
So I'm going to follow that up because we've probably all seen these graphs of GDP, red meat or meat consumption per GDP per capita. In other words, as an individual becomes more affluent, they demand more animal-based protein in their diet. So you've got the sort of lower socioeconomic countries on the bottom left, and Australia, US on the top right.
Yep.
Less is more. Yep. Is it that, because you know half the world is showing obesity and the other half of the world is showing hunger, yep. And they just obtusely opposite countries. Is there a responsibility of that top right-hand corner to demonstrate that an affluent diet is actually a more moderate diet? Because therein lies the problem. Why does half the world aspire to eat more meat? Because it's an aspiration of a more affluent diet, isn't it?
Yes, certainly. I mean, we heard this morning from David that there are alternatives, you know, in fibre and in protein. So it's about, I wouldn't single out a certain commodity, but it's healthy diet. It's, well, I don't want to add to David, but sort of fibre and protein. So, but you're right in the sense that, for example, I had a conversation with a colleague just before lunch where we looked actually up the facts of the middle class growth in China, and beef consumption is on the rise there, yeah, and 50% of the beef to China comes from Brazil. And there you have the fact. So how do you communicate within the food systems that less is more? What comes out of the literature is that dietary changes are not less, but different things are better. So if you substitute your protein sources around. Now, whilst this seems to be possible and in part successful here in Australia, and I think more so in Europe. I mean, I'm from Germany, and I hear my German friends talking about how they now eat plant-based meat and how that is marketed as meat and how that tastes really good. And I've tried it myself, and I agree. This morning's conversation with my colleague yielded that in China, due to cultural reasons and lots more reasons, that would be much harder to achieve.
I was listening to a presentation by Rabobank recently where they said if you break down subsectors of where's the greatest rise in the world in the subsector of red meat, it's McDonald's in China. And if you had a breakdown where's the greatest demand in dairy around the world, it's cheese for McDonald's hamburgers in China. And so you can see where just mass action would take us. So hopefully that's baited you enough to get involved. Let's open to the... Yeah, well, let's go to that. We were going to open to a question, but let's have Rohan and Adam Fennessy join us on the panel. Come and join us, and we'll open to everyone. So you remember what Rohan was talking about, and can fire questions at him about economic theory and policy. And if you want to talk about big picture policy across the country, Adam's right here. So, questions from the audience. Alicia,
yes,
you've got a microphone there? Yeah.
Sorry, Richard, sorry, not Manfred. I've got a question online from Nicole, watching from Parramatta, and this is particularly for Rohan, so welcome back. Nicole says that she was struck by your discussion about the marginal cost of abatement and the notion that agricultural emissions may go up and the different social benefits of emissions from different sources. In nutrition, we've been talking about emissions from nutrient-dense foods bringing more social value than discretionary foods. And this must be considered when formulating sustainable diet evidence and policy. Do you have any thoughts on this and perhaps other examples of the multiple goals of policy in agriculture?
So that's to Rohan, but if there's anyone else who's got an opinion, please come in straight after.
Yes, that's a great idea.
Okay, that's great.
I think that's a great example where you know, achieving climate change goals is, you know, climate change is not an agricultural problem. Climate change is not a nutritional problem. Climate change is not a single sector problem. It's a global problem, and so we need to look at it from a whole of economy perspective. And so that's just a great food nutritionist view on another example that's analogous to the one I raised. So yeah, I don't really have much else to say other than that.
Anyone else want to get involved? No?
I think my reflection is that what I like about the transparency of what we measure and why it's important, it goes to that your GDP reflections, Manfred, that just because we produce more protein here, is that a good thing or not? Well, how do we optimise what sort of protein we need? And to me, there's a lot of exciting innovation in new sources of protein, new ways of producing protein. So to me, the more transparent the debate, the better. And this is why, you know, it's appropriate to say why science is so important to have as a constant part of the conversation, so that we're not just pushed by pure market forces or pure sort of different industry interests.
Next question. Whoever's got the microphone. Yeah, go there.
I have a question about building resilience in the Australian food system. It's really a policy-related question, really. So it seems to me that perhaps the most vulnerable link in the chain are producers. You know, they deal with environmental challenges, with price challenges from the supply chain, and now with greenhouse gas emissions challenges. Could we guarantee them a basic minimum income to help them surmount some of these challenges? Is that a policy option that's feasible?
That sounds like Adam starts off and Rohan continues.
Yeah, I'd love to see what Adam's got to say about that one.
Well, that's why I started with Adam.
I'll make a quick comment, but I'm also conscious I'm taking up time of our co-panellists. So yesterday I was at an event last night in Toowoomba looking at mental health of farmers, and there was some discussion today about the broader social drivers, and I think various people have suggested that taking a more holistic approach so that farmers and producers are not jammed in the middle or forgotten. I think that there's some really good positive investment and research in Australia about the sustainability of not just food systems, but agricultural systems, including the individual and the person and the farmer. I think that's really important because we do take a lot of it for granted, and you would see a lot of this by visiting farmers, visiting practice change. So I was at this session last night with Rural Aid, And where that initially started as a not-for-profit looking at recovery from drought and flood, they now invest a lot in mental health intervention. To me, I was saying over the years there's system change and farm practice change, then there's, say, rural financial counselling, and now there's mental health and, if you like, life counselling, because you take a holistic view of what a farmer faces. So I think that we haven't gone to the minimum wage part of the debate yet. At the same time, there's a much clearer awareness of the impact on farmers and then regional communities who rely on servicing those parts of the economy. And you can't just take it for granted that your food comes from somewhere. You've got to think about the social systems that produce this across Australia.
Alison, do you want to comment about what you encounter at the kitchen table?
Yeah, look, I guess the first point is actually just to say that something like that type of policy starts to really put a value on things that we actually do want to reward and that we all as a society value. So it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, look, at the kitchen table, generally do feel that feeling of, it's a them versus us mentality at this point in time. Maybe it feels sometimes that greenhouse gas emissions are, a very urban policy that's happening to rural and regional Australia. And I think to some degree, there's that sort of awareness of needing to do something, and the somethings, maybe I can reduce emissions by 1 to 2%, maybe up to sort of 10 to 20%. But for major transformational shifts in those numbers, maybe we do need to incentivise those. Maybe we do need to pay for those through other mechanisms. So I think that would go a long way towards getting towards that gap of significant net emission reductions, which is actually what we need.
Rohan, were you waiting?
Just very quickly, so we've done that before. So that was the major focus of policy post-World War II, about creating a living wage for farmers. So it's really hard to imagine. So farming is diabolically difficult, and so the evidence is before you, in the sense, if I was any good as an agricultural economist, I'd be a farmer, right? Because I'd actually be able to bear the risk and do all the things that they do. So just wanted to say, so there's one thing worse than, it's typically best for the people who bear the risks and understand the system to manage those risks. When you go to minimum income policies, you tend to create an information asymmetry problem where governments are second guessing what farmers are doing, and you're socialising some of those things, and the mental health problems get worse because you're actually removing the agency that farmers have to generate their own incomes, and that's what history has shown us. So there's even though yes, it's tremendously difficult, it's better to assist farmers to have the skills and capabilities. And so we've got to remember here that some of the most sophisticated business people I've ever met are farmers. And so yes, it's difficult, but it's always better to support them to manage the risks that they understand better than anyone else, than to impose some kind of public system that tries to do it for them. That's our knowledge in history.
So there were some questions in the middle. There's a question down front here, particularly if they can be towards the middle three. I don't know if your question was. No pressure.
A question for Alison. Anthony Van Wyten from CSIRO. I'm just curious on how farmers react. So when they see their carbon emissions put before them on the kitchen table, is there immediate reaction to identify ways in which they could reduce their emissions, or do they conform with the classic sort of tragedy of the commons?
It's a good question. We actually try and take some time and create some space for that reflection. So when we take that infographic that I put up on the slide and we give the numbers as a breakdown by source, the first thing I do is kind of pause and actually just let that sink in, because quite often you can see that happening, that reflection or that judgment, or you can see the body language shifting and changing quite immediately when that happens. And so quite often the first question back is, what's your reflection? Is that different to what you're expecting? And quite often, the feedback is, I thought I would be closer to net zero, carbon neutral, interchangeable, but I thought I would be closer to net zero than what that number is. I already plant trees. I've already done this. I've invested in technologies like that farmer with the quote saying, you know, we've already worked for 20 years. Sometimes that then follows through with a bit of a, well, I would have just been better off not doing all of those things, wouldn't I? I would be getting more value now if I had denuded the land and actually then start today on doing those activities. So obviously we follow through saying that's not the case. You're seeing that in your productivity and the benefit and the aesthetic of the farm and all of those values that you see. But for others, it's been a quick, okay, that's my number. I now know it. I now can give that to my supply chain who's already asking me for it, or I can give it to someone else, and now just tell me what to do about it. What can we actually do? So it really does depend, I think, on whether or not they've had any experience with the topic already, whether or not they've already had some inkling that that number was coming at them. And there are examples where farmers that have participated with us have already done that process with their financial institution. So, you know, they've already come out and offered that service to them. They've already been given that number once before. And what we're finding with those groups are actually that they got given a number but no further help to take that number anywhere, or to understand what it was that they need to do about that, and it's not just it's now lumped with you and you're alone. So I think that the key takeaway is we do want to be describing that this isn't just your responsibility to solve. You are part of an R&D system, and we heard about the RDC sort of model and other things, and now you need to go advocate for those solutions. I can give you a couple. I think these are the types of ones that might be possible. This one's not available to you, or you've got a pasture-based system that's not quite ready for that delivery mechanism yet. Go advocate for what it is that you need. So to try and give them a bit back to what they can do with it. And the final thought we normally leave with them is, you know, now that you've got that number, when you're back out at your kitchen table, or when you are having your barbecue and you've got your family all around you, or even at the pub and someone's asking you, oh, farming's bad and I've heard this thing, I've got to reduce red meat, or whatever it might be, you can turn around and say, I know my number. I know I've actually got an action plan in place. I think I could reduce it by this much. What are you doing? What's actually your number? Where does that sit? When did you last fly to Bali? I'm not sure. Like, just throw those sorts of questions back out. But it gives them, but it does empower them to just think about it. Knowing a number is enough. In some instances, it's been enough for some of our participants. They haven't then needed to go through to do action. That was enough for them to be able to push back and say, I'm ready, I'm waiting. When those solutions are ready and available for me, I'll take them up. And right now, I've done enough.
One flight to London equals going vegetarian for a year.
Could I ask Alison a question?
Yeah, go for it.
Is that possible?
Yeah, no,
so I just, Alison, I just want to ask you about the scale at which we achieve net zero, and you know, because as an economist, the farm looks particularly arbitrary to me. Do you have a view about that and about the alternatives?
Yeah, look, scale definitely comes into it. So there's probably two parts when we talk about greenhouse gas emissions, which is your absolute number, so your total per carbon dioxide equivalent, and then an emissions intensity number, which is the per unit output. I guess industry, or sort of the bigger commercial industries are talking about emissions intensity, which allows us to think about efficiencies. So there's gains in the system that help us per unit, per kilogram of live weight, I can actually reduce my emissions. Quite often it misses then the target about what the atmosphere will feel with that total number, and that total number is really difficult to be able to do as a comparative number because it's dependent on scale. So if I have 100 cows or I have 1,000 cows, my total number will be, you know, order of magnitude out. So we start with emissions intensity. We lead in with that. It's a good starting point to talk about what you're already doing and rewarding those good practices that are around efficiency gains. But the total numbers have to follow through, because eventually that's going to have to follow through if we want to change what the atmosphere is actually doing. So we want to target global warming, then it is about actually reducing total numbers. That's a lot harder to do, because then you open that Pandora box of maybe it's the number of animals you have on the farm. And that's not necessarily what we're trying to have a first conversation with. That might be part of the toolbox. Maybe that's part of what we all need to have a really uncomfortable conversation about. But it's not necessarily the one conversation we're there to have at that point in time.
Di, you've done some case studies in Northern Australia. Do you find the attitude a bit more resistant there? I mean, we sort of joke about, you know, the further north you go, the more, you know, more you get anti-climate change sentiment. It might not be true anymore, but do you find it a harder conversation in the northern grazing industries?
So I guess the last couple of years I've been working on a project where we've worked with a small group of producers around that Julia Creek region that I put a picture up from. In that region, the rainfall, like I said, it ranges from 0 to over 1 metre in the last 50 years. You know, the interannual variability is so high that, you know, that just hides any, you know, evidence of climate change that they might be seeing. I grew up in southwest WA, which is a completely different situation. You know, I've got friends I went to uni with who come from farms on the edge of the wheat belt, and they used to put a crop in every year, and it's not viable to do that anymore. You've got a really distinct, really visible aspect of climate change there. So there is that difference between different regions of Australia. That doesn't mean that producers in the north don't want to do anything, and even over the 3 years of our project, there were some producers that we worked with that initially were quite resistant to the idea of, oh, we have to do this, you know, we're carrying this burden, we have to reduce our emissions, and like Alison said, you guys in the city are just jumping on planes to Bali and London, and what are you doing? But their perspective, you know, did change, and not because of the project, but because of other things that are happening. You know, banks are saying that maybe they won't lend you money unless you can show that you're reducing your impacts on the environment. That's a real and very scary thing for people. They're going to react to that. And then, you know, okay, yeah, thinking about the sustainability of their business. We want a sustainable product. Tell us what we can do. We've heard about soil carbon and all these other wonderful things. You know, it's exactly what Alison covered in her presentation. Like, farmers are just, they hear about all these things. They just want some clear things that they can do on their farm now.
I'm going to throw a general question out to try and get Manfred back in the conversation as well. Do you think Australian agriculture can be the new renewable energy powerhouse, and what are some of the limitations and constraints, and are you getting that feedback back from farmers as well? Is that an unfair question, or do you reckon you can?
No, that's all right. I mean, if in terms of renewable energy rollout, that's certainly something that we need to continue. It's just that over the past 10 years, and that's 2 assessment cycles of the IPCC. That's remarkable, by the way. That's remarkable. So we're dealing with a problem. We say we need to reduce emissions by half over the next, now it's 6 years, and these reporting cycles, they're 5 years long. Now imagine you monitor a problem 5 yearly that is really urgent in 7 years' time. But anyway, that's just came to mind. But over these assessment cycles, the need to reduce, and that cliff that I've shown in one, it's become so steep that now these renewable energy rollouts, in scenarios that the IPCC puts out that are 1.5 degree or even 2 degree compliant, are so, well, what's a good word? Science fiction-like, that they're actually unbelievable and actually quite infeasible, and that's what comes out of the literature. So, which means that because of the consumption going on, that we're chasing a receding target. So yes, technology, renewable powerhouse, yes, or we need to continue this. You know, the degrowth community doesn't say we should stop all of this because it's not enough. No, it's not enough, and we need to up our efforts. That comes up.
Anyone else in the panel want to get involved in that? Because we probably have time for one more question. Okay, one more question.
I just had a question. We're talking a lot about farmers and what farmers are doing. 70% of farmers in the grains industry have an advisor, an agricultural advisor, a professionally paid advisor. I know that state departments of agriculture are sort of moving out of that role. So I'm just wondering about, and we haven't got enough Alisons to go around. So where will farmers get advice on how to make these changes, you know, in their businesses, and have we got those structures in place, and are they adequate, or is that an avenue for really supercharging responses?
Yeah, I would definitely agree. That's a really good avenue for getting out further information that's practical and makes sense, because we actually do want to be working more with those advisors. We are talking about just one component of the system, so greenhouse gases and being able to understand that. But the practices we talk about quite often have their own little niche markets and their own advisors and who they trust and who they would go to for advice. And quite often we're finding in these emissions action plans that we write, which are anywhere from 10 to 15 pages each farm, some of the actions are, talk to your advisor to get, to ensure that nutrients are matched to plant requirements. Like there's specific things you could do. The challenge we're finding is then quite often someone will come back and say, which advisor, can you give me an advisor that could give that to me with, that they understand all of the greenhouse gas emissions implications of any practices they make. And I guess that's the next sort of bouncing ball, right? We need to make sure that they are as upskilled to be able to respond to that for people that are interested in that information. And the other is also making sure from a farmer's point of view, we explain to them it's not just even about the advisors, but they are part of a connected value chain as well. And so even the products that they bring out onto their farm have an embedded emission when they bring them into the farm gate. And so it's also talking about the products that they purchase and asking the people that the owners of those products, what are they also doing around greenhouse gas emissions? Do they have a number and is that being addressed? So farmers can't do that alone, and there's a lot of different groups that we need to have a bit more of that emissions lens to the activities that we're doing. And I guess that there's work being done, I guess, in some of the community of practice and some of the federal government's work around the carbon farming and outreach program that has some elements around working with existing groups like land care groups and catchment management authorities and other advisory groups to be able to extend this information because there's demand. We're seeing some of that demand move through. Might not be a flood just yet, but I guess that's the value if they're trained ready to answer those questions when farmers come to them with them.
So that's a real problem I face all the time. Most farmers in Australia only have access to a self-interested carbon salesperson to give them advice on carbon farming. Mm. And that's not the person you go to for advice on carbon. So we need, how many more? A couple of thousand Alisons?
Scary.
That's what the intention, and maybe you can talk about it.
If I could add to that, I know because we've just gone out and consulted on this agriculture and land sectoral plan, a very strong theme of advice is there is a role of government to support as best as possible consistency and interoperability of accounting tools and so on. Because then, say grains industry where there's a very evolved system of advisors, if we can tap into the right common basis for that, that helps the system respond. And that's where arguably there's more of a role of government. That's not easy because there'll be tools or accounting approaches coming out of, say, the EU or other parts of the world. But if nothing else in Australia, that's a real role of government to create more of an interoperable basis. And you might have different market responses to reporting off that, but common environmental accounting tools become really important, including based on some of the work that you've done, if I can say that.
Well, just so that you know, your lead on the pathways for agriculture, that's what they asked. They asked, where can we show leadership? I said, produce a standard for carbon accounting for agriculture in Australia. Yeah. So that's a role of government.
And we've followed that up on that.
Oh, good.
For that very specific.
I wrote the standard.
just very quickly, John, that coincides with the story I told. So we've had 30 years where we've focused on technology, private sector technology development. So, and that driven by the private sector, there are incentives for that. We're talking about public goods here. We're talking about foundational public goods. Adam just mentioned a big one, weights and measures. Petrol pumps, all the things we just, the reason they work is because we don't even think about it. But somebody has checked that you get a litre of fuel out of that thing when it says a litre of fuel. And it's a very similar analogy here. But there are so many dimensions to this that we can't expect private sector consultants to deliver on because there is no incentive for the private sector. As Richard says, they're selling carbon emissions, not solving them.
That side hasn't had a question. Any? Yes, let's go with the question there. Who's got a microphone? Someone's running. Yes. We'll make this the last question because we need afternoon tea now.
Thank you.
So answers will be nice and succinct.
I'm Jessica Berghofer from CSIRO. Thank you for a fascinating discussion. We've heard a bit today about the success of the RDC model and with incredible productivity gains in various commodities in Australia and the undeniable benefits for food security in Australia and the region. But I guess one of the trade-offs of that is the oversupply of cheap ingredients that go to multinational food corporations, so cereal grains that become ingredients to ultra-processed foods. And we heard earlier this morning about their detrimental impacts on human health, so obesity and related non-communicable diseases that are a major problem in Australia. So on the flip side to that, CSIRO research has shown that we don't actually produce enough vegetables in Australia for people to consume enough for a recommended diet. So I'm just sort of, with that RDC model, the vegetable sector being relatively small, and so that investment model that kind of reinforces lower investment in that sector. And I'm just wondering, is there opportunity to more closely align what we're doing in agriculture with our goals in health and bringing those closer together, and what might that look like?
Manfred wanted to go, and then Adam, you follow up.
That's a great comment. I really like this. So it reminds me what I've read about the genuine progress indicator, actually, because it's similar to saying, well, we're generating all this output, which is actually output that we don't want, and there's outcome in terms of health of bad health that we're also counting in a positive way. So I'm thinking, and also I hear you had these intensities that are valued as a per unit of output, which is presumably in tons, right? Simply in tons. So putting that together with what David was presenting this morning, well, actually where we see where the food is not there to insert kilograms or even kilojoules into our bodies, but there's a balance that is most preferable in terms of health outcomes. I wonder whether it's time to measure policy, farm outputs in a way that is similar to a genuine progress indicator. Meaning, for example, how much is the output, like I said, mixture of vegetables or highly processed grains and so on? How close is that aligned with sort of that sweet spot in David's mixture triangles? And I'm sure it could come up with some quantitative measures for this. Couldn't we, David?
Adam, did you want to finish off?
So a quick comment on that. This to me goes all the way back to Professor Lynn Beasley's comment about the need for policy alongside innovation science investment. So you get the broader policy drivers around where are we putting more of that reinvested levy money, because otherwise it could just be continuing to better refine processes that are not actually beneficial in a health perspective. So to me, that's where the policies have to guide those overall 13 RDCs and the distribution of effort across those. I know on the health side, there's one health is plant or animal and human health, and that's been very helpful on the biosecurity side of things, bringing more of that nutrition focus into, the outcomes or the outputs of the food system become really important as well. So the short answer is yes, we should do that more. And two different people today showed that Australian Agricultural Sustainability Framework, which takes a much more holistic approach. Yeah. That was funded by the department with the National Farmers Federation and the Australian Farm Institute, and there's much more of an alignment with the UN Sustainable Development Goals with that. So to me, that's the direction from a policy perspective we should be headed in.
Great. Well, I think we've been asked to pull up stumps there, so are you going to thank the panel or should I?
Would you like to?
Okay. Well, it's been a great discussion, and sorry we always run out of time. No one gets all the questions out, but I think we've had a really good discussion. So let's please thank the panel for their contribution.
Reiterate the thanks, that's absolutely marvellous, and we need a physicist on every panel, Manfred, never forget that. I've learnt a new word, degrowth. I think it illustrates that having people from different backgrounds, different skill sets and playing different roles are hugely important to this question. So I again thank you so much for taking part. Another round of applause, and for our wonderful chair. Okay. So it's afternoon tea time. Don't forget about posting up on social media, photos and tags. We'll reconvene, please, at 3:45, and I promise not to be too scary. Thank you very much. Enjoy afternoon tea. That was all terrific. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the final session today. I can still see people coming in, so welcome. Please come back and join us. After a terrific afternoon tea and great conversations, it's great to hear that everybody is so busy talking about this absolutely super subject we've chosen for today. But I promise you the final section is going to be truly yummy, because we're focusing on nutrition and we're looking at uniquely Australian breakthroughs that help answer questions including: what's a healthy, balanced diet? We've all been asking that of David from this morning. How do ultra-processed foods and beverages cause us to eat too much, be unhealthy, and age faster? And are food tech allergies on the rise? And anyone who's organised a kids' party thinks that every time they do it, don't they? Are the fad diets healthy? My gosh, these are questions we all think about. And our first speaker to address this is Professor Severine Navarro. Severine heads the Mucosal Immunology Laboratory at Queensland Institute of Medical Research, Berghofer. She's the Director of Discovery Science at the Centre for Children Nutritional Research at Queensland Institute of Technology. Yay, cheer for that. And a co-founder of a spin-out company, Paragon Bio. You've established your career in the development of immunotherapies to enhance immune tolerance, really important in the context of looking at what we eat and the health of our society. Please welcome Severine.
Thank you so much, Lynn, for this lovely introduction. And also, thank you so much for the invitation. It's an honor to be here, and I promise I won't make you cry. So I will be talking about immunology, and seriously, kudos for sticking around. So if I start to see faces of terror, I will try to slow down. This afternoon, I just wanted to show you a little window of the research that we do in my lab. And we're very interested in early immune education, because we believe that if we have a good start to life with a properly educated immune system, then we are very likely to have a healthier immune aging. So immune system evolves through age, and unfortunately, some of the good things that we have in early childhood wanes over time, and this is when the immune system starts to become a little bit malfunctioning, and we have a higher incidence of certain diseases. But you may know also that children have a higher incidence of allergic diseases, and now we see an alarming rate of inflammatory bowel disease and celiac disease in kids as well. So it means that their immune system is not really stimulated the right way. And so we decided to take a look at how food is influencing this particular beginning to life. And, hello, sorry, I have frozen the system. Yay, okay, sorry. And so we take a particular look at this particular window, and we look at diet, vitamins, the microbiome, of course. We also look at the macrobiome, and you might wonder what this may be, but we actually focus as well on gastrointestinal parasites, because like the microbiome, they have co-evolved with humans, and they're technically important for our immune education, and maybe we shouldn't have been so quick to eradicate them. But trust me, we're not looking at reintroducing parasites to our life. We're actually looking at harnessing the molecules and make that something more palatable and beneficial for human health. And of course, you might have heard of metabolites, and these are the small molecules that are produced by the microbiome, which directly influence immune function. All right, so we are focusing on what we call immune tolerance. And this is what we're missing when we suffer from allergic and autoimmune diseases. And so tolerance is essential for life. It is driven by cells that are called tolerogenic cells. And I'll go a little bit into this, and I will use names of T cells, but I promise it won't be scary. And so basically, normally, whenever you have an immune response following a viral or a bacterial assault, you have your T cells that respond to it, of course, to kill it off. But once it's all cleared, you need regulatory cells to come around and say, no, that's it, it's all good, pathogen's clear, we can go back to normal. And when this doesn't happen, well, then this is when things start to stop functioning properly. And so when you have not enough of tolerance and these regulatory cells, this is when you tip towards allergy and autoimmunity. But when you have too much, it's actually where you start tipping towards chronic infectious diseases and even cancer. So it's really important to maintain that balance and understand how to do that. And so this is essentially, in a nutshell, what we are interested in. So we believe environmental antigens, environmental factors like nutrients and vitamins in the food, as well as your gastrointestinal pathogens, they all are essential to provide signals to the microbiome. And in turn, the microbiome will receive these signals and change how it works and the molecules it releases. And these molecules will go through the gut and circulate everywhere very easily. And immune cells are particularly sensitive to these signals. And this is how they're going to start changing the way they function. So they can be, of course, protective, but they can also lead to diseases. And these on the right-hand side, as you can see, this fairly extensive list, are the diseases that are, to this stage, known to have an involvement with the microbiome. And interestingly, it's not just the gastrointestinal tract like you might expect, like inflammatory bowel disease, celiac disease, metabolic disorders, food allergy, but it also involves the skin, it involves the airways with asthma and rhinitis, but it also involves the reproductive tract with even effect on fertility and pregnancy outcomes. So it is really affecting all the systems and health in a wide range of meaning. And of course, you may have heard in the recent years talking a lot about the gut-brain axis. And yes, food affects mood and behavioral disorders. It can heal, but it can also make you sick. And of course, involvement in cancer and response to treatment is essential. And so this really involves the gut and the microbiome and the immune system. So in our lab, I'm sure you would have heard also in the last few decades that immunologists and scientists have focused on what we call a high fiber diet or high fat diet and showed you that high fiber is good and high fat is bad. But in reality, we're dealing with animal models. Humans will not be eating a high fat diet and they will certainly not be eating a high fiber diet. It's always a little bit in between. And there will be cookies or transgressions sometimes. So it's really about understanding the proportions. So there is a very, very talented group in Sydney that came up with the nutritional geometry. And I found that beautiful because it's an unbiased way of looking at food in its different proportions and determining what is the healthy combination. And again, it's all about balance. And so they found out that this little polygon there is actually the right proportions of fat, proteins, and carbohydrates that initiated a good balance. And then there's other scientists, and one of my very dear colleagues, who's taken a few of these diets and tested them into animals, adult mice. So they're just eating their normal chow, but it's just with some changes in the composition. and they looked at the immune system. And we discussed the results that were pretty interesting, and this is when we're like, well, the neonatal period is essential. This is when a lot of the diseases are acquired, especially allergy. So can we test how these diseases prime the immune system or educate the immune system? So this is what my lab is interested in. It's all the environmental factors that affect birth and the neonatal period. And we've decided to take a closer look at the dietary component. And so we've come up with 2 of these diets from these beautiful nutritional geometry. And we've very disgracefully called it a Western diet and a Mediterranean diet. But the real question is that what is the influence of dietary micronutrients? Can more proteins or more fat influence immune cells directly? So we've devised these diets. They are minor variation of the normal chow for animals, so it's not extreme by far, and it's more representative of what humans may actually consume on a regular basis. So our Western diet, we've only substituted some of the carbohydrates to be more of sucrose, so simple sugars. The fat is that of clarified butter, like ghee. And we've used the same amount of fiber that normal animals would consume. And there's a normal composition as well of cholesterol in the normal chow. So it's a minor change and substitution of macronutrients. And in our Mediterranean diet, we've just substituted the carbohydrates for wheat starch, some healthier fat from canola oil, and a higher amount of digestible fibers. And in this one, we didn't include any cholesterol in it. So again, minor variations. And then the model is essentially to acclimate the genitors, the progenitors, so the mom and the dad, mice, to that diet for about 3 weeks. So it's already conditioning their own microbiome and potentially their own immune cells. And then they're time mating for about a week, and then they produce offsprings. And throughout the entire model, we actually maintain all these animals on their respective diets. And we analyze the pups from gestation all the way till when they're born. So the day 7 point, so it's seven days old, is mice equivalent to neonates. From day 14, they start to become your child, teenager, and finally day 21 is when they get weaned. So that's when they leave the dam and to become independent in their own cage. And day 28, so it's a week after they've been weaned, often we see a dip in the immunity with a loss of tolerance. So we wanted to see if these effects from the diet were maintained long after a little bit after they were weaned. And because we're doing animal research, we don't want anything to get wasted. So we want to maximize the data that we got from these experiments. So we collected a range of tissues here. So we looked at how this diet influenced brain development, also the development of the lungs, the development of the gut. We look at the immune cells, we look at gene expression, and we also look at the microbiome, of course, and the metabolites in all these tissues and how they're affecting tissue growth, cell growth, and also the immune cells. And these are the multi-omics approach, so it's a very sexy technical name that we like to use now, but we have gone overboard, I must say. So we are using all these amazing machines that are available either at QIMR or in Queensland, but within Australia. And we are getting heaps of data. So we're now become a big data type of lab, which is really exciting. And so I'm just going to talk about some of the cells, the key cells that are important for immune tolerance and those that are important to fight off allergic diseases. And this was the work that was done by a very talented postdoc in my lab, Dr. Yen Liu. And one of the major organs that drives immune tolerance is located in the mesenteric lymph nodes. So this is a chain of lymph nodes located near the small intestine. And these are essentially the site where immune cells with sample antigens that are provided through the food that we eat, and that's been all processed in the stomach. And then all these antigens will be taken up by the small intestine, and then it will go and be presented to the immune cells. And this is when you may become allergic to, let's say, eggplant or tomato or peanuts. Or this is also where your regulatory immune system will say, no, it's okay, we're not allergic, we like peanuts. So this is a very essential organ. And again, we're looking at regulatory cells, and these important ones are called regulatory T cells. So they travel around, especially in all mucosal tissues, and they suppress the wrong arm of the immune system. And what we saw is that from the neonatal period, the diet, the green one, which is the good one, definitely increased the pool of these regulatory T cells. And it's been maintained until after those mice have been weaned. And so these cells, they don't reside in those lymph nodes, they travel around, and that's when they maintain, they patrol, make sure things are in order. So we went to look for them in the small intestine, but they're also present in the lungs and the reproductive, the vaginal mucosa. And we also saw a massive, significant increase in those regulatory cells. And that's very sad. I'm not done with my story, sorry. And so I will skip, but basically we found that diet had induced a profound functional change in the cell that induced these T cells, which means that the tolerance that's induced is actually long-lasting and maintained. And that's just by varying the amount of macronutrients. And so this is my conclusion slide, and it looks a bit scary, but I guess instead of going through this, I will say that what this has shown me is that the immune system and the study of the importance of how macro and micronutrients are affecting immunity and response and potentially susceptibility to disease is an essential part of policy making, of public health, of clinical translation, of clinical interventions, and even prevention of disease. So hopefully with this, I hope that I've convinced you that we need to be included in those discussions, that the data that we provide are essential to really show that we can change health economics and policy and health by using food science, essentially. And I will thank my staff and all the collaborators. Thank you so much.
We'll welcome you back to the panel. Thank you. My gosh, I think that's going to shift the dial for a lot of people's thinking. Thank you so much for sharing. I'd now like to introduce our next speaker, Professor Yasmina Sultanbawa, as Director of the Centre for Nutrition and Food Sciences and Director of the Australian Research Council Industrial Transformation Training Centre for Uniquely Australian Foods. Good for Oz for setting that up. You're also Professorial Research Fellow at the QAAFI that we've heard about earlier at the University of Queensland. Your research focuses on food processing, preservation, food safety and nutrition. Yet another angle that we really need to hear more about. Welcome, Yasmina. We look forward to your presentation.
Thank you very much, Lynn, for that kind introduction. And I would like to thank the Academy of Sciences for this invitation. My topic is a little bit different to what Severine said. She went on immune system, but we will also talk about diet diversification from a gut model aspect as well. So there's a little bit of connection. So I too would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today, the Turrbal and Yagra people, and I'm very grateful for their generosity in sharing all their knowledge with us and for being resilient and retaining all those traditional knowledge to support us when we have all these climate changes that we need to address. So the first slide tells you that we have a problem. We still have a lot of food waste, and that number, 30%, is still there. And Australia is not immune to it, so we've spent about $37 billion a year tackling this problem. lack of diet diversity is reducing the amount of micronutrients that are getting into our diets. So the plate of your plate should look like this, not like this. And because we get a lot of energy from 3 cereals that we eat, some of the poorer countries, you will get, they're eating a lot of rice, but not a lot of fruits and vegetables. And then hidden hunger, I checked the statistics today as well, and it's about 2 billion people. So 2 billion people in the world don't have access to a healthy diet. And again, developed countries are not immune to this. Australia, there are 3.3 million households in Australia that experience food insecurity in the last 12 months. So in addition to that, we also have a problem of land. The land is being depleted. So this is an example of dry land salinity problem. These are saline soils, and this is in Australia. More than 1 million hectares of previously productive land in southwestern Australia is severely affected by dry land salinity, and the water tables are on the rise, and most of people growing crops in that region will not be able to grow anything. And saltbush is a helophyte that grows, it's known helophyte because it's salt-loving, and it can grow in these lands. And this is the only plant that will grow in lands that are having a lot of saline soil. And Australian native plants, the helophytes, can actually grow in these lands, and things like saltbush, samphire, and sea blight are very good candidates to restore this land. So land restoration is a big problem, but if you look to our native plants, which are very climate resilient, there's a lot of hope there. So globally, we have 6,000 plant species, but only about 9 are cultivated, and about, I think, 3 of them provide a lot of the calories that we take, and fewer than 200 major contributions to food security and global regions. So there was a lot of interest from the audience about getting more fruits and vegetables into your diet. This is because we have gone into which is important. I think you need this. If not, we will not have food. But now we have to think about getting a diverse diet onto our plates. And Australia is really blessed because we are a very biodiverse country. So we have about 24,000 plant species, 86% are endemic. And this is where the traditional knowledge and indigenous connection comes in, because they have so much of information. And working with the anthropologists and the archaeologists, we realized that some of these plants, looking at the charcoal, that things like wattle seed, green plum, and kakadu plum, you can find the remnants of these, and some of them are like 65,000 years. So you can imagine that these people know how to grow and how to care for their land. And now it's desired in mainstream, the consumer. So hopefully this is what our plate should look like. And you can see that some of these vegetables you will not recognize because it might not be something that you're familiar with eating. So when you're developing these dietary guidelines and you have a diverse population in a country, it's very important to consider that these foods are captured, and that goes for our indigenous population as well. And there was a lot of talk about proteins. Proteins are very important, but there must be a balance. So I'm just going to give, for those who are not familiar with wattle seeds is a legume, and it's grown right across Australia. It belongs to the acacia family. I'm going to compare it with wheat and chickpea, foods that you're familiar with, and tell you that the protein is comparable to chickpea, but much higher than wheat. The fat is higher. What is really interesting is the carbohydrate. The carbohydrate is much lower, and the dietary fiber is much higher. So that means this becomes very attractive to incorporate into other foods, or really attractive to develop healthy food products. And that's what we did with a catering company in the Northern Territory that works with a lot of indigenous communities. And we developed this bread roll, and we have incorporated wattle into the bread roll. It's a whole wheat bread roll, but it has a certain amount of wattle seed flour. And we increase the protein content and the dietary fiber. and also the magnesium and potassium and iron. So you know that these are important micronutrients, but you also know if it doesn't taste good, people are not going to eat it. So there must be a market for the products, and it must also taste good. And Michael is in the audience. We have taken it to schools in Brisbane, and kids just wrap it up and take it home, you know, because that demography of kids just really love this. So that tells you that, you know, by adding a certain amount of these nutrient-dense foods, you can easily change the, you know, the nutrient composition of food products that we eat. And what's really interesting is now that we have generated this scientific information for wattle seed in collaboration, in partnership with indigenous communities, and we have published on this information, people are starting to incorporate it into their own diets. So interestingly, there's a chef in Western Australia who is Glazia Victor Calderon, and she's using wattle seed in biko, which is a very famous Filipino dish. And then we had a PhD student of Mike Gillies, Sarah Jacob, who in our ARC training center, who actually looked at different, now she did not put just 1% or 2%. Some of the products you find in the market are really, you wonder whether they are, you know, how they have been fortified. But this, they put about 20, 30%. And this was the curry savory porridge. And I thought that fits into the Indian cuisine, and veggie patty and the muesli bar would fit into a Western cuisine. So I was quite excited that people are now using this information and becoming very adventurous in incorporating it into their own foods. So that's one story. I like good stories because I think we always think of the hope or this climate change, but there are good stories and there are good local solutions you can come up with. The other, fruit that I have worked for almost 15 years now is Kakadu plum. And Kakadu plum grows across northern Australia in the most remotest of places, but they are like Kakadu plum orchards. So they're not cultivated, they're wild, but you get thousands and thousands of trees and you can harvest tons of the fruit. So the indigenous Australians have been eating this fruit. They say it cures a headache. The inner bark is used as medicine, and then also the bark is used as firewood. And the traditional knowledge tells us that some of them eat the seed, some of them don't. They know the time of harvesting. They know what is good for them. They know that the inner bark does have antimicrobial properties. So we listen to that information. This is, of course, published. And then we did a lot of studies in our lab, and we looked at the nutrient composition of Kakadu plum, and what I will say is the seed coat is safe to eat. We have done all the toxicity studies. Because it has a high dietary fiber content, you can incorporate it into other foods. But what is really interesting is Kakadu plum has a very high vitamin C level. It's the fruit with the highest vitamin C, and ellagic acid is a phenolic acid that is known for its antioxidant properties. So you can see that it's much higher than, it's much higher than boysenberry and strawberry. So we work with indigenous communities. The funding of the research comes from my ARC training center, but I really want them to have the best of research so that they have the best market access, because I think it's a premium quality product and I want them to get the best price. So this publication Food Chemistry accepted it about 2 days ago, so I thought I will present it to you, and thank you for the team who really worked hard on this. This is a gut model collaboration with McGill University. We mimic the human digestion system, so we have the mouth, but there is no mastication happening, and the stomach, small intestine, and the colon. And you can do batch fermentations, but remember that it does not mimic the human digestion system, but it gives you a comparison. Everything is not perfect, but it gives us a certain amount of information. So what we did was, because it's a freeze-dried powder and people were incorporating it into their smoothies, and everybody asked me when I go, how much of it is good, is it safe? So what we did was we did 1 gram, 2.5, and 5 grams, and we put it into this digestion model. And we had a control, and we had the pure ellagic acid. And what was interesting was that after the 5 grams, at the beginning it had very high antioxidant levels, but then after 12 and 24 hours it went down. And I think that's because the microbiota was converting it into another metabolite, and then the antioxidant level went up again. And then we kind of hypothesized the pathway that this phenolic acid would have taken. And kakadu is loaded with hydrolyzable tannins, phenolic acids, and flavonoids. And here, what we believe what happened was the gallic acid went to pyrogallol. That's what we found. Ellagic acid could go to urolithin A and B, but it didn't in this case, and it could be that the microbiota of the fecal matter did not have those enzymes to break it down. But this pyrogallol is a metabolite with high anti-inflammatory properties and antioxidant activity, and that is the reason I believe that the antioxidant activity. So it's very interesting results. So 5 grams, when it goes through your digestion model, is quite safe to eat, and it produces a metabolite that is equally good as ellagic acid. So the research impact that I want to have is, I want these communities to develop these enterprises so that they get economic benefits, they can retain their cultural knowledge, and then there's social outcomes as well. So this is the first indigenous, got very excited when I saw my value chain. Yes, I think they're putting it up. Sorry. Well, you get a refresher course now. So this is the first indigenous owned and led value chain for any native food product. Why I say that is the wild harvesting is done by communities. All the processing is done within the community, and that includes freeze drying. And then it is in the Food Standards Australia under traditional foods, and value addition occurs, and then they have their own branded products. So all the research that we generate is actually used for getting access to market. So this is the kakadu plum that's produced by this company, enterprises. And there's a lot of cross-industry applications of this functional ingredient. So we've gone right up to looking at the chemical composition, right up to the digestion. So we have removed completely BHT and BHA, which are 2 synthetic antioxidants, which are being phased out in Europe. Kakadu plum as a whole powder can replace it. And we have the first indigenous enterprise, copper, I'm finishing, Lynn, has been developed, and we have best practice guidelines. So what is interesting is now we are going into the next stage where we are doing blockchain for the native foods, and this is the Oztaka app that has been developed. We've been funded by DAF, and BBIC is the cooperative, and Smart Trade is developing that platform, and that lets them tell the story and connection to culture, so that gives them even the integrity to get into these other markets. And this is, we've done research on about 13 commercial species, but these are the ones that are in our pipeline. So I want take-home message is they're climate resilient crops. But I would also acknowledge my team who's here, who's worked tirelessly over about 10, 15 years of research that we have done, and all my communities and the funders. Thank you.
That is just inspiring to hear, isn't it? Fantastic. And don't worry, we will have Professor back on the stage as part of a panel later. But let me now introduce the host of our panel, and that is wonderful Professor Stephen Simpson, an Academy Fellow and co-convener of this amazing symposium. This is going to be our final panel discussion. Steve is the inaugural academic director of the Charles Perkins Centre and Professor of School of Life and Environmental Sciences at the University of Sydney. Joining him in the panel will be Dr. Gilly Hendry, a research scientist within CSIRO's Human Health Programme and leads the Public Health and Wellbeing Group. Her expertise is in understanding dietary intake patterns and developing novel ways to improve our food choices to address key challenges such as obesity and environmental sustainability. Absolutely on the money there. And Associate Professor Andrew Holmes, based again at the Charles Perkins Centre at the School of Life and Uni of Sydney. Andrew's expertise is microbial diversity. We've already heard a bit about the microbiome, of course, and human evolution of gut microbes in human health. What a topical issue. Over to you, Steve.
Thanks very much, Lynn. Thank you very much, Lynn. Look, I think I might get my two colleagues to come and join me on the stage, and we'll sit down and I'll give you a few reflections on the day. That's terrific, thank you. Well, we've had a day where you can see we structured the day into three parts. The first, following the overarching introduction from David, which introduced the three components for the day. The first component was food production systems, then we turned to sustainability. And I think we ended up in the sustainability discussion with a really interesting idea, and that was the imperative for there to be a change in the Australian diet. And that leads us beautifully into this session, which considers the relationship between diet and health. Now, as we all know, you just have to spend a little bit of time listening to the radio or reading social media. In no other area of human affairs is the discussion quite so confusing, beset with fads and ideologies. In lockstep with that confusion, we're seeing and have seen for decades now an inexorable rise in a whole suite of chronic diseases, which are all related to diet. They take up, particularly exacerbated in an ageing population, more than 90% of the health budget, and it's projected that within a decade or two, the health budget may outstrip GDP for the country. This is a remarkable shift, and it comes back to diet. Yet, okay, diet and nutrition are complicated. We all need dozens of nutrients, and they need to be in the right ratios and quantities, and that ratio and quantity changes as we go through our lives. Yet, as we heard from David at the beginning, no animal in the evolution of life on Earth has ever had to resort to a dietary fad or an app or a diet book. Indeed, if they hadn't managed to tame the complexity of nutrition and evolve appropriate responses to their food environments, they would have gone extinct. What on earth has gone wrong with us? Well, I'm just going to reflect on what I think has gone wrong with us. What hasn't gone wrong with us is that our biology still works. We haven't broken that. You can break it, and you can become pathological when it comes to your health in relation to diet. But the raw materials of our biology are still working. So that's a good news story. But as we heard from the beginning in David's talk, that biology, which works perfectly in an appropriate food environment, has been hacked in the modern, highly processed industrial food environment. And I would argue, and I think many of us would agree that scientists have something to blame here as well. We must shoulder some of that responsibility. And if you think about it, the science of nutrition was probably subject to its own success. If you go back to the golden age of nutrition science, human nutrition science, it was the discovery of vitamins and minerals, the discovery that if you had a particular micronutrient deficient in your diet, vitamin C, for example, you would end up with scurvy. If you added that back to the diet, that single thing, you would solve the problem. And that's led us to have a univariate view of what is ultimately a multi-dimensional issue. Nutrition is about mixtures. And that's led us, when it comes to the dietary causes of our current ill health epidemic, to play out really unproductive arguments. Is it fat or is it sugar? Is it salt? Is protein the solution? Well, if a little bit of protein is good, then more must be even better, and so on and so forth. These arguments are single nutrient arguments about an issue which is axiomatically about mixtures and complex mixtures of nutrients. We need to consider nutrient interactions, and as David said right at the outset, we had one particular example of that. If you go back over 50 years of the emergence of the obesity epidemic globally, you can see that rising calorie intake has been the principal driver of that, and that those calories have come from fats and or carbohydrates, particularly industrially processed ones, whereas protein intake has stayed exactly the same. And the conventional view was, therefore, protein calories haven't driven obesity. Of course they can't. We haven't eaten any more of them. Yet, with an understanding of regulatory physiology, by thinking about it differently and saying, well, hang on, if it's remained consistent throughout that period, that may indicate that we're regulating it consistently, that we have a separate appetite, and indeed that turned out to be the case. So that was an observation that came out of considering mixtures and considering the problem differently. So we need to simplify nutrition in a way that people can understand, in a way that can help guide a change in diet. And here, I think there really is some good news. Firstly, and I've already said this, our biology still works. And we know that if we put our appetites in a food environment that makes sense to them, that reflects something like their ancestry and their evolution, then they're going to do their job for us to balance our diet rather than serving the economic interests of the food production system, particularly the system that's hacking our biology. And there's a second really fundamental piece of good news, and that's emerged out of research that we and many others have done around the world over the last decade. And that's the understanding, and we heard a little bit from Severine just now, that there's a common underlying biology, an immunometabolic system which is profoundly shaped by nutrition and by mixtures of nutrients. And that system sits at the heart of more than 40 different diseases that we presently consider and treat separately in our clinical specialties. These are the diseases of age. They're the chronic diseases that accompany cardiometabolic disease, autoimmune diseases, etc., etc. They all share the same underlying biology, profoundly influenced by nutrition. If you get the diet right, you get everything else for free. And so if we listen to our biology, our appetites, we put them in an appropriate food environment, everything else can happen as it was always intended to do through evolution. And I think the third piece of really good news is that we know that we have an agricultural production sector in this country, supported by scientists, and we've heard some of the most eminent today, who are ready to rebalance the Australian diet and to do so while taking account of the need to be sustainable, to minimise the carbon footprint of the industry, and to sustain profitability. We can do that, and we can do it together, but we need to bring our policymakers, our scientists, our agricultural and nutrition and dietetic scientists all together in the same place. So they're my opening remarks, and I think, Gilly, I'd like you to expand upon this relationship. You have got a really clear idea of the state of the nation with respect to our diet, so over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. So I guess diet is called a modifiable risk factor for obesity and chronic disease. Modifiable obviously means changeable, but in order to change, we really need to understand the behaviour and the risk profile at a population level. So our national data tells us that 67% of Australian adults are overweight or obese, and this has increased from 63% in 2014. Data wasn't collected as part of the latest Australian Health Survey because of COVID, but if we look at that trend, we can see that the rates of overweight and obesity are increasing in the population, and that's largely driven by the shift into the obese category. So more people are moving from the overweight category into the obese category. So this long-term gradual weight gain is pushing more people into that higher risk weight status category. The World Health Organisation and our Australian government through the National Obesity Strategy have set a really ambitious target to halt the rise in obesity in Australia by 2030. That's our net zero, I guess. We didn't want to miss out on having a net zero target, so we've got one too. So we need to halt the rise and actually reverse this trend of gradual weight gain across the population. We've touched on it a bit today, but weight gain is the result of, a myriad of complex factors, highly individual, but somewhere in that mix is an energy balance equation. At the moment, that equation is skewed towards us eating more kilojoules, more energy than what we expend. So with our current sedentary lifestyles, formal activity is our main form of energy expenditure. We don't spend a lot of energy hunter-gathering or finding our food or preparing our food. So that puts a lot of pressure on the other side of the equation, which is the access and consumption of a healthy diet. At the core of any healthy diet is plenty of minimally processed fruit, vegetables, whole grains and lean protein sources. So our dietary guidelines in Australia recommend 2 serves of fruit for adults. About half of us achieve that target. 5 serves of vegetables are recommended for health and well-being. Probably at most 7% of adults achieve that target. We're encouraged to have mostly whole grains, high fibre grains. We have largely refined grains. And about 1/3 of our total energy expenditure comes from discretionary foods. So they're those foods that were called ultra-processed this morning, different classification, but essentially the same kinds of foods, high in saturated fat, salt and sugar. And they're the foods that put us at risk of weight gain over the longer term. Overweight and obesity is increasing, and data suggests that our diets are getting worse as well. So at CSIRO, we've got a survey called the Healthy Diet Score Survey. It's an online survey. People report what they usually eat. We're all human, so we inflate the good and play down the bad. So we tend to overestimate our fruit and veg and underestimate the discretionary or ultra-processed foods that we're having. But that survey's been online since 2015 using the same method, so we can look at the trends in what people tell us in terms of what they're eating. If we look at what's happened between 2015 and 2023, we see that fruit and vegetable consumption is decreasing, and if nothing significant changes, that's likely to continue to decrease out to 2030. On the flip side, discretionary foods is projected to increase by about half a serve per person per day, which is about 12% of our current intake. Now, we might not think half a serve per person per day is very much, but some work by other people has done some modelling around if we reduce our discretionary food consumption by 1 serve per week and replace that with healthy foods, massive positive implications for weight management, tens of millions of dollars saved in terms of healthcare costs. So small changes in diet at a population level can have massive health, economic and societal benefits. I guess our challenge as public health researchers and people interested in that area is to really find better ways that support people to consume a healthy diet in a way that's sustainable to themselves and the context with which they live and make food choices, and that's also sustainable to the planet.
I love the idea that we have a net zero target in obesity. We have a degrowth target, I think, too, Manfred, so yes. Thanks, Julie. Andrew, and we heard from Yasmina and Severine about the microbiome, and without wishing to create too horrific an image, there's been an explosion in the microbiome over the last decade or so. Can you demystify some of the hype and tell us where the real frontiers lie at the moment?
I'll do my best. So the hype is underpinned by something that's real, and both yourself and David started your talks using animals and what we can learn from that as a guide to how we can improve our own health. And I think you could arguably say that the single most important event in animal evolution was the invention of the bumhole. So that's not just a shameless comment to ensure you're still awake at the end of the day, but that gastrulation, that developmental process by which the early multi-celled organisms transition to having a tube through the middle with a mouth and then an evacuation at the other end, happened in the presence of microbes. So intrinsic to the origins of animals is an association between microbes that were going to have been encompassed within that developing tract and the way that everything evolved from there on. We had a nice talk from Severine, who introduced us to the concept of DOHAD, or the developmental origins of health and disease. In terms of our own development and that of all mammals, those early stages of gastrulation in us now don't take place in the presence of microbes because they're within the protected environment of the womb. But as soon as you're born, your birthday is also your inoculation day. And most of your postnatal development, or the important parts of the postnatal development of how your gut has to make choices between, is this good or bad? Do I turn my immune system on or not? Is this a nutrient or is this something else? The decisions for that and the regulatory capacity to manage that are embedded within the enteroendocrine tissues, the gut-associated lymphoid tissues and the enteric nervous system that are collectively sending messages to the rest of your body that's necessary for homeostatic health. And the full maturation of all of those doesn't happen in the absence of microbes. So microbes are intrinsically important to immunometabolism. It's why they underpin, or at least, I shouldn't say underpin, but are so strongly linked to all of these other diseases. Now here I'd like to throw back to a question that someone in the audience asked of David right at the start, which is, does genetics change your response to these different diet components? Well, for most of us, our genes don't change during our lifetime. That's a stable feature of us. So genetic differences will give rise to some differences in response, but it's a stable feature of yourself. We need to also remember that there's also epigenetics. So modifications to our genome that change expression patterns are a part of our adaptive response to environmental change, and that is something that can change during the course of our lives and also to some extent be passed on to subsequent generations such that they become reasonably stable differences between populations. But our microbiome should also be thought of as one of those traits of our body that's metastable. It's a reasonably stable feature of us for most of our adult life, but it is one that can also change a little bit more readily than some of those other traits, in particular with diet. So that gets us to the idea that the microbiome is important as a factor in all of these diseases, but it's also one that is a modifiable factor and thought to be a more easily modifiable factor than many of the others. So if we want to then do that, we need to think about, do we have a good or a bad microbiome, or a suboptimal or an optimal one, and what might we do to correct that? This is where we start to have to face another couple of questions, one of which is, you've all probably heard of the human microbiome. It's a fallacy. There isn't a human microbiome each one of us has a microbiome, and we should think about human microbiomes because they're all unique and they respond to various pressures in slightly different ways. That means that one of the things that we have to really recognise is that it's a little bit more complex than we initially thought, and this is where the hype bit comes in. It's not quite so easy to say, I'm going to improve your microbiome in this way if you eat that, or take this cocktail of probiotics and so forth. You need to treat that as a little bit bigger challenge. If there's questions, I can go into that one a bit more. But the bit that I wanted to finish with in this little bit is the idea that there is this sort of belief that the microbiome can be better or worse in terms of our health, and that diet can shift that for better or for worse. So a lot of regulatory bodies around the world are now looking at the issue of, should we be taking into account the impact of foods on our microbiome when we're assessing food safety? Now, I suspect that it's probably a little bit a step too far to say that we really need to be legislating foods to be safe for a microbiome when there's so much involvement there. But the other bit that goes along with that is many of our foods are assessed for safety in a context where we're looking at what allergies or other sorts of things might be involved. And variations in the microbiome are one of the factors that can distort the way that you interpret clinical trials. So taking the microbiome into account either as something that you must preserve in food safety, or as a factor that you need to consider as a source of variation in your test populations when assessing safety, is something that's increasingly going to have to be faced in the future.
And you're on FSANZ, aren't you, Andrew? Is that being considered actively at the moment?
It's being talked about actively at FSANZ. I also sat recently on a panel in the FAO, and I think that they're actually probably one of the first group that's generally run with it in terms of getting a group of people together and really look at the issues involved in factoring in microbiome impacts with food safety. But they had that discussion with representatives from EFSA and the US. The European Food Safety Body, the US Food Safety Body, FSANZ is Food Standards Australia and New Zealand. So this is something that's actively being discussed by all regulatory bodies. It's almost been in the too hard basket for a while, but the recent advances in multi-omics, as we heard about a little bit before, are giving a bit more confidence in the data, and so now we're moving to an era where that they really are being explored more seriously.
Gilly, your data are indicating that the diet is getting worse. Linking that to Andrew's point about dietary or developmental origins of health and disease gives that prospect of a sort of accumulating or amplifying effect from one generation to the next. To what extent do you think changes in the teaching of food and food practices from one generation to the next is being lost and reflecting itself perhaps in some of those changes?
Yeah, I mean, I think we don't live in multi-generational houses anymore either. We're all busy. We don't put a lot of effort into our own food preparation for families, and therefore, very few people have time to spend training the next generation in that. So I think that there is going to be a bit of a reality check soon in terms of, will the next generation be able to prepare healthy meals, or will it all be expected to come in a form of a convenience ready meal? Will everyone be eating Marley spoon and expect the instructions to be right there for them? Or will they be able to put together a healthy meal themselves from what's in the pantry? It's a really interesting question.
So you're outsourcing your nutrition to a third provider, essentially, whose commercial interests aren't the betterment of your health necessarily.
Yeah, and just that level of food involvement as well. It's not just about the food preparation, the conversation that happens while you're preparing the food. Obviously, people who prepare food together tend to eat together, and that has positive implications. Family meals, all of that. So there's a lot lost as we move towards this more convenient food environment, I guess.
Yeah, so it's coming back to the talk we heard yesterday evening with the 3 Aboriginal women, Torres Strait Islander women, that's the most fundamental loss of connection to country, isn't it? And we're losing connection with our food production system, let alone with our food.
I mean, I don't know this research, but I've heard people talk about it where children don't know what grows where, or what grows on what grows in the ground, what grows in a tree. They just have, no concept that food comes from a farm and needs to be produced.
Yeah, that's terrifying. Andrew?
Well, if I could follow up on that one of the things that most struck me in that session last night was the profound connection between the plants of the country and the people's identity themselves. And one of the more interesting microbiome stories has emerged is that you also have strong associations between particular microbes and place that are connected to that sort of thing as well. And in the modern societies, we're actually losing them. And there is also an extinction crisis in our gut bugs. Severine talked about, I presume you were referring to hookworms, amongst other things, but there are also many bacteria that are disappearing from that. And there's a tale it's a little bit debated, but I think there's some truth in it, that one of the reasons why in Western societies baby poos are much runnier is that we've lost the main strain of bifidobacterium that used to be transmitted, required close family unit contact to persist. And it basically gave dense baby turds, and the one that has been replaced by gives you sloppy ones. And so
interesting.
It was a cunning ploy by the manufacturers of nappies to...
Well, look, I think because that segues beautifully into the idea of dietary diversity as well as connection to place and indigenous food systems. So I think we should get Yasmina and Severine up on the stage. So come and join us, and we can then share the discussion with the audience.
Oh, thank you. Very interesting comments.
And in fact, that very last point connected beautifully to your talk, Yasmina. You showed the diversity of plants on a plate in a traditional diet, and then this sort of frighteningly white, non-diverse plate right next to it. And that reflects itself in all manner of different ways, not only the phytochemicals and other, the chemical complexity of the diet, but also the bacterial, microbial complexity of the diet.
Yeah, that's true. We can use that diversity and variety for a positive and negative, I guess. Like the promotion of variety throughout the dietary guidelines tends to be a bit forgotten. It's in quite a few places. And we know, obviously, the more variety people have in front of them, the more they eat. So experimental studies with vegetables, you put a whole buffet of vegetables in front of people, lots of different varieties, lots of different colours, people will eat more. And on the flip side, I guess in the current food environment, we have that many discretionary foods in front of us. I think, people eat between 5 and 8 different types of discretionary food. So that's where I guess it's playing it the other way, is that variety in that category of foods is actually driving us to eat more as well.
And the variety is really illusory, isn't it? So what the data 1950 supermarket used to have 300 things in it, and a modern one has 30,000. Yep. Most of them are all exactly the same. They're just brightly coloured versions of the same combination of industrially processed ingredients.
And different sizes of the same product,
right.
So you've got even more choice.
Right. Well, look, on that note, we had some real positives as well as some rather scary things. I think we might open it to the audience now. So I've got a question at the front.
So my understanding is that the number of people who have allergies in Australia has gone up in the last 30 years. Has the people who have a Mediterranean diet, have they also experienced the same thing? Or is the fact, or if they haven't, then maybe that explains why it's happened in Australia?
I think unfortunately it's not that clear cut, right? Because it's about adherence, and very few people strictly adhere to one type of diet. As you can hear, I'm French, so I can say that, you know, I come from the Mediterranean, and unfortunately, yes, there's also a high incidence of allergy and inflammatory bowel disease as well, food allergy, etc. I think it's more of a combination of things, but the diet comes with also the quality of the food, right? So even though you may eat what's considered a high fiber or high, you know, fish and good oil, etc., it depends on how that food's been prepared. If it contains preservatives, if it contains food additives, and all these will affect the health of your mucosa, the permeability, the absorption of the other nutrients, and how your antigens may be presented to the immune system that will make them more allergenic. So if it's 100% natural food prepared by yourself, high quality, you fished it or you grew it, it's probably going to be more beneficial, but unfortunately that's not something that we can achieve in our society. So that's one of the components. So yes, bad diet and poor environment will definitely lead to exposure to or susceptibility to allergy. But then there's another component as well that I will throw in the mix, and you're going to probably think, oh my God, this is too much. But unfortunately, the viruses that we're also exposed to, the virulence of them, and I'm thinking more of like RSV. So it's a respiratory illness that's mostly acquired by infants that causes bronchiolitis and trips to the hospital in the emergency. Well, this is a golden pathway to the development of food allergy. And so it's a combination of a lot of things where our environment is really into play. There's things that we can do to prevent them and try to get as clean a diet as possible. Maybe getting exposed to good pathogens like hookworms or other things. But I don't think that we can find in the human population a real controlled environment where there is no incidence of allergic diseases, because it's just not that easy to achieve. Even with me knowing everything I know, I have my discretionary food, and so I try to have good things, but I think it's all about balance, trying to do what we can. But I think because we can't access a level of cleanliness in the food that we have in the supermarket, in terms of additives, there's only so much we can do with what we have around us.
Andrew, you were going to pick up on that.
Yeah, I was just going to add one extra, that there's not one single determinant of risk for allergy, as Severine's just outlined, but it's the interaction between diet and microbiome that's particularly important for that maturation of the immune system. And to the best of my knowledge, there's not yet a definitive study on that in regard to allergy. That's probably what you're doing at the moment. But there is one with respect to cardiometabolic health. And that was looking at the Mediterranean diet. And the Mediterranean diet by itself was not a predictor of good metabolic health, but its interaction with particular, they call them enterotypes of the microbiome was. And in particular, it was a Prevotella, which has also been implicated in some of the allergies. And neither the Prevotella nor the Mediterranean diet were independent predictors of the metabolic outcomes, but in interaction, they were a very strong predictor in that study. And I think that interactive response is the sort of thing that's going to play out for most of these complex diseases, and it's why multi-omic approaches to the predictive models are so important.
Yeah. Thank you. And any further addition to that? No? Okay. Next question.
Should I wait for the mic?
Yes. Okay. Oh, there's one at the back, is there? Sorry, I can't. Oh, okay. Somebody's waving over here. It's Mike. I'm behind Mike. Yep. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to ask Professor Yasmina a question about something I saw on your slides, that eating kakadu plum can actually cure headache. is there anything specific in the fruit that is causing that apart from some of the phenolic compounds? And is that something you are looking at in your group as well?
So I come from the food science background and nutrition, so we don't look at a lot of diseases, but the headache was something that the traditional knowledge is there, that it used to cure headaches, and they didn't get a lot of colds and coughs. That's what they would say. And they also said it's like they can harvest and they can eat a couple of fruits and they can walk long distances, and there's a lot of anti-thirst. So I was thinking the vitamin C could have an effect, and also the high levels of potassium could contribute to the anti-thirst. But I haven't looked at a particular molecule that could cure the headache.
Analgesic properties of Kakadu plum.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I think it is Mike.
I think it's the UC. Mike Gidley, University of Queensland. We've heard two sort of different ways of describing diets, one based on nutrients and one based on degrees of processing. And clearly these are not on the same axes, right? So when we talk about minimally processed foods, they could have pretty much any combination of nutrients in them. So how are we going to reconcile these two rather different descriptions or definitions of what is healthy? I do hear a lot of confusion amongst consumers around, so what are you telling me to eat? Do I need to look at how much carb and how much protein, or do I need to look at whether it's intact or not? And I think we've got ourselves into this parallel stream, and we need to resolve it. Any thoughts on how we might do that?
I guess in Australia we still have food-based dietary guidelines. About 100 countries around the world have food-based dietary guidelines. The classification of the healthy foods tends to be fairly consistent. Potatoes are sometimes in or out. Sometimes starchy vegetables are separated from green and leafy. But the discretionary food category, or the unhealthy foods, or the junk foods, or the non-core foods, there's been change in terminology over the years that countries have had dietary guidelines. There's not too many countries that have included the NOVA classification in their dietary guidelines yet. It's coming. It's in a couple of countries. We did a review around the content of food-based dietary guidelines, and a few countries have them, but I guess as guidelines are revised, they'll consider the terminology. Ours are under review at the moment, so I think we'll wait and see what terminology they use. But the food-based dietary guidelines are really important for that communication around promoting a healthy diet, food policy. So I think, well, anyway, from a CSIRO perspective, we'll be following the terminology that's in our dietary guidelines until it changes, if it changes.
Any other responses? I'll have a go. No? Okay, so in fact, I could even throw to David on this one, bring him back in after the beginning of the talk this morning, the idea that nutrient-based models need to connect to food-based models, and you need to be able to do so within a common framework, and that's precisely what we've been working towards. We don't eat nutrients singly, or we eat them in mixtures, and they come in foods, and foods are packaged in diets. And we need to be clever enough to think across those levels. When it comes to understanding the mechanistic interaction between mixtures of nutrients and our physiology and behaviour, that's a mechanistic scientific endeavour. When you're trying to encourage people or help people make dietary decisions, you need to have rules of thumb that are actually tractable and usable in real life, and that probably isn't look at the back of a package and work out how you're tracking with respect to your dozens of different nutrient intakes. That's what your appetites are there to do. What you need to be able to do is make broad decisions around categories of food, and that's what our guidelines do. And actually, interestingly, if you take different classificatory systems, more nutrient-based or food-based, and apply them through the same mechanistic lens, you get largely the same answer. So we did this in a study with Amanda Gretsch, one of the postdocs working with David, and she looked at the discretionary food versus the ultra-processed food classification. They don't overlap entirely. They have a big overlap, but not completely. But when it came to testing predictions of underlying mechanistic hypotheses, for example, are people eating more in relation to dilution of protein, you get the same answer. So they're means to an end, and they're means to help guide people without conflating detailed mechanism with what people need to guide them in their real lives. I don't know, David, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
No, I agree with that. Just to say that there's actually a very high degree of...
Do you want a mic? He's got the mic.
Thanks. No, Steve, you summarised it well, but just to add to that, there actually is a very high degree of correspondence between the discretionary classification and ultra-processed food classification. There are some differences, and the interesting thing about those differences is we did a comparison of the extent to which the discretionary food classification predicts energy overconsumption in Australia versus the NOVA system, and the discretionary food system predicts it better in Australia, but not in the United States, in the NHANES data. They're about the same. So in answer to the question, I would say that there's a large degree of correspondence, and where they do differ, the preference of one for the other will depend largely on the food ecology within which those classification systems would operate. Australian system works better in Australia than the NOVA system, but not in the United States.
Yeah. So, microphone down the front, or there's some at the back as well. Just run around and pass them to waving hands, and we'll sit here and answer.
From QAAFI, I have a question for Chile. So you mentioned that I think since 2015 you have this survey, and the fruit and vegetable consumption is still continuing decreasing. And I'm wondering, do you, observing, but any new strategies or any initiatives, to tackle this? Because I think it's many other countries, I guess, very similar. You have these guidelines, recommendations like 5 serves per day, or even more, or 3 or 5, depending what kind of fruits, vegetables, and some modifications also in Europe, and it just never worked. So I'm wondering, from CSIRO or International, any new initiatives or strategies, from a different angle to improve this, or what you're saying, that maybe it's predicted that maybe in 5 years it's going down again, maybe 10-15% or more, which could end in a disaster?
I guess there's a bit of a buzz around co-design research, citizen science type research. I guess scientists on our own, we haven't solved it. So let's bring in the community and get their feelings and get them to help us design interventions that are going to work. So at CSIRO, we've just been asking the community, what is the health and wellbeing science that you want us to do? What do you think is important that we address in our work? And that's the start of some citizen science around health and wellbeing. Citizen science is like the bird count. It works well when I think you ask somebody to observe something else about the environment. When we ask them to give us information about themselves, how many poos did you do today or something, they're a little bit less willing to give that information up. So that's something that we're exploring, and hopefully that leads to more effective interventions, more sustainable interventions, if we bring people along for that journey from the start, not just sort of enforcing it on them at the end once we've developed what we think is the best idea.
Adam here from UQ, PhD student. On the topic of safety and health and looking at the future of food, when we think of the future, unfortunately, I tend to think about pollution because it's not something we're very good at reeling in. So when we're looking at chemical safety and the effects on health, I think of compounds like phthalates and A popular one was bisphenol A, BPA. We've all seen it on our plastic packaging, BPA free. But some of these chemicals are pretty nasty endocrine disruptors. Is this potentially also having an impact on our immune system and on our health, especially the ones that are maybe accumulating in breast milk? There's a lot of lipophilic persistent pollutants. And I guess, what's the policy domain like here? You know, often the industrial creation of these chemicals is faster than our ability to understand what's affecting us and how to control them. So would love to get your take on it.
Who wants to go with that one?
Oh,
Severine. Yeah.
I certainly agree. I have got no policy information to give you. All I can tell you is, both on the scientist side, I'm within a network of immunologists who've been looking at the effect of food additives on the immune system. And I must admit, I am petrified. But as a consumer, then it's even more scary, because some compounds are forbidden, for example, in Europe, but they're authorized in Australia. Some are forbidden in Australia, but they're authorized in the US. And then by the time one compound is forbidden somewhere, then industrials have already come up with a variation of that compound, so they can still continue. And then scientists still play catch up, because while we've got evidence on one particular compound, it's already moved to another one. So I totally agree. Yes, everything goes through the breast milk. It does have an effect on kids. Heavy metals that do accumulate in fatty tissue, ultimately they're encapsulated and isolated from the rest of the body for a while, but then you face issues where if you're hospitalized for a long period of time and you lose all your fatty tissue, then it becomes released into the system and you can have secondary effects. So I contribute to your question. I am also absolutely petrified. I spend my life reading numbers in all packets and trying to teach my kids about it. They don't get it, but yeah, that would be an amazing question for policymakers, because what can we do?
Yasmina, what would you think to that?
I think it's do we have enough of evidence to influence policy?
Right, good question.
Yeah, because I mean, you talk about the phthalates and you say that unless you give them numbers, policy is not going to pick it up. So I think we have to rethink how we influence policy. And so you need research dollars, and that's the problem. You don't have a lot of research dollars for doing this kind of research, because it doesn't directly, it's a problem that is chronic. You know, it affects you at different times of your life, and it's not something like COVID,
right.
You know, where they dumped a lot of millions of dollars. This will kill you very slowly, but later on.
Andrew,
I could add a little bit. So I'm not an expert on chemical safety in food, but I have sat on panels where similar sorts of issues have been discussed. And broadly speaking, I think it's fair to say that there is a greater concern from the regulatory bodies to make sure that more of the possible impacts are being looked at. It's simply not feasible to look at every possible impact. So in many cases, things are discovered after the event. I thought you were going to run with Kakadu plums. We don't know everything that's in there. And so whenever you're introducing a wild food, these concerns come again. And so the starting point is usually, is there a long history of safe consumption?
65,000 years.
And is it in a population that's representative of the one where you're now going to be selling it?
That's true.
And so we, by and large, we do have a very high level of safety and confidence in our food in Australia, but it doesn't mean that we're not going to keep discovering new things like that. But there is a greater inclusion of tests to try and account for that. Yeah.
Thank you. I think we've covered that. There's hands. Oh, there's one right here. John.
There are two Johns who asked a question.
Oh, there.
Sorry,
okay.
another John.
Another
John
John.
Muir again,
Well,
sorry. Just a little bit left field, a quick one, and then a longer one. I've been to a few things like this, and overseas they say, why not a bloody food department? A food, that covers logistics, nutrition, agriculture, the whole kit caboodle. We've talked about multidisciplinary. Why not a food and fibre department? I'll just throw that out there since there's so many policy people here. The other one is a bit different, maybe Yasmina. We've talked about animals, lessons from animals to humans. So Old Man Saltbush, right? We planted thousands of hectares on the Riverine Plain, no trees, scald reclamation, A.B. Patterson, where the crows fly backwards to keep the dust out of their eyes. We reclaimed we reclaimed it, and with Old Man Saltbush, and it's drought tolerant. We talk about drought and flood tolerant. It's a no-brainer. And we reclaimed the salt lands that then got over-salinised. So with that, I'm just wondering, they then marketed the saltbush lamb. It tasted salty without the salt. So I'm just saying there's so many opportunities out there. Have we learnt from the Old Man Saltbush what the human nutrition equivalent might be? Because I know they're using saltbush in foods from Old Man Saltbush. Thanks.
Thank you, John. So from our studies, saltbush can be substituted as an alternative to salt. And it's been used in Europe and Portugal and all these countries for many, many years. So it just depends on what you add it to. So if you add it to something that's a white dish, people won't like it because you'll have green flakes, but you can add it to maybe barbecues and things like that. So it just depends where your application is, but also in our studies, we have found that some of the phytochemicals also are very good, in terms of health value. So it's not like eating sodium chloride on its own, it's a combination, and that really helps. And we also know the ratio of how much saltbush can be added to the pure sodium chloride.
We have 1 minute, my understanding. And John, you have the other John has final word.
Okay, I just want to test the old adage that you can't outrun your spoon. What is the link between exercise and diet? Can we undo some of the bad things we do to ourselves with better exercise? When we exercise, it also helps our mental health. It seems like it drives systems in our body that also are beneficial for us. Yeah. Is it linked to the food system? Are they separate? If that's stretching things too far for the food section.
No. I think that's a really good place to end. So that same common immunometabolic biology that I was talking about is not only profoundly influenced by nutrition, it's also influenced by exercise and is tied intimately tied into sleep and circadian biology. So sleep, mental health and stress, physical activity and nutrition all converge on that biology, and that biology determines our health prospects across our lifespan. So you need those in right proportion and balance too, and it's not all about calories. It's not, I've eaten too many, I need the exercise to avoid those calories. We need to stop thinking about calories. We need to think about these things in terms of the way they're impinging on the fundamental biology of our health. Right, look, I think on that note, Lynn's about to leap up and throw us off, so...
With a smile.
With a smile. I shall thank my... Look, Yasmina, Severine, Andy and Gilly, thank you so much for a fascinating conversation, and thank you to the audience. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Steve, for convening that excellent panel with super questions. We're on the penultimate part of our symposium now. We're going to hear some closing reflections from Professor Christine Beveridge. She is an Academy Fellow and one of the three conveners of this excellent day we've had, the Centre Director of the Australian Research Council Centre for Plant Success in Natural and Agriculture from the University of Queensland. And at the beginning beginning of the day, we said to each other, well, I wonder if there'll be enough for you to talk about. Now the question is, how do you fit it all into 10 minutes? Christine, we welcome you to sum up this magnificent day.
Thank you, Lynn. And Lynn, you've been doing a fantastic job. Thank you. We can thank this. Yes, I'd like to thank all the speakers and presenters and members of the audience and the online questions from folks and for taking part in this symposium. Look, I think it's been really, really fantastic. I've thoroughly enjoyed all of it, and I'm sure many of you have as well. I think it's been very enlightening. It's been very impactful for us to think about. And yes, my role in this 8 to 10 minutes is to just remind us all of some of the kind of take-home messages, I suppose, if I can, but I'm obviously not going to cover all those because there's certainly not enough time. But yeah, I always think what I'm going to say to my son when I get home, how was my day? So this might help you remember some little things from that. So we've had 3 sessions and explored the challenges and opportunities surrounding food security in Australia across food production systems, climate change resilience and nutritional sciences. We delved into how our nation's scientific community is helping us adapt to real agricultural challenges through innovative solutions. The point was made several times about what an exciting time it is to be in agriculture and its many related disciplines, and I really, absolutely. And I'll just say that, by the way, I'll thank, in case I forget, colleagues down the back there helping me prepare these notes to deliver. And so I've actually, as you can see, even got a printout of what we prepared together. So that's fantastic, and it shows the value of collaboration. And I think this has come up so many times today about how we need to think about ourselves as a very broad community and collaborating. So David set the tone for the day with a very inspiring talk that set the scene across food, nutritional and social systems. It was really wonderful to think about, how we're in this massive system. It was really, really great. Grabbed my interest at a personal level and a professional level as a mother and as a scientist by demonstrating a systems level the relationships between proteins, carbohydrates and ultra-processed foods and how our diets and appetite have become imbalanced. Or can become imbalanced. So another story to say to my son when we get home. And we talked about this in this recent session, and I'll be able to say there's a lot of science, it's not just me, buddy. He'll say, well, who cares about science? But I'll get through. No, he loves science, it's great. So look, in Australia and many countries, there's a lot of economic drivers that are leading to marketing highly processed foods, which are leading to high consumption of carbohydrates and fats and unsustainable nutrition. And this really is a problem. It's a political problem. We need to manage it. The second reason for unbalanced diets, though, is just simply food insecurity, obviously. So it's quite a paradox, really, that we can have food insecurity actually within Australia with, I think somebody mentioned Yasmina, 3 million Australians have food insecurity. It's obviously a shadow on the 2 billion people in the world that are suffering from food insecurity. But it is a global issue that affects everyone, I think. So skipping forward, Wendy noted that 30% of the globe lives in a state of food insecurity, including 20% of people in our region in Asia. So it's a really big issue. And look, I think big agricultural companies have tried to address food insecurity by, increasing the rate of genetic gain in major crops, and they've done so in 3 staple crops: maize, wheat and rice. And 2/3 of our calorie intake worldwide comes from just those 3 crops, which is quite an incredible kind of problem in itself when we talk about nutrition. Again, food systems. Why is this the case that we've got 2/3 of calorie intake? Well, it's an economic driver. They're easy to package up, transport around the place. So there's all kinds of reasons that aren't deliberate reasons that we've talked about today that influence the food that we eat. So later on, John came along with a few messages of hope in that context of all that sort of worry. And he talked about how, he didn't use these words, but I think in many ways we're leading regenerative agriculture in the world, maybe not leading it all in every way, but we're certainly a showcase for it, and the no-tilling approach that we implement here. But he also talked about many new technologies, and I'd just like to list a few of those because they really quite, I thought they were quite impactful and exciting. So, and I think they're a good example of really the multidisciplinary nature of the discipline we're in. And when I go back and talk to my son, I say, I know you're really into computers and playing on Xbox and stuff like that. Well, you can do that with a remote-controlled tractor. You know, you can design really amazing things, and you can be a farmer and do that. In fact, the farmers are the most exciting people, or most intelligent people in Australia, because they have to do just as much economics as these major professors. So, you know, it's a great career. I want to do engineering. Well, there's a lot of engineering in agriculture. Anyway, so you need engineers to study these high-tech sensors, you know, this sort of spray blot. I mean, that must be fun with remote control too. You know, aiming your pesticides at your plants and, you know, automating all kinds of things in relating to the plants. Now, sobering thought, 2% of global greenhouse gas comes from urea, which is given as a fertiliser to plants. But I think it's CSIRO and others that are working together to try and figure out how to solve that problem. And that would be amazing if we could actually have local ammonia production, not just in Australia, but all around the world. That would be phenomenal. So, you know, let's hope that comes to fruition. And then he also said, I was imagining 10,000 fish spread across 2 acres. Instead of that, you've actually got canola. Did I get the numbers right? Oh my God, 10,000 fish compared with 2 acres of canola. Amazing. Really don't like eating fish very much because of that. I don't know, there's something there that doesn't get me, but the canola I'm really into. So for me personally, I'm excited about that. Crops for aviation fuels, obviously that's a no-brainer, and the more we can do that sort of thing, the better. And then we talked about biodeclay delivery of RNA to plants, and I think there's all kinds of opportunities there if we can get that working, not just in delivering of pesticides, but maybe even changing the phenology of the plants. It would be phenomenal if we could do that. And then there's the standard sort of work of just improving cultivars. It's interesting now that we just sort of talk about that as the standard leftover thing. And then, of course, Greg comes along and says, well, you know, we're increasing the wheat by 15 to 20% just by making the coleoptiles a bit taller. You know, I think that's pretty amazing. So, yeah, they're doing a lot, and we heard a lot of great and exciting things. Then we had lunch, and we came back after lunch. It was a very dynamic lunch with great foods and a great discussion. And then we explored further the reality of climate change. So we touched on it in the first session, but then we got sort of a bit scared, a bit scary stuff, getting into quite a few details. But I think we kind of came out of it, well, we're still here. We haven't run off and jumped over the balcony, so that's a good sign, I think. But anyway, it was great to have Adam Fennessy here from DAF. I think it's absolutely great that we had somebody from government here, and it's, you know, I think Lynn pointed out we should have had a few farmers perhaps telling us their experiences directly. That would have been a great addition and something to think about for next symposiums. But anyway, you know, Adam talked about, you know, macro policy perspectives from the Australian government, and then we heard from Rohan and Manfred with more details. And there was a clear consensus, I think, that we need to think about the whole system and the supply chain, as well as the need to ensure collaboration, and that many folks that are at the table, not just including policy makers, but the economists, the producers, the farmers, the social scientists, and we thought or discussed a fair bit about the mental health issues and decision-making challenges that they have. And I also think, you know, just having a few young people there as well, because I think they are really insightful in all of this as well. And I think a lot of these issues are front of mind for young people because, you know, some of us older ones won't be around as long as, well, we won't be around in 100 years anyway. At least I won't, I don't think. So Adam actually gave us a call to action he used those words with me afterwards, and that's what he was sort of saying, you know. He kind of was trying to give us a bit of a sort of a, I'm not going to say a slap, but he was saying, look, if there's no change in agriculture and the other guys people keep improving like they are, the other sectors, we could actually become the highest emitting sector for emissions in Australia. So, you know, it's not like it's a competition, but we do need to make sure let's think of it like a competition, why not? Because we're up for the task, I think. So Richard puts a few things, following that, Richard put a few things in economic perspective, stating that out of the 100 largest economies in the world, I'm sure many of you know this, out of the 100 largest economies in the world, 69 are companies and only 31 are countries. So, you know, let's follow policy with, who are we going to get in here, you know? Elon Musk? I don't know. How are we going to influence those organisations? And I think it's us as consumers, it's getting the word out of what actually governments have a role in influencing the consumers, which then influence the big companies because that's how they make their money. So, yeah, we just need to be front and centre about what reality is, so that's fine. And then Manfred talked about degrowth. I was really confused about that to start with. I wasn't sure, but I got it, I think, in the end. And he was sort of saying that, you know, maybe if we just didn't have as many yachts and things like that, we sort of tried to downsize a little bit, that we'd be better off. And absolutely we would. I mean, there's a lot of crap that societies have that don't need. And if we were... I mean, that's probably not a politically correct thing. It's not what the guys at the back wrote for me to say. But I'm just trying to remind you about what degrowth is. So if we think about that at a global scale, what does that really mean? What are the things in the society we don't really need? Maybe we'd all be happier as a consequence of not having those extra things. Who knows? Now, Richard talked about unintended consequences of policy, and I thought this was really fun to talk about because he was talking about, you know, policies that focus on penalty regimes have led to, in California, the cows actually moving across to Arizona. Well, that was pretty good. So that's obviously an unintended consequence of policy, so it didn't really change from the nation's point of view at all. And then, you know, pine trees replacing sheep in New Zealand, another example of policy problem there. Clearly those pine trees would have had very poor diversity and it's really not the outcome anyone was looking for, I think. So, yeah, in relation to Australia, he alerted to us about how policy under the carbon farming initiative could also be leading to agricultural areas and is leading to agricultural areas being replaced with trees as companies purchase carbon credits rather than reducing their emissions. So, you know, I think that's a bit sobering and you know, something we probably want to get up into policy as well. Now, Richard also raised the great use of the concept of insets as opposed to offsets, so that we should... Again, I mean, maybe lots of people here kind of knew what that meant, but an inset is, you know, the opposite of an offset, so we're offsetting carbon. Why don't we try and actually change our whole system so that we're actually insetting, we're planning. We're actually planning to get rid of the carbon rather than just trying to go, well, we'll just do some sort of offset thing. And that was obviously another no-brainer for me. So, yeah, while climate change seems ominous, Richard also reminded us that we already have 22% more variability in rainfall than any other continent. And why I say we already have that, we've had that for 60,000 years probably, or whatever it is, that more than that. So we've had Aboriginal connection with those plants for a long time. But these plants have literally adapted to our environment, which is highly variable. And I've forgotten who mentioned it, but the kangaroo grass, for example, being from Tasmania all the way up to the Northern Territory, that sort of stuff means that we can actually mine that diversity that's there. And as we'll talk later on that with Yasmina's work. So, so we have this amazing natural diversity to lean on, and it was Richard who mentioned the kangaroo grass work. So then Rohan from Food Systems Horizons, actually, well, caused us to sober up a little bit when he said that from a comparative advantage perspective, Australia's actually showing a decrease in beef and wheat production over the recent decade or so. So we always talk about how everything's going up, but I mean, it kind of does matter also how your competitors are going. So anyway, so yes, he also talked about designing emissions out. And I'm just kind of trying to speed up a little bit here. And he talked about imagining preferred futures. And I'm sort of imagining there, you know, what sort of think tanks do we need? And obviously this diversity we've been talking about is part of that. Then the pressure shifted. I thought the pressure actually intensified a little bit when Alison and Di came along and suddenly we're talking about, well, you guys have got to try and solve the problem of the cows and all that sort of stuff. And then they talked about all the difficulties that they have in having those conversations with the growers and how it's very different between Southern Australia and Northern Australia and all that complexity. And I felt, you know, that's a really, really tricky scenario. But you could see how they were actually making great inroads to solving those problems, which was really inspiring. And it was also inspiring about how they were working together with the farmers and really trying to help them resolve their issues. Finally, in session 3, we started talking about nutrition and health of the food and immune tolerance and, you know, comparing different sort of diets. And it was just really wonderful to see the evidence-based science that was going to there, and I think it extended from David's work at the beginning. The take-home message I got away from that is it's still really, really complicated. It's really highly connected, and that the scientists and the community is still grappling with how to describe the food sources and how to tell us what the best solutions are. And just to finish off, we heard a little bit from Yasmina about this fact that Australia's got so many endemic plants and the opportunity that you've had in sharing with Indigenous people of Australia a couple of really fantastic examples there of successful food crops. Although, I'll just finish off by saying, although that we are one of the most food secure countries in the world, we are also have a really important, I think, role to play in our region, in supporting our region in all kinds of different ways that we've talked about here. And I think that's something that we clearly are doing to some major degree, but we've got to really make sure we keep that on top. We've heard of the incredible collaborations and innovations, further harnessing our collective expertise towards a more sustainable, resilient and equitable future for us all. So benefiting from all we've heard today in the face of climate change is going to rely on an agile approach. And that's something that came across a lot, this collaboration and the need for agility, with a focus on social equity, economics and market behaviours, as well as innovations within agriculture itself. And I would like to again extend my gratitude to all of our speakers, the panellists and participants for their invaluable contributions to the symposium. Thank you to the Academy. Thank you to you too.
Christine, that was marvellous, insightful. You set the standard for all closing remarks. Could you see the smiles right across the whole room? Absolutely marvellous. All it's left for me to do is to start saying the thank yous. To our event partners, Charles Perkins Centre, University of Adelaide, particularly the Waite campus, all the speakers and participants in the panels, everybody who's asked questions, everybody who's made this a fantastic day. Thank you to our conveners, particularly Steve Simpson, John Kirkegaard and Christine Beveridge. Your vision and insight has helped set up this amazing team that's worked wonderfully. And talking about teams, the Academy has done an amazing job, haven't they? Every single person here, all the support staff, but I'm going to mention two in particular. Jamie Evans, you've done a lot of background organisation, but the person who's had the biggest shoulders in all of this is Lisa Crocker. Lisa, where are you right now? You're hiding in the corner. Stand up. This is the second symposium you've done in 5 months. This is the first one we've done up here. It's just been seamless. You might have seen some fraying, but we never did. It's just been absolutely perfect. And we promise not to have another symposium till next year to let you off the hook a bit. Thank you for all the audience. Thank you for everyone who's come on board, for your questions from around the world, and for being part of today. Don't forget, we'd like your feedback. There is a QR code on the screen. Take 5 minutes, please, to complete the survey, because we want to hear your feedback, good, bad or ugly, but I suspect a lot of it's going to be super good, because I know we've had a wonderful day. And the resources that will be there longer term, the slide decks are all going to be up for you. The recording is going to be with you within a month, so you can share that in your classroom with fellow farmers, with all the academics, with policymakers, and with industry. We want them to hear it. Don't forget, grow your lettuces from your name tag, everybody, so you can remember the Academy in a month's time. Thanks, everyone, for coming. Goodbye from all of you. Goodbye from me.